Chapter 555. I saw the Holy Mother just now. She asked us to stitch up the Son of God's body immediately, Archbishop Matthew said to the people around him. Many people were suspicious, thinking that the old archbishop was so sad that he was hallucinating. However, it was necessary to stitch up the archbishop's body, so they did not refuse. They only asked, "What does the Holy Mother want to do?" "I don't know," Archbishop Matthew said blankly. Even Holy Mother Danny did not know what she could do, let alone him. If she treated a living person, she was confident that it would take effect in a day or two, but a dead person. It was also the first time she had the idea of using the Holy Mother's power to drive the healing spell. It was also the first time she used it in actual combat. It was the first time she healed a dead person. Countless firsts met, and Holy Mother Danny did not know what would happen. Therefore, she did not give Matthew any guarantee at all. Later, if the sparrow had saved the universe in his previous life and was luckily saved by the Holy Mother, then the Holy Mother would smile mysteriously. "Of course, I want to resurrect the Son of God." If the sparrow died and the experiment failed, the Holy Mother would tell the believers with compassion, "I am here to bring the Son of God back to heaven. You should be happy for him. The Son of God has completed his mission in the mortal world and is about to enter heaven, opening the next stage of the path of glory. You say goodbye to him." Then, the dragon flame would burn the sparrow's soul and body, turning it into spiritual matter to raise the dragon baby. In short, Danny needed a miracle to restore the faith of the believers. The life and death of the sparrow were not important. He had tormented Circe, tormented the academician, disgusted the Iron Throne and the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, and owed a debt to the Iron Treasury. He had allowed Blackie to successfully usurp the priesthood of the Seven Gods. Even if he died, he could help the Dragon Queen complete a precious experiment. He had completed his mission and could rest in peace. As more and more believers chanted the Bible, the lines of faith converged toward Archbishop Matthew, and the door of faith opened. Following this door, the Holy Mother's power descended upon the great cathedral. In the eyes of the crowd, the statue of the Holy Mother suddenly shot out a beam of holy white light, enveloping the sparrow on the ground. Circe looked back and saw such a miracle. She could not help but be shocked. The Holy Mother had appeared. What frightened her even more was that the flesh and meridians of the sparrow's wound were slowly wriggling. It was actually growing. To be honest, even Danny was surprised by the effect of the Holy Mother's divine power and healing. Although the speed at which her divine power was being consumed shocked and pained her, the big sparrow's wounds were truly healing. However, Danny also noticed an abnormality. The big sparrow had died, and the yang spirit substance in its body had transformed into the yin spirit substance. At this time, the wound had healed, but the yin spirit substance in its body had not disappeared. This was not a small problem. This was because yin spirit essence represented dead spirits. Corpses with yin spirit essence were not considered living people. Danny even had an epiphany. Madame Stoneheart and the Lightning King were most likely resurrected by retaining their yin spirituality. They had lost the vitality of a human, so they no longer needed to eat and sleep like a living person. His physical body had lost its vitality, and the most precious part of his soul had been taken by Lalo. What was this kind of resurrection? Danny was in trouble. If this continued, she would also revive a monster. This was not what she wanted. However, the yin spiritual substance was all over the big sparrow's body, so it was impossible to remove a certain part. The people of the Holy Church and the audience in front of the magic mirror were all shocked by the arrival of the Holy Mother, but the Holy Mother was in a dilemma. Should she give up on treatment and burn the big sparrow's corpse? Or should she revive a monster whose future even she was not sure about? She would not cut off part of the big sparrow's soul like Lalo. Perhaps the big sparrow could retain its original personality after being resurrected, but the changes in its body would affect its spirit sooner or later. If I can burn the corpse and rebuild the body from the flames, according to the way of hatching a dragon, wouldn't it become a dragon? Danny found her own ridiculous idea funny. Flames could indeed burn in spirit essence, but could the big sparrow withstand the flames without turning into ashes? Sigh. I'm sorry, good church member. You can go in peace. Suddenly, Danny caught a glimpse of the pool below the big sparrow's soul. Two groups of water songs entered the pool of faith and combined with the power of faith to form the divine power of water. The big sparrow was walking in the pool in a daze. In his consciousness, he suddenly lost consciousness and died. Then, he followed a white light and entered a world filled with the aura of the seven gods. There was a clear ocean under his feet. The ocean was not deep, just up to his feet. The water was holy, boundless, and vast. Needless to say, he must have come to heaven and cleansed his sins in the holy water. He would be summoned by the Holy Mother later. So, the big sparrow was taking a bath. Danny was stunned. It was not because of the big sparrow's actions. Facing the divine power of water, a mortal soul was like a fish in the ocean. The key was that as the big sparrow washed his hands and face, the spiritual substance in his soul dissolved into the water. After a person died, the spiritual substance in the body would turn and the spiritual substance in the soul would turn yang to The divine power converted by the water song has such an effect? Danny was confused. Actually, this had nothing to do with the water song. The seven gods were the absolute gods of justice. The faith pool of the seven gods naturally had the attribute of purity and suppressing evil, repelling depravity and resisting evil. If the water song fell into the faith pool of the evil gods, the big sparrow would not expel the spiritual substance when he entered the water of divine power. Instead, it would dissolve the spiritual substance. Danny did not know this at the moment and did not have time to study it. She was in the middle of the Holy Mother's descent. When she found that the divine power of water had such a special effect, she immediately extracted a part of it and merged it with the Holy Mother's healing art. Then, she poured it into the big sparrow's body. Buzz, the milky white holy light that enveloped the big sparrow was suddenly dyed with a trace of active gold. Everyone did not know what it meant, but they were surprised to see black blood oozing out of the big sparrow's pores. Danny was even more shocked than them. The effect of the divine power of water was unexpectedly good. After the type B active spiritual substance dissolved in the divine power of water, it automatically repaired the cells within spiritual substance. Danny thought it was cells, but it was not. If the cells died, they would break down directly. Part of them would be absorbed by other cells as nutrients, and the remaining impurities would be expelled from the body. In short, the original healing art, spiritual bestowment, type B active spiritual substance, could only heal the wound, that is, the physical missing part, and would not repair the intact part. After adding the divine power of water, it changed. For example, if a gecko lost its tail, the type B active spiritual substance could make the missing tail grow out of the wound, but it would not make the gecko's belly grow a second tail out of thin air. For example, if the hand was cut by a knife, the type B active spiritual substance could speed up the recovery of the wound. Driven by the Holy Mother's divine power, it could further speed up the recovery. The recovery could be seen with the naked eye, which could be called a miracle. But if it was poisoned, the healing art based on the type B active spiritual substance would fail, and the Holy Mother's divine power would be useless. Unless in the future Danny found another kind of spiritual substance that could deal with poison. That was off topic. Now, for the spiritual substance in the big sparrow's body, after adding the divine power of water, it was neutralized by the type B active spiritual substance. In a word, the divine power transformed by the water song in the faith pool of the seven gods was especially effective for resurrection. What's the principle behind this? Danny was very surprised and also very confused. After coming back to her senses, Danny's heart ached so much that it was about to bleed. Originally, there were two balls of water song, one big and one small, but now there was only one big ball left, and the divine power of faith. Even if the big sparrow prayed for 100 years, it wouldn't be enough. The price is too high, it's a big loss. After carefully calculating the cost, Danny wanted to regret it. But it was too late to regret now. She could only brace herself and divide a large ball of divine power of faith to wrap the soul of the big sparrow. It was like wearing armor for the soul, and through the holy mark between the big sparrow's eyebrows, it was sent back to the body that had been dead for more than half an hour. The two silent sisters, who were helping the archbishop clean the blood that was seeping out of his skin, suddenly opened their throats and howled hysterically. The Silent Sisters, as their name suggests, swore an oath of silence and could not speak. Why did the devout Silent Sisters scream? Ah, the monk close to the archbishop also screamed. The archbishop is alive. His fingers moved. I saw it. Lancel's eyes widened and said in disbelief, "The archbishop's cold body is warm again." The Silent Sisters were shocked. Silence. Archbishop Matthew was also trembling with excitement, but he still forced himself to calm down and said, "The Holy Mother has descended. What is your attitude?" Yes, the light that fell on the big sparrow's body did not disappear. The Holy Mother was still descending. So, the monks joined the chanting army again. This time, they were more devout than countless times before, and the divine power of faith poured into the divine power of faith doubled. How could they not be devout when they witnessed the arrival of a miracle in person? Not to mention the monks, the nobles and civilian representatives who participated in the martial arts competition were also shocked and looked at the statue of the Holy Mother with eyes full of awe. The Holy Mother is merciful. Stryker knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the statue of the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother is merciful. The devout nobles were in tears as they knelt down trembling. The Holy Mother is merciful, bringing the blessings of life, protecting every woman. Her smile ends the war, gently protects the little children. Whoosh! In the Holy Church, except for Circe and a few others, everyone knelt on the marble floor and chanted the Holy Mother's song, with the most humble attitude, the most reverent voice, and the most excited mood. Plop, plop. Even the people in front of the magic mirror lost their composure. Quentin and old Yemont slid down from their chairs and knelt on the ground. 7 gods above, the Holy Mother has appeared. The big sparrow has come to life. Tyrion's eyes widened, as if he was in a dream. The centaur maids were shocked and at a loss. They looked at each other, and then looked at their leader with a pair of black, almond-shaped eyes. Then they heaved a sigh of relief. Calixi was still calm and unperturbed. Her eyes narrowed, as if she did not care about the Holy Mother's appearance in the mirror. As expected of Calixi, looking at Yemont, Quentin, and the others who were shouting and kowtowing, the centaur maids felt an inexplicable sense of superiority. Ignorant. No matter how powerful the Holy Mother was, could she be more powerful than Calixi, who gave birth to the steed of the world? 7 gods above. The big sparrow is really moving. Circe looked at the big sparrow in the middle of the kneeling crowd and saw him frowning and rubbing the back of his neck that Robert Strong had broken. A layer of white sweat appeared on the back of her neck, and her soul almost flew out of her body. The Holy Mother is merciful. Why did she bring the big sparrow back to life? Circe wailed, pulling Robert Strong and running towards the Holy Church's gate. After a few steps, she found Yuluen still standing there, his face solemn and his eyes flashing. Circe whispered, "Why are you still standing here instead of running?" "I'm looking at the Holy Mother's quality." Yuluen's voice was faint. Looking at what? Circe was stunned. Yuluen's left eye patch had been removed, revealing a black eye that shone with malice. They only looked at each other for a moment. Whoosh! It was as if a tornado had fallen, sucking in their souls and drifting them into the depths of the cloudy sky. Yub, as if countless years had passed. Circe came to her senses and pointed at Yuluen in horror. "Your eye?" Chapter 556. Yuluen smiled gently. His right blue eye was filled with tenderness, and the evil in his left black eye seemed to be an illusion that had never existed. It also rippled with endless affection. "My left eye isn't blind. It's just that my pupils are of different colors, making them look very different." He pulled down the eye patch to cover his left eye and said with a smile. Circe's heart trembled, and she felt inexplicably uneasy. However, she mistakenly thought that it was because of the resurrection of the great sparrow, so she didn't ask about the storm in her lover's eyes. She just kept complaining. "The Holy Mother is too biased. She never responded to my sincere prayers. Today, she resurrected my great enemy. I have to leave quickly. The trial is over. Even if the great sparrow is resurrected, it won't change the result." Actually, You can let Robert Strong continue to compete with the Great Sparrow. He has just been resurrected and his body is very weak. Take advantage of his illness and kill him." Llewellyn smiled evilly. This was priceless advice. The Great Sparrow's wound had healed, but the blood he lost couldn't be replenished in a short period of time. Even an ordinary soldier could overturn the Great Sparrow, let alone Robert Strong, who still had 90% of his health left. Are you stupid? This is the Great Cathedral. The Holy Mother has descended, and you still want to compete with him? However, Cersei had fear in her heart. She didn't listen to his bad idea and pulled up her uncle and daughter-in-law who were kneeling on the ground. "Why aren't you leaving? Are you counting on the Holy Mother's mercy?" "The Holy Mother is merciful, but the Great Sparrow is vicious." Kevin waved his niece's arm away and said in disgust, "You go back. I'll stay and repair the relationship with the Archbishop." "I'll stay too. My trial has already been completed. I'm not afraid of the Holy Mother's descent." Marjorie's eyes were provocative as she smiled. "The Holy Mother will never like a slut like you who likes to drink moon tea." Cersei glanced coldly at her wife and pulled Llewellyn away. The Great Sparrow didn't chat with Kevin for long. He was in a daze. He was clearly bathing in the divine pool. How did he resurrect? He was also especially tired and didn't have the energy to toss and turn. At this moment, he endured his tiredness and led the cultivators and believers to recite the 7 stars Holy Scripture to the Holy Mother. Then, he announced the end of today's trial. Faced with Kevin's inquiry about the results of the trial, the Big Sparrow was silent for a long time before he nodded and acknowledged Cersei's victory. "I've lost. The Church will no longer pursue the Empress Dowager's crimes, but I can't declare the Empress Dowager's soul to be pure in the name of the 7 gods. This is against the rules." Prince Regent Kevin frowned. Indeed, the winner of the martial trial should be endorsed by the 7 gods. This person's soul is pure and flawless, free from sin. That was why the trial by martial arts competition was so sacred. According to the rules, both sides of the duel are believers of the 7 gods. But is Robert Strong a human? I shouldn't have allowed that monster to enter the divine palace. It has tarnished the glory of the 7 gods. The Big Sparrow said coldly, "He's just a little ugly." The Prince Regent's eyes flickered, and he didn't sound confident at all. The Big Sparrow stretched out its rough and cracked hand to Kevin. The Regent hesitated for a moment and put his right hand on it. Boom! A milky white flame suddenly rose from the Big Sparrow's palm and covered the Prince Regent's strong right hand. "How dare you?" White Knight Marlin, who was guarding the Prince Regent, thought that the Big Sparrow was going to burn Kevin with the same demonic flame that was used on Robert. He roared and was about to draw his sword to attack. "Stop!" Kevin quickly shouted and stopped him. "Sir Marlin Lant, the Archbishop didn't hurt me." At this time, the Big Sparrow also spoke. "This is the new magic that the Holy Mother gave me, holy healing." The old man turned to look at the statue of the Holy Mother with a soft smile and sighed. "The Holy Mother gave me the blacksmith's divine power before, hoping that I would use the blacksmith's power to cope with the coming long night. But I fought bravely and failed to live up to her expectations. I understood the past. So, I asked the Holy Mother to take back the blacksmith's power and give me the seal of the Holy Mother that saves the world. In the future, I will no longer hold a sword, and my hands will only exist to remove pain." Kevin said in surprise, "Did you see the Holy Mother when you were resurrected?" "Not only me, but you all saw it too. The Holy Mother is here watching all of us." The Big Sparrow's skinny old face faintly exuded a holy light. Kevin's body trembled and said in shock, "What did the Holy Mother say about this trial?" "The Holy Mother didn't say anything." The Big Sparrow shook his head. "How can she not say anything?" Kevin's thick eyebrows frowned. "It's about the reputation of the Empress Dowager and the legitimacy and holiness of the Iron Throne. How important it is. Shouldn't the Holy Mother give an explanation in person? Everything has to be handled by the Holy Mother herself. What do you need me as the Archbishop for?" The Big Sparrow said lightly. Kevin's face twisted. "You are a participant in the trial, and now you are going to be the final judge." "I'm afraid. Did you feel it just now?" The Big Sparrow asked without rhyme or reason, but Kevin felt the big hand that was holding his right palm loosen. The holy healing technique is very magical. It's as warm as being washed by clean water. He said, "You bring Robert Strong here with his hands and feet tied, in front of everyone. If he can withstand the holy healing technique that is beneficial to humans, I will announce the Empress Dowager's purity on behalf of the 7 gods. Otherwise, I can only admit that she is innocent and will not endorse her past actions." The big sparrow said, "This?" Kevin asked in a low voice, "Can the holy healing technique exorcise demons?" The 7 gods are the holy of justice. Whether it's the blacksmith's holy flame or the Holy Mother's holy healing technique, they all have special damage to demons. I lost to Robert Strong before because he was stimulated by the blacksmith's holy flame and went crazy, disrupting the rhythm of the battle. The big sparrow was resurrected, and his confidence in the 7 gods was unprecedentedly strong. So he no longer hid some of the mysteries of the 7 gods that the Holy Mother told him. Danny was really scared. She was afraid that he would seek death because of his ignorance, so she told him all the range and limitations of the holy spells, and also gave him the basic supernatural knowledge. She was not afraid of the big sparrow seeking death, but this time the cost was too high. She was afraid that the big sparrow would die again before she could recover the cost. Sir Kevin went back with mixed feelings. The big sparrow did not persist for too long. Before resting, he told the monks not to repair the floor of the holy church that was smashed by Robert. When he recovered his energy, he would personally atone for his sins to the Holy Mother. The news of the Holy Mother's arrival caused a huge storm in King's Landing. 7 gods above, is this a myth? The dead can be resurrected by the Holy Mother? Sigh, I already said that Robert Strong was not human. Sure enough, even the Holy Mother was alarmed. Previously, there were people in Hujian who said that the Red God could resurrect the dead. I did not believe it, but now the big sparrow's head was pulled out alive. I saw it with my own eyes. I don't know about the Red God, but if anyone says that the 7 gods are 7 pieces of wood, I will become the son of war and fight for the glory of the Holy Mother. 7 gods above, when I was in the square outside the holy church, I felt a gentle and kind gaze. So it was the Holy Mother. This was not just 1 or 2 people, or just the monks of the church spreading the news of the Holy Mother's arrival. Hundreds of nobles, dozens of civilian representatives, and even the royal family witnessed the miracle. It was said that even Empress Circe, who won the trial of martial arts, after returning to the Red Castle, arranged for the craftsman to make a statue of the Holy Mother in the small room next to the bedroom. King's Landing welcomed a wave of popularity of the 7 gods' belief, and Slave Bay was also in turmoil. The old dragon knows the way, Lao Wu, who had been away for almost half a month, came back dying. No matter how careful he was, Lao Wu still suffered from the plague. When the pterosaur circled above Astapor but did not land, Danny's heart sank. She guessed that something bad had happened to Lao Wu. Sure enough, when she rode the black dragon and took off, she saw that Lao Wu's cheeks were full of green, bean-sized lumps, which looked like the skin of a toad. "Your Majesty, I have the plague. Go to the grayscale disease quarantine area." He panted and struggled to shout. At the rocky beach 50 kilometers west of the city, a courtyard house was built. It was the quarantine area where the patients with the grayscale disease were kept. Danny was not reckless enough to come into contact with Lao Wu directly. First, she took a tube of blood, no doubt. It was a syringe. After that, she returned to the laboratory and observed with the wizard lens. It was very scary. It was another magic beast-level virus. Danny did not know how to make the antidote. The only thing was that, like the grayscale disease virus, Danny was completely immune to this virus, which she named Toadface. In fact, it was caused by a mosquito passing through the breathing hole of the safety helmet and biting the nose. Because the patient's skin was swollen, it looked like the skin of a toad. Just when Danny was about to invite the first of the young generation in the East again, the toad skin on Clinton's body disappeared by itself, and he inexplicably recovered. After checking his blood, she saw that there was an extra antibody in his blood. This is not surprising. After the grayscale disease patient recovers, he is almost immune to all the plagues in the world, Kueishi said. Then why was Sir Clinton infected with Toadface? Danny asked. Kueishi said, the environment of Sasros is special. The plague that adapts to the environment there can rarely survive in the human world. If you can go to Asia, you will easily understand this. The black water in the River of Ashes is almost impossible for any creatures to survive, but a kind of aberrant horror fish was born in it. Supposedly, the horror fish's survival ability is strong enough. But after leaving Asia, the fish with rich dark energy in its body will die immediately. The same is true for the toadface virus you mentioned. After leaving the Sasros rainforest, it will immediately decay. After it has weakened to a certain extent, it will be eliminated by the grayscale disease antibody. Although Kueishi's theory and the fact that Old Man had recovered showed that the grayscale disease antibody could prevent the plague, Tyrion still felt lucky and proud for his actions that day. After more than a week, he vomited everything he ate and could only drink sun wine, which was dragon essence mixed with brandy. The once tall and sturdy middle-aged knight had become so thin that he looked like a sickly skeleton. Didn't he see that when the Dragon Queen mentioned Sasros, her face was solemn and her eyes flashed with faint fear? "Sir, tell me about your experience," Tyrion said excitedly. He was afraid of Sasros because he had not lived long enough, but it did not change his personality of yearning for adventure and the unknown. If one day in the future, he had visited the relatively safe areas such as the Jade Sea, the Trembling Sea, the Summer Sea, and the Sunset Sea, he might try to explore the mysterious Sasros himself without the Dragon Queen's command. Old Man's skin was tightly attached to his skull, like a living skeleton, but his eyes were brighter than before. He recalled and said, "The pterosaur was flying in the sky all the time. I could only see green forests, green grass, bushes full of colorful flowers, wide rivers like bright silver streamers, and dark city ruins hidden in the forest. At first, it was okay. I drank the wine I carried, ate the dry food in my backpack, slept on the dragon's back at night, did not take off my clothes, did not light a fire, and found the dragon's nest safely after a week." Chapter 557. It's a vast green swamp in the middle of the rainforest. The air is filled with water vapor and heat. The green aquatic plants are like the hair of the dead, rippling in the green, smelly, stagnant water. The luxuriant shrubs are like blankets on the dark swamp. There are also strange flowers, either sweet or smelly. The swamp isn't too big. It's like a scar in the rainforest, about 70 to 80 acres. It's probably the Silver Prince's home. There are 7 to 8 swamp dragons, either flying in the sky or lying in the swamp. They pass their days leisurely and carefree. The longest of them is 12 to 13 meters, about the same as Little Gold. The smallest is no bigger than a hunting dog, about the same as Little Red. When they hear the Silver Prince's long howl, the big and small pterosaurs all rise and howl in response. Their voices are joyful but also sad. Speaking of this, the skinny old guy, who looked like a crab with a shell on the outside, couldn't help but sigh. "Since it's the Silver Prince's tribe, why don't you recruit a few small pterosaurs?" Tyrion asked. Tyrion's pterosaur was called Tessa, while Old Guy's was called Silver Prince. They were both regrets in their hearts. "Don't you hunt?" Old Guy frowned. "Why not? To be able to ride a horse. I specially invented a saddle called Cripple Savior. When I returned to Winterfell from the Great Wall, I even gave one to the Bran of the House of Stark." As Tyrion spoke, he subconsciously turned his gaze to Old Yemont. The two of them looked at each other, their faces filled with emotion. Old Yemont, entertaining the Queen's brother at the Great Wall, seemed like yesterday. Today, they were reunited at the other end of the world. Old Guy said, "Since you've hunted before, you should understand the tradition of not harming young pterosaurs and pregnant pterosaurs. Besides, what's the use of a young pterosaur? It's a waste of food, it has no combat power, and it can't carry people. It's better to leave it there and make it the Queen's natural hunting ground." "That makes sense. Then have you found any other groups of pterosaurs?" Aemon asked. "Yes," the old man sighed. "I saw that there were no adult dragons in the Silver Prince's tribe, so I didn't stop and continued south. After flying for only half an hour, they encountered a group of small pterosaurs that looked like a swarm of bees. They were only as big as monkey and had brown bellies. Although they were small in size, they were exceptionally ferocious. Hundreds of little pterosaurs were actually chasing after the python that was as thick as a pillar. The python was 30 to 40 meters long. Its scales were sparkling, and its horns were towering. It was like a giant whale that had fallen into a lake, stirring up the mud in the swamp. The heavens and the earth were overturned, and the green swamp was drowned in black filth. However, it was still gnawed by the little winged dragon until its scales and armor were broken, and its blood dyed half of the swamp red. That scene made me tremble with fear, as if I had come to another world. Tyrion was lost in thought. He began to put himself in the shoes of an old man and asked nervously, "The little pterosaur didn't attack you?" "No." The old man shook his head. "I can confirm 3 things about the Sasrith rainforest. Firstly, it is extremely dangerous. Ferocious beasts are everywhere, and it is wild. Secondly, plagues are numerous and frequent, like mosquitoes in the south. Thirdly, the pterosaurs are the overlords of the rainforest, and there are almost no external enemies. As long as the pterosaurs of one tribe don't invade another tribe, there are few wars between pterosaurs." "Other than the python, what else did you see?" Danny asked curiously. "A 2-meter-long red-shelled centipede, a vulture the size of a small house, a 3-legged blackfish, an ape that looked like a barbarian." The process of searching for the pterosaur tribe was not boring at all. People like me were also intoxicated by the wonders of the Sasrith rainforest. However, the rainforest was too dangerous. I followed His Majesty's instructions, drank the wine I brought, ate the dry food I had in my backpack, and did not take off my armor or helmet. When I ate, went to the bathroom, and slept, I also covered myself with a layer of gauze. No matter how hot and humid the weather was, I did not expose an inch of my skin. However, there were always gaps in my armor. A small mosquito bit me, and I lost my ability to move within half an hour. After another hour, I felt like I was going to die. It was worse than death. "Fortunately, I didn't go," the dwarf muttered. Danny glanced at him and said calmly, "Tyrion, Sir Clinton did not do his best, and you were the banker in the trial of martial arts the last time. I lost 1,000,000 gold coins to you when you bet on the death of the sparrow. Why don't you make another trip to repay your debt?" "Your Majesty, the first time is unfamiliar. The second time is familiar. Besides, you said that Sir Clinton's body has an additional anti-plague antibody. Why don't we wait for him to recover? An old general will know the way," Tyrion said with an embarrassed smile. Even though Clinton guessed that the dwarf was afraid of death, he still replied with a determined expression, "Your Majesty, don't worry. With my previous experience, I will be able to find dragons for you again very soon." Danny glanced at the dwarf. The dwarf sensed something, and the relieved expression on his face immediately disappeared. He shouted anxiously, "Io, sir, you don't know, right? Prince Aegon was assassinated. His left waist was stabbed, and he is still bedridden now." "What? His Highness was assassinated?" The sickly old man who was lying on the chair widened his eyes and sat up abruptly. His hands pressed on the armrest of the chair unconsciously, and the veins on the back of his hands were exposed. He was obviously shocked and worried to the extreme. The dwarf successfully changed the topic, and Danny only glanced at him with a cold smile. She nodded and said, "Sir, in the days when you were not around, Tyrion's solid state sprouted, and he brought Aegon to the Passion Garden every day. Such a stable work and rest schedule allowed the assassins to find an opportunity to take advantage of. However, you don't have to worry. Aegon's condition has stabilized, and he can get out of bed and walk. Moreover, I have already avenged the 2 of them. I flew to Queers that day and burned down the city. The headquarters of the regretful guests was reduced to a pile of scorched earth." After much persuasion, Clinton still could not sit still. He immediately went to the top 2 floors of the palace to visit Aegon. The father and son, one old and one young, one old and one young. One's face was as pale as a ghost, while the other's cheeks were as green as a devil's. However, both of them were as thin as a match, and their bodies were weak and weak. They swayed and hugged each other like 2 hemp roots entangled together. They looked at each other speechlessly. It was so heartwarming, but also so desolate. "Little devil." After a moment of tenderness, The old man suddenly turned around and glared at the dwarf. Prince Aegon, such an innocent and strong child, was tricked into this state by you. Tyrion shrunk his neck. He wanted to refute, but he could not find a reason to. He was infected with the grayscale disease because he brought him to attend the coming-of-age ceremony and had too much fun. He was assassinated because he provided him with the Emperor's blessing and gave the assassins a chance. However, the father and son, Aegon and the old man, seemed to be in a good mood. A few days later, both of them recovered. The old man began rehabilitation training, preparing to fight the Green Hell again. Aegon found Dahe, whom he had not seen for a long time, and continued to act pitiful, telling Dahe about the painful experience during the assassination. Winter had arrived. Old Ymont, who knew how to predict the season through the stars, began to go to the top of the pyramid every day to observe the direction of the stars with the stargazing mirror. This day, after finishing his work, he saw Aegon sitting at the foot of the wall under Dahe. He frowned and walked forward. Aegon, Dany's cargo ship plan is about to start, do you know? Auntie is going to take action against the new guys? Aegon suddenly understood. Walking forward, Ymont caught a glimpse of the black fire at Aegon's waist. He lowered his eyes and said gently, "This time, Sir Clinton did not bring back a pterosaur, and the war is about to start. Every bit of strength must be used." So? Aegon did not understand what he meant. At this time, even Sir Mormont has subdued a shadow dragon. Only the oldest grayish-green swamp dragon is left. You can't use it as a spare tire anymore. Your strength cannot be idle, Ymont said in a deep voice. Aegon's expression changed as he shouted, "Auntie promised me?" "Yes, she promised you. But as the only Targaryen male in his prime, even if you don't contribute much to the family, at least don't drag your auntie down, right?" Ymont's expression was solemn, but his tone was as gentle as usual. Aegon's face flushed red as he argued, "I also participated in the battle against Tauros. I even killed 2 city guards." "Yes, you are very brave. You live up to the name of Aegon." The old scholar nodded and praised. "Scholar, what are you trying to say?" Aegon suddenly regained his composure and looked at the old man in front of him. "Give the old pterosaur to the other knights. You wait for the next batch of pterosaur spares. The old dragon is 50 meters long, several times larger than Blackie. It is the Mount of Benny, the leader of Matari's pterosaur knights. Obviously, even Mataris does not have the confidence to find another pterosaur stronger than it." Aegon frowned. "That is true, but the more it is like this, the more it will be useful in the upcoming battle." Seeing Aegon's conflicted expression, old Ymont's eyes flashed as he said meaningfully, "In terms of strength, the old green dragon is not much weaker than the Megalosaurus." Megalosaurus. Aegon looked up at the sleeping Blackie and said dejectedly, "Scholar, tell me, why is Blackie ignoring me? He can clearly understand human language. I told him about my ambition to fight for the Iron Throne and told him about the sorrow in my heart. Why can't he sympathize with me?" Taming dragons is the same as learning magic. It requires talent. Many Targaryens do not have dragons and are even eaten by dragons. Ymont said, "But I definitely have talent. You know about the prophecy of the dragon having 3 heads. His words were too logical." Ymont could not refute and could only say reluctantly, "Then continue your relationship with Blackie. After 8 to 10 years, he will eventually respond to you." 8 to 10 years? Aegon shrieked in despair. 8 to 10 years is a normal phenomenon. Many Targaryens sleep with dragon eggs in their arms from infancy. When the dragon eggs hatch, the man and the dragon grow up together. Even so, a 14-year-old dragon knight is rare. You are not lying to me? Aegon was even more desperate. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Tyrion. He is an expert on the Megalosaurus," Ymont said unhappily. Tyrion was fanatically fond of dragons and was an expert on the Megalosaurus. Old Ymont was the same. The silly Aegon actually went to ask. Generally speaking, Scholar Ymont is not wrong. However, they spent more than 10 years as children. Their willpower and temperament are not mature yet. Hence, they are unable to subdue the Megalosaurus. Your Highness, you Perhaps it is more than 10 years. Tyrion said hesitantly. Actually, the dwarf wanted to say that Aegon had no talent at all. However, he was afraid that the prince would fly into a rage and beat him up. Do you think that I have no talent? Aegon said coldly. He was not stupid. He could guess the dwarf's thoughts from his expression. Everyone says that my lifeblood has magic. I also want to learn magic, but I still have no talent. The dwarf spread his hands and said, Dragons have 3 heads. Aegon said through gritted teeth, Your Highness, wake up. Dragons now have 20 heads. There will be more in the future. Pterosaurs are also dragons. Pterosaurs are also dragons. Aegon's expression changed a few times. He suddenly made a decision in his heart. The next day, Aegon said goodbye to Dahe for the last time. Dahe, if you continue to ignore me, I will go look for the old green dragon. Dahe could not be bothered to look at him. On the 3rd day, Aegon said again, This time it's true. If you ignore me, I will really go and contract the old pterosaur. Dahe, on the 4th day, Aegon stood in front of Dahe and swore, Please give us a chance to be together. This is the last chance. This is not the 3rd time. I swear, this is the last time. Dahe wanted to bite him, but reason stopped him. Chapter 558. Targaryen. Your words are like a mountain. Aegon remembered his aunt's words. So, on the 4th day, he didn't go to Dahe. But after ignoring Dahe for a day, on the 5th day, he couldn't help it and went to Dahe again. Dahe, look, I also have the mark of the paladin. Dahe was still a child after all. After being harassed like this, he finally couldn't stand it anymore. He went against Mother Long's instruction to be silent and cold in front of Aegon and roared angrily for the first time. Get out! Aegon's hair was flying in the air from the Megalosaurus. His face was pale, his stiff body was shaking, and his mind was muddled. He didn't even know how to leave the top garden. He rested for a day. On the 7th day, Dragon Queen's persuasion was useless. Aegon insisted on becoming a glorious paladin, which was a pterosaur knight. I can understand how you felt that day. It was like a new life. After completing the contract, Aegon was in high spirits. He rode on the back of the dragon pterosaur and shouted to the shorter little demon next to him. Well, Tyrion rode on Tessa's back and was ready to lead Aegon on the first test flight around Slave Bay. Your Highness, after taking off later, you will have a second life. The feeling is completely different from riding a horse, as if the whole world is under your crotch. If I have to choose between a woman and Tessa to accompany me for the rest of my life, I will not hesitate to choose Tessa. Of course, riding a dragon during the day and a woman at night is even better. Ha ha ha. Tyrion laughed proudly. Well, this guy really didn't talk big. He left Astapor in the morning, landed in Meereen City at noon, and had a good night. He returned the next morning. But the little demon only had fun once. The next day, he received a task and went out to do it. He didn't go to Sosrath Rainforest to find the pterosaur nest. Instead, he repeated Dany's journey west to the Westeros that day. He passed through the land of long summer, flew over Volantis, entered the strait, and landed on the Stone Island more than 6,000 kilometers away. Because, after more than 3 months of drifting on the sea, the first batch of 12,000 barbarians finally arrived at Queen's Point. Tyrion had 2 goals for this trip. The first was to bring the fire mage Pogba to Volantis and persuade Tam and Bo Chung to join the Dragon Queen. The second was to select a few shapeshifters from the barbarians and bring them back to Slaver's Bay. Pogba, the skinny man, was just a fire mage who performed for a living in Volantis. He was not the best young man in the East, with a bright future like Lisbon. Not many people knew him, but the man knew Tam. On the other hand, Dany already had the idea of recruiting her 2 old friends, Tam and Bo Chung, to help her. Needless to say, the more the merrier. Tyrion had volunteered for this mission. It was too monotonous to supervise the wildfire production every day and go to the Strait of Freedom to plunder ships the next day. He wanted to personally experience the feeling of living in the ancient parasol tree at dusk. But he also made 2 requests. First, arrange for Blackie to escort him and Tessa through the land of long summer. Second, if the dragon battle was lost, the Dragon Queen would allow him to surrender to the Alliance. That guy didn't even think about how much the Alliance hated him. He was still dreaming of going to the Alliance's prisoner camp to enjoy the treatment of Westeros. But if he really surrendered, the Alliance probably wouldn't kill him. In this world, killing noble captives who surrendered was a taboo. Even for the slave owners, the Dragon Queen rarely acted recklessly. She first sent them to reform through labor, and when the war was over, they would be put on trial. Luckily, Tyrion didn't meet the winged dragon knights of the Alliance. The Alliance only had a few dozen winged dragons in total. After arranging for the winged dragon squads to be stationed in Materis, Tolos, and New Jis, their military strength was already empty. Including the escort of the Flying Brigade, the Alliance had no ability to control the vast airspace of the Land of Long Summer. In fact, Zero had already brought back more than 30 winged dragon knights as captives and retrained them. In other words, the Dragon Queen's spies had already played a role in locating them. After Tyrion left the skinny man in the outskirts of Volantis, he didn't stop to wait and continued to head west. Unlike Blackie, who left early and arrived late, Tessa took 2 days and 2 nights. Even so, when he arrived at Queen's Corner and saw the true dragon flag in the camp below, Tyrion was still filled with emotions. Back then, he used more than half a year to travel from King's Landing to Slaver's Bay. Now, it only took him 2 days. No wonder the people of Valeglia can rule the world. Perhaps, the Dragon Queen can really create an unprecedented Targaryen empire, he thought with mixed feelings. Megalosaurus, Megalosaurus, long live the Dragon Queen. Long live Blackie. Suddenly, countless people rushed out of the manor below and gathered at the wide threshing ground. They waved their hands and shouted at the winged dragons in the sky. The black dragon is a little different. It's bigger and its wings are wider. Even its color has turned green. On the ground, among the welcoming crowd, Shieldbreaker, Shallan covered his forehead with his hand and looked at the dragon under the scorching sun. That's not a black dragon, the great sea elephant mumbled. Hey, a few days ago, when the Hand of the Queen called us for a meeting, what did he say? The Dragon Queen will arrange for the winged dragon knights to come and pick up Eagle Howl, Wolf Eyes, and the other shapeshifters, Harley said. This Harley wasn't Dany's former shield-bearer, Harley the Hunter. Instead, he was her son, Longface, Harley the Longface. He had inherited his father's 2 positions of clan leader and Chiliarch. The other 2 were the Kiliarchs of the barbarians who followed the Dragon Queen to fight the other ghosts outside the Great Wall. Now, they had been promoted from Kiliarchs to Kiliarchs. They were in charge of a few thousand barbarians and were considered the leaders of the barbarians at Queen's Corner. Following the custom of the Night Watchers, a horn signaled the arrival of allies. Tyrion saw a 2-story marble building in the center of the village. He guessed that it was Barristan's base. So, he rode Tessa and landed beside the pond in the square. Barristan was still dressed in the same way. A black iron helmet, white glazed plate armor, and a white, flawless wool cloak. Tyrion was dazed for a moment. This was the first time he saw the old knight in 4 years. The last time they met was before Robert went north to Winterfell. Sir, it's been many years. You're still as strong as ever. You look even better than before, Tyrion said as he slid down from the wings. This wasn't entirely a compliment. Although the old knight was 4 years older, he was full of energy. His appearance didn't change much, but his spirit was radiant. You, on the other hand, have changed a lot. Old Bart looked at the dwarf with a critical gaze. Green helmet, green armor, green cloak. There was a golden roaring lion's head on the chest of the cloak and armor. There was a hideous scar on his face that stretched from the corner of his mouth to his forehead. His nose was gone, leaving only 2 black holes. It was ugly, but it matched his disreputable identity. An unclean soul deserved to have an ugly demon-like appearance. However, beside him was a behemoth that was 40 meters long and 2 stories tall. What was the queen thinking, to let such a person become a glorious winged dragon knight? Old Bart felt very uncomfortable facing a little devil that killed his own father, king, and father, and was an official of the same court as him. Compared to him, the big bear that betrayed his honor and became his sworn brother didn't seem so unbearable. Wow, is this a winged dragon? It's so big, so powerful. Tyrion looked closely. It was a small woman that was 155 meters tall. She was in her early 20s, with olive skin, big black eyes that shone with surprise, and a head of glossy black curly hair. Although she was small, she was well-developed, beautiful, and sexy. She's called Tessa, my partner. Tyrion's eyes lit up, and he grinned and said, "You're right, she's very powerful, but her dragon knight is 10 times braver. Is that so?" The short woman returned a charming smile and said, "Can I touch her? You can also touch the dragon knight, ahem." Old Bart glared at the dwarf and said seriously, "Tyrion, this is Princess Yalin of Dorne." Wow. Tyrion was surprised, and his eyes lit up even more. He bowed and said, "Your Highness, your beauty is enough to make the sun in the sky pale in comparison. Not to mention touching, if you want, I can take you flying around." Yalin was eager to try. Old Bart frowned and said, "Let's get down to business first." The few of them entered the hall of the stone building, and Barristan introduced Tyrion to a few of the barbarian 1,000 marquises and a dozen or so shapeshifters in the barbarian team. Not just shapeshifters, as long as the Dragon Queen gives the order, we can continue to take the ship to Slaver's Bay and help her fight against that alliance. Little Harley patted his chest and said, "The Dragon Queen keeps her promise, and we were given houses and land as soon as we arrived here. The free people also keep their promises, and we respect the Queen as the king of the fortress, and all of the free people will listen to the Queen's orders, and we will go through fire and water without hesitation." Big Sea Elephant said with a serious face, "We will go through fire and water without hesitation." The barbarian 1,000-man commanders and shapeshifters shouted until their necks were red. Barristan's expression did not change, and Yalin's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. On the other hand, Tyrion, who saw the barbarians beyond the fortress for the first time, had a very calm reaction to them, and was as calm as Barristan. It was because they had followed the Dragon Queen for many days, and they had seen too many of such scenes. The slaves all had this kind of fanatical attitude when facing the Dragon Queen. Slaver's Bay is too far from here, and the night is coming. Let's stick to our original plan, and focus on planting winter wheat and sweet potatoes. Barristan shook his head and said, "Sigh, it's too hot here, and I even forgot that it's winter." Big Sea Elephant tugged at his long beard and cried out, "This is a good place. It's warmer than beyond the fortress, and the land is more fertile. Yeah, I haven't eaten sweet apples in months at the Great Wall, and I'm sick of eating fruits here. The people here are more amiable, too." Amiable? The corner of Tyrion's mouth twitched. Didn't the Tyroshi people come to encircle you once? Tens of thousands of barbarians had taken root in 200 kilometers of Tyroshi land. It would be strange if the Tyroshi people did not react at all. Actually, the Tyroshi people already knew that the Dragon Queen would transport the barbarians to the land of strife. There was no way to hide it. The northerners near the Great Wall knew about it, and so did the Bravosi people. Many people saw the fleet going south from East Seawatch and replenishing water and fruits at Widow's Bay, Valley Seagull Town, Dragonstone Island, and other places in the Northern Territory. The Tyroshi people even sent out a fleet to intercept the barbarian fleet. However, the naval forces of the three sister cities, Myr, Tyroshi, and Lisi, were mostly at Slaver's Bay to participate in the World War. The remaining fleets were no match for the Dragon Queen's Royal Navy. Then, the Tyroshi people sent 5,000 infantry and cavalry south to attack the barbarian village. Before the army set off, they were discovered by the shapeshifters' animal companions. Chapter 559. Dany had originally planned to leave Whitey in the Narrow Sea to stabilize the situation, but because the enemy in the Narrow Sea was unexpectedly weak, and because of the pterosaur, she called Whitey back to Slave Bay. Now that she had received news that the Tyroshi were going to attack the Savage Manor, she naturally sent Whitey back to support the barbarians. The barbarians had the advantage in numbers, and the 12,000 of them were all brave and fearless warriors, including the former number 1 general of the Seven Kingdoms, Commander Barristan. With the addition of the Megalosaurus, The Tyroshi army was wiped out when they were still 100 kilometers away from the Queen's Horn. It was also because of the battle that shook the cities on both sides of the narrow sea that Elaine did not immediately return to Sun Halberd City. She wanted to stay here and observe the Dragon Queen's next step for her father. Sigh. Those Tyroshi are worse than women, and they can't compare to the fierce night watchers at all. Compared with the barren hills and turbulent rivers and unruly people beyond the Great Wall, the people here are really kind. Little Harley concluded with emotion. The dwarf looked at the barbarians with a blank expression. Other than the shapeshifters, what other plans does Her Majesty have? Elaine asked. Tyrion understood the true meaning of Princess Elaine's words. He glanced at the silent Barristan and guessed that Princess Elaine did not have the Queen's full trust. Nothing. Her Majesty is now focused on the upcoming Battle of Meereen, and can't pay much attention to the Westeros and the Free People. Sigh. The East Sea has the White Knight Geralt, and the Queen's Horn has the hand of the Queen, Barristan. We Free People don't need Her Majesty to take care of us anymore. Big Sea Elephant waved his hand. Yes, we can protect ourselves. Her Majesty can deal with the slave masters at ease. The barbarians nodded in agreement. Elaine's eyes flashed, and she did not mention this topic again. She only asked, the shapeshifters' animal companions are not as strong as the pterosaur. What can they do at Slave Bay? The barbarian commanders immediately looked at Barristan, and seeing that he did not respond, they all locked their mouths. Only little Harley smiled and said, whatever the Queen tells us to do, we'll do it. Why are you asking so much? This time, Tyrion was completely sure that even though Quentyn had already pledged her loyalty to the Dragon Queen, Dornmartel was still not her ally. Hi, Dragon Knight. After the meeting, Tyrion walked on the Yellow Road and observed the living conditions of the barbarians in the town. Suddenly, a fragrant wind blew and two huge mountains appeared in front of him. He looked up and saw the sexy and enchanting Princess of Dorne looking at him with a smile. What's wrong? Tyrion's expression did not change as he slowly shifted his gaze away from the mountain. You said that you would take me to ride a dragon. In the end, as soon as I turned around, he disappeared. Ylien pursed her lips and said in a seemingly angry and resentful manner, Your brother Quentyn also has a pterosaur. Tyrion said, Is that so? Ylien was pleasantly surprised and said excitedly, How big is Quentyn's dragon? It's not as big as mine. Other than Prince Aegon's Ilya, my dragon is the biggest because I'm the first pterosaur knight. Tyrion said proudly, Ilya? That's my aunt's name. Ylien was puzzled. Prince Aegon's pterosaur is the name of Prince Aegon's pterosaur. I originally planned to call him Rhaega, but Sir Clinton's pterosaur already has the title of Silver Prince, so... You don't even know about Prince Aegon? Tyrion frowned. Barristan might hide the secret of the Dragon Queen and Slave Bay, but Aegon was different. Ylien was Aegon's cousin. Big cousin. I know, but... Princess Dorne's big black eyes looked around and said softly, That should be an imposter, right? The corner of Tyrion's mouth twitched. Eldest cousin sister and eldest cousin brother were really siblings. You can be suspicious, but there is no clear evidence to prove that Prince Aegon is an imposter. Hee. If my aunt's child was still alive, anyone who took him in would ask my father for help as long as they still had a brain. At least, they would tell him. Then, does Varys have a brain? Ylien smiled charmingly, but her tone was filled with obvious disdain. This was indeed a question that could take one's life. If Uncle Dowling could not be trusted, then there was no need to ask him for help in the future. If he could not be trusted 18 years ago, then he would be even more untrustworthy 18 years later. If Uncle Dowling could be trusted, then he and Dorne would be an important pillar of support in the future. If he could be trusted now, then he would definitely be trusted 18 years ago. Since he could be trusted, why not trust him? Tyrion sighed in his heart. A man and a woman quickly came to Tessa's side. The dwarf climbed up first and pulled the Dorne princess in front of him enthusiastically. He hugged her and pulled the reins. Amidst the woman's excited cheers, the pterosaur leaped and spread its wings to soar. In an instant, they rose into the blue sky. Clouds that looked like cotton candy floated around them. The golden sun seemed to be hanging above their heads. Several small islands were like black dots on the dark blue tablecloth. Looking down, the savage town that had 10,000 people living in had also become a piece of tofu. This is great. The feeling of flying is nothing compared to riding a horse. Yin's cheeks were flushed. She turned around and kissed the dwarf's ugly face. With a soft and warm body in his arms, the little demon raised his head. An hour later, Yin looked at the blue sky in front of her with misty eyes. A gentle breeze blew the wet hair on her forehead. Her body was languid and weak. What kind of person is Danny Rise? Her voice was a little hoarse, but her tone was less polite and more direct than before. A powerful queen that cannot be provoked. We can only submit to her, Tyrion said weakly. My father wants Quentyn to marry her, and then take back the Iron Throne with the power of Dorne, Yin said. Tyrion leaned back on the dragon's saddle. His chin rested on the Dorne princess's soft and delicate shoulder. He was immersed in her charm and muttered, "Give up on that idea. If she wants something, she will only use her own strength and wisdom to obtain it. Compromise, marriage, cooperation, and so on. None of them exist. In her eyes, she is the current of the new era. Others only have two choices. Either follow her lead and join in, or be washed away by the water like garbage on a rainy day." Very domineering, but not wise. Marriage is the best way to reduce resistance. Compromise is the highest art of governance. My father is very happy that Quentyn is valued by her, but he will not sacrifice his life for his son's title. The misty look in Yin's eyes lessened. Hee, do you know what she said about your Dorne's legendary hero, Nymeria? The dwarf chuckled. Tell me about it, Yin said with interest. Nymeria is a great heroine. What's wrong with that? Do you think she's wrong? The Dorne princess was puzzled. There's also another sentence. Nymeria is a great heroine, but Danny Rise is the most unprecedented empress. Yin was stunned. Heroes are never free. Empresses are unrestrained. If you don't use marriage as a condition for the alliance, she might have taken a liking to your brother. She said that he is a good person, but I heard that she keeps her promise. Targaryen. Her words are like a mountain. Yin frowned. My dear, keeping her promise is her virtue. She is the most arrogant person in her personality. These are not contradictory. Back then, how much did the cruel Meg hate the church? Didn't she follow the rules and carry out the trial of the seven with the church's warriors? The contract that Quentyn brought has nothing to do with Danny Rise. Her name is not even on it. How do you expect her to keep her promise? Moreover, the contract is binding on both parties. It is obvious that you Dornishmen broke my promise. Yin was furious. She turned around and pinched the little demon's head. Tyrion rolled his eyes and shouted, "Princess, please spare me. If you don't want to hear the truth, I have a lot of words to make you happy." Yin smiled seductively. She gently and slowly twirled it around her waist and picked it up again. Small person. Ghost. Big guy. Speak clearly. How did we break our promise? May I ask how old are you, princess? The dwarf narrowed his eyes and said with a groan. You don't know? Yin asked. Sigh, you are almost 25 years old this year. You are at least 10 years away from adulthood, right? The second son of the Duke of the Western region received a perfect aristocratic education. Not to mention the birthday of the Dorne princess, he knew the situation of the children of the famous count families in the Seven Kingdoms. You think I'm old? Old? I'm 3 years older than you. Tyrion shook his head and sighed. I got married late because no one wanted to marry me. Actually, since I was 14 years old, my father had been trying to arrange a marriage for me. He didn't care about me until I was 24 years old. He despaired. It wasn't that he didn't care about me. When I was 26 years old, he finally found me a young and beautiful virgin of noble birth. Speaking of this, the dwarf's eyes flashed with a mixture of sadness, regret, and sorrow. To be honest, other than not allowing him to inherit Casterly Rock, the old lion was barely a qualified father. As for Tessa, it was not targeted at anyone. The patriarchal old lion was extremely harsh to every child in the family. Cersei and Jaime were not any happier than the dwarf. Tyrion could use a joking tone to boast about killing his father in front of anyone. Only to himself, he had to tell the truth. He regretted it so much. He should not have gone to find his father that night. If he had followed Jaime's plan, he would have escaped the Red Keep and become a pure and innocent little demon. It would have been 10,000 times easier and happier than being an evil creature now. Perhaps he could let go of the evil thoughts in his heart. His mind would no longer be filled with revenge, Lannister, and Westeros. He could stay at Slaver's Bay and be a knight for the Dragon Queen. He could be a true knight like Barristan, like Clinton. Yes, he was an evil creature now. Patricide was the greatest crime in the world. If he was not an evil creature, who was? If he was a true degenerate like Cersei and Wade Fry, he would not be so tormented. Unfortunately, he was not. He was one of the few kind people in the Seven Kingdoms. Just like his brother Jaime, he had the true spirit of a great knight, but because of fate, he became the most shameful knight in the Seven Kingdoms. Both brothers were tormented by fate and did not know when they would be free. Jaime met his destined girl and was on the road to redemption. Tyrion met the Dragon Queen, it seemed like. Shaking his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts, Tyrion continued, if Prince Adulan strictly adhered to the sacred marriage contract with Sir William Darry, he should have secretly married you to Viserys after you reached adulthood. At least, the poor second prince would have known that he had a fiancée. Chapter 560. Elaine's expression changed and she said, Robert was still alive at that time. If he knew about our marriage with the Targaryens, what would have happened to Dorne? If that's the case, then let's not talk about the contract anymore. If my sister wasn't so despicable, the unfortunate Robert would probably still be alive and could even live for another 20 years. Are you planning to marry Old Way's second prince when you're 50 years old? Even if the prince is still alive, he must be too old to do it. Tyrion shrugged and joked. Go to hell. Elaine angrily slapped the dwarf and said, How many people have proposed to me over the years? Renly, Loras, Tully, Rob's uncle, and even that old bastard Walder Frey shamelessly sent marriage letters to my father. But my father has always kept the contract in mind and let me guard it for Prince Viserys. The dwarf opened his mouth and wanted to say, Don't try to lie to me. I'm also a Westeros and a famous know-it-all of the Seven Kingdoms and King's Landing. Princess Elaine's glorious deeds are no secret in the circle. Everyone says that you're more like your uncle, Prince Oberyn. He's a true Dornishman who eats both men and women, even sheep. You've been famous for your beauty since you were young. You've wandered the world and had countless lovers. You're also fascinated by handsome men or men with adventurous and forbidden temperaments. For example, I'm a winged dragon knight. For example, Renly. Although he's not very handsome, he's definitely one of the most handsome men in the Seven Kingdoms. He didn't propose to you at all. Instead, you seduced him time and time again. There's also the Knight of Flowers, Loras Tyrell, who's also very handsome. You even disregarded the thousands of years of blood feud between Dorne and the Riverbend and planned to elope with him. Loras himself didn't even know you were going to find him. In King's Landing, these stories were the same as Littlefinger stole the Tully sisters' virginity, Renly and Loras got together, Queen Cersei had an affair with someone, and the dwarf stayed up all night in a brothel. They were all talked about enthusiastically by people in the circle. Well, the little devil was the son of a duke, and Elaine was the daughter of a prince, duke. In modern society, they were the standard insiders. Then your father should have at least told Viserys, was all he could say. You don't understand. My father has been observing the second prince, but he was fine when he was young, but when he grew up, he slowly became irritable, just like the Mad King. If he were to find out about my marriage with Dorne, he would definitely run to Dorne to look for me. He might even announce it to the entire world. For Dwayne's safety, father even hid it from me. How could he take the risk on the Mad Prince too? Elaine said, Sigh, that's where the problem lies. You guys don't want to take the risk, but you want to reap the rewards. Is that even possible? Tyrion said helplessly. Elaine shook her head and sighed. It's not that we don't want to take the risk, but my father is very cautious. Just 3 years ago, He was going to arrange for me to go to the other side of the narrow sea to serve Lord Tyroshi. He wanted to take the opportunity to meet the prince and tell him about the sacred marriage. Unfortunately, after a few months, news of his death at the hands of the Horse King arrived. Tyrion sneered. In the end, you guys still despise the second prince, who has nothing. When he had nothing, you guys never thought of looking for him. When he became the second uncle of the strongest Horse King in the Dothraki Sea and was about to gain the loyalty of tens of thousands of roaring warriors, Prince Dawson was ready to send you to bond with him. Elaine narrowed her eyes and looked at the dwarf. You are also the son of a duke? How can you say something so naive? He has nothing, and his character is not good. Of course, we ignored him. With the power of Dorne alone, we can't take the Iron Throne. When he has the capital to call himself king, even if we don't get a return on our investment, at least we won't lose money. We can also tolerate his character flaws. The dwarf was stunned on the spot and was speechless. Now, I have told you about the Dragon Queen's character and way of doing things. Can you also tell me about Prince Dawson's thoughts? He changed the topic. The little demon was never stupid. He knew that this was not just because of his nature. The Dornese wanted to understand the Dragon Queen through him, but he knew the other party's goal. He still chose to tell them the truth and make the most accurate judgment for them, because he also had a request. Elaine looked at the dwarf deeply and said, the Dragon Queen rejected the marriage alliance with Quentyn. My father was very disappointed, but he was not angry, because Dorne only wants revenge. He wants to seek justice from Lannister for my aunt's death. We don't have any extravagant hopes for the Iron Throne other than marriage. If the Queen officially challenges the Iron Throne in the future, Dorne will support her just like when Aerys was in the past. He can even make Quentyn her White Knight. But that's all. Dorne will not be the main force, and will not use the power of the whole country to help her. Oh, very wise. The Queen will most likely be able to accept it. Tyrion nodded. His eyes flashed as he said, but now, there is an additional variable. Aegon. Aegon. Elaine's beautiful face showed a hint of difficulty. After a while, she sighed and said, if he does not meet my father personally and obtain my father's approval, Dorne will not give him any substantial help. Sigh. It is also Dany Rise's fault. Otherwise, things would not be so troublesome. Blame her? What does she have to do with this? Tyrion asked curiously. If Viserys is still alive, it does not matter whether Aegon is real or fake. I will marry him according to the holy marriage contract. His inheritance rights are far above Aegon, Elaine said. Without a doubt, Viserys's inheritance rights were higher than Aegon's. First of all, Viserys was definitely a Targaryen. The people of the Seven Kingdoms knew and recognized him. Aegon's background was unknown, and his identity was uncertain. Even if Liga was still alive, and Aegon was really his son, would Liga's inheritance rights be higher than Second Brother Ways? No. Because Liga had violated the holy marriage contract, he would lose his inheritance rights like Prince Flay, the male dragon who broke off the marriage contract. Secondly, an older brother who grew up with her would definitely be closer to her than a nephew who appeared out of nowhere. Who would the Dragon Queen support? You think that Viserys's death is related to the Dragon Queen? Tyrion asked with a strange expression. Hee. Horse King Drogo poured a jar of golden liquid on her brother's head in front of her. During that time, she did not say a single word to prevent the tragedy from happening. Elaine sneered. You know quite a lot, Tyrion said. Viserys is still my fiancé. I can't marry him. At least I have to know how he died. Elaine said with disappointment. Then tell me, why did she want her brother to die? Tyrion asked. Elaine hesitated and shook her head. Previously, I thought that she wanted the Iron Throne. Without Viserys, she would be the only Targaryen. But now, from her actions, it seems that she does not have such an urgent desire for the Iron Throne. Perhaps, with the presence of dragons and the prosperity of Slave Bay, her mentality had changed. But no matter what, she is responsible for Viserys's death. I can imagine the despair Viserys felt when he placed his hopes on his only family in a tent filled with barbarian centaurs, but did not receive any response. Your emotions are really cute. Tyrion chuckled. What, am I wrong? I am not the only one in the Seven Kingdoms who thinks so. Elaine frowned. If I did not understand centaur customs, I would have the same thoughts as you. Sighing, Tyrion slowly explained, first, you have to understand that when 14-year-old Dany Rhys married Drogo, it was not a Westeros marriage. Instead, she was sold to the Horse King like a slave. Her selling price was 20,000 Dothrak roaring warriors. This, Elaine was shocked and said in disbelief, they had a wedding in Pentos. This is not contradictory. He bought her to be his wife. Also, do you think that Calixi's position is equal to that of a queen? In most colossus, the Khaal's horse has a higher position than Calixi. So, among the centaurs, there has never been a situation where Calixi is the regent after the Khaal dies. But I heard that she has a group of loyal centaur warriors under her command. That is because she is strong. Her current colossus are made up of two types of centaurs. They are either her original Kars or the centaur slaves that she freed in the past few years. Her centaur husband has 50,000 roaring warriors and 100,000 centaur tribes. But her original Kars was less than 100. The rest of the centaurs left her the moment Drogo died, and some even became her enemies. If my sister was in her position, she would not even be able to get past the Red Wasteland. So, even if the Mad King was reborn or Rhaega was alive, if the Horse King wanted to kill them, she would not be able to stop him. Then she should at least try. Instead of remaining silent, Elaine muttered. Hee, you can try to draw your sword in Horse King City. Other than the Dragon Queen, anyone who tries to use force in Horse King City will only end up dead. Moreover, Viserys pointed his sword at Drogo's wife's pregnant stomach in front of several Khaals and threatened to kill his son. Other than killing his second brother-in-law, Drogo had no other choice. Now that I think about it, your father did the right thing. What is scarier than marrying the Mad King is marrying a Mad King who has no power and no crown. The two of them were silent for a moment before Tyrion asked, How is my niece, Myrcella? Why are you suddenly asking about this? Elaine was surprised. You forgot that I was the one who sent her to Dorne. If something happens to her, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. Tyrion looked at the Princess of Dorne and said, I'm sorry, she is not good. Elaine turned her head away, not daring to look into her lover's eyes. I harmed her. Uncle Oberyn's death made me lose my mind and try to— Tyrion waved his hand and interrupted her. I know that the Dark Star cut off her ears and cut her face. I only want to ask how she is now. She is a strong and brave child. My father had sent people to High Hidden City to search for Giro Dane to avenge Myrcella, but Giro went to Bravos and became Dany Rhys's White Knight. What do you mean by she is? Or is Giro a spy that she planted in Dorne? He is looking for opportunities to destroy the relationship between Dorne and the Iron Throne. Elaine was ashamed and confused. My dear, your imagination is too rich. She had just stepped onto the land of Westeros for the first time. Chapter 561. Tyrion did not know whether to laugh or cry. That time, she was supposed to go to young Halberd City to meet your father. It was purely an accident that she met the Dark Star. Meet my father? Why didn't she go? Elaine asked anxiously. She went to young Halberd City and circled around the Sun Tower. Your father was at Flowing Water Garden, Tyrion said uncertainly. Sigh. According to the time she arrived at the old town, my father is really at Flowing Water Garden. Elaine sighed regretfully. Can I bring Messai back? Tyrion suddenly asked. Seeing his serious expression, Elaine became curious and asked, You dare to return to King's Landing? No. I'll bring her to Slaver's Bay and hand her over to the Dragon Queen as a hostage. She's your niece. 7 layers of hell. Do you hate your sister that much? Elaine asked in disbelief. You don't understand. I'm saving her. To the current Lannister, the safest place in the world was Dany Rhys. Well, except for me. What did you do with Princess Elaine? After the adulterous couple finished their business, they roared in the sky for more than an hour. It was not until the gold and red dusk appeared in the west that they flew over the golden, empty ocean and landed in the town of savages where the houses were arranged in the shape of the letter Hui. Princess Yelene walked away with a satisfied expression. Barristan immediately called out to the dwarf. Hey, we're a perfect match. She's like dry wood, and I'm like fire. What can we do? What does it have to do with you? Tyrion said lazily. Tyrion, I have to remind you. Now that you're serving Her Majesty, you should at least be loyal. White Knight said sternly. I swear, I did not betray the Queen. Tyrion raised his hand and said, She did ask me about the Queen's personality and behavior, and I did tell her. However, this is the most basic rule between nobles. Unless Her Majesty sees Dorne as her mortal enemy, it's necessary to understand and communicate with each other. You might not believe me, but just now, I resolved a misunderstanding between Princess Elaine and the Queen. When I return to Slave Bay, I will report to His Majesty the way the Dornishmen do things and think. Yes, I'm the bridge between Her Majesty and Dorne Hill. I'm working. Barristan opened his mouth, but did not know how to refute the dwarf's fallacious reasoning. He could only mutter, You should leave now. The shapeshifter has already packed and can depart immediately. No, it's not easy to fly thousands of kilometers at a time. I have to make a trip back to the Westeros. Tyrion shook his head. Where are you going? White Knight frowned. What a coincidence. Today is the day my sister and you Luwin are getting engaged. I have to go to King's Landing to give the newlyweds a gift, Tyrion said with a grin. Are you crazy? The expression on Old Ba's face was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Tyrion shrugged and smiled meaningfully. Sir, think about it. If I wanted to betray the Queen, why would I tell you in advance? Also, do you think my sister will accept me? What do you want to do? Old Ba looked at him coldly. No matter what I do, I will explain it to Her Majesty later. Tyrion did not even take his supper. Instead, he set out in the red and gold of the sunset. He was not alone. He was accompanied by a strong shapeshifter. The imp was right about one thing. Today was the day of Cersei and Yu Luwin's wedding. According to Prince Regent Kevin's plan, his niece and Yu Luwin would be engaged today. Tomorrow, Tywin would leave Carlin Bay. The day after tomorrow, his annoying niece and niece's son-in-law would be out of his sight. The couple would go west along the Mander River to High Court and complete the final negotiations with the Tyrells. Tywin would return the Shield Islands and receive a ransom from High Court. The Seven Kingdoms would be unified and peaceful again. In this way, he could spare all his energy to deal with the Holy Sparrow and Holy Dany. The Holy Sparrow and Holy Dany were still too far away. When he thought of Lannister and the Iron Throne finally getting rid of that stinky and sticky Cersei, Sir Kevin smiled at the banquet. He was in a good mood and drank a few more cups. When White Knight Boros Bronn woke him up, the Prince Regent was still a little confused. Your Majesty, I am sorry to disturb your rest, but there is a little boy outside Meg Tower asking to see you. He said that Preceptor Pycelle has received important news and requests to meet with the Prince Regent immediately. What time is it now? The Prince Regent sat up and asked, rubbing his face. Your Majesty, it is 3:00 in the morning. It is almost dawn, Knight Bronn said. It is so late. Why not wait until dawn? What is it that is so urgent? Although Kevin was complaining, he immediately woke up and began to put on his clothes with the help of 2 lion golden armor guards. Black Wings brought black news. Something big must have happened for Pycelle to be in such a hurry. I asked, but the child doesn't know anything. Why don't you stay in the bedroom and I will bring Preceptor Pycelle here? Knight Bronn said, Forget it. I will go myself. It is freezing and snowing outside. The old Preceptor is already 85 years old, and he has been through the agitation of being paraded around the streets by the doctors. Let's not torture him anymore. Unlike Cersei and Tyrion, who were harsh and cold to Pycelle, Sir Kevin respected and relied on the Preceptor from the bottom of his heart. He knew how loyal and wise Pycelle was to Lannister. During Aerys' time, he was in the dragon camp, but his heart was in the lion camp. In the end, he caused the death of the Mad King's entire family. It was Pycelle who persuaded the Mad King to open the city gates and let Tywin in. During Robert's time, not only did he keep quiet about Cersei's affairs, but he also killed Jon Arryn, the first foster father of power who discovered the secret. Littlefinger instigated Lisa to poison Jon Arryn. However, It was a slow-acting poison and could be saved. Pycelle chased away Scholar Common, who was treating the old man. Incidentally, Scholar Common was the exclusive scholar of the Aaron family, just like Master Lewin was in Winterfell. However, he betrayed old John. Pycelle did not allow him to continue treating John, so he did not care about himself anymore. During Tommen's time, Pycelle also worked hard to clean up the mess left by Cersei. He was even the one who gave Kevin the title of regent. The regent was willing to give preferential treatment to such an old loyal official. The child who delivered the letter was 12 or 13 years old. He was wrapped in a faded sheepskin jacket and stood under the drawbridge, his neck shrunk and his feet stamping. He was a clever little apprentice. Kevin had seen him a few times in the crow's nest. The Red Castle was divided into two castles. The Meg Tower in the inner layer belonged to the royal family. It was surrounded by a 4-meter-thick city wall and a dry moat with iron spikes. Other than the drawbridge, there was almost no other way in or out. Around the Meg Tower, there was the crow's nest where the Grand Tutor lived, the Hand of the King's Prime Minister's Tower, the White Knight's White Sword Tower, the hall where court meetings were held, the Holy Church, the Virgin's residence, the dungeon, and so on. The drawbridge was lowered. Sir Kevin walked out of the gate under the protection of a White Knight and 8 golden lion guards. Seeing the little apprentice's red and cracked face, the regent stopped and took out 2 copper coins from his pocket. He handed them over and said, "Go in and ask the guards for a glass of wine to warm up." Crunch, crunch. Under the bleak and cold full moon, the group of people left a trail of messy footprints in the snow from the inner courtyard to their bare feet. Is there really going to be a long night? Looking at the tower and stone path that seemed to be covered by a white blanket, and then looking at the icicles that looked like spears under the eaves, Sir Kevin suddenly had a bad feeling. The scholars were used to living in the crow's nest. Even the Grand Tutor's room was under the crow's nest. A maid under the tower received the regent and left 8 guards behind. Kevin and the White Knight Bronn pushed open the door to the Grand Tutor's room. Immediately, a warm red light with the smell of wine hit their faces. The fireplace was burning. There were 2 chairs in front of the fireplace with their backs against the door. From Sir Kevin's perspective, he could see half of Grand Tutor Pycelle's bald head sticking out of one of the chairs. The other chair was empty. Perhaps it was prepared for him. There was a small table beside the 2 chairs. There were 2 bottles of golden wine and 2 glasses on it. Kevin stood at the door and stomped his feet. He shook off the snow on his boots and cloak to the ground. Then, he untied the thick golden lion cloak and stepped into the room. "Grand Tutor, why did you call me over so late at night?" The regent handed the cloak to the White Knight and walked towards the fireplace. "Your nephew is back," a voice by the fireplace replied. "Jaime, is..." Kevin just opened his mouth and his expression suddenly changed. He said in disbelief, "Tyrion." "Shh, lower your voice." The high-backed chair beside Pycelle turned around, revealing the dwarf nestled in it. Tyrion had a smile on his face, but he held a short crossbow in each hand. One was aimed at the old uncle, and the other at the White Knight. "Don't move." The White Knight Bronn was thinking that he had armor and might be able to fight a wave. Then, a dark shadow quietly approached from behind him, and a cold blade pressed against his throat. The White Knight immediately turned into a stone statue. He stood obediently with his hands by his side, motionless. "This is the White Knight. Ha ha ha." Tyrion tossed his crossbow onto the thick Myrish rug and rocked back and forth in his armchair, laughing. "Uncle, if you bring a prostitute here, she can at least scream. I wonder, my father was wise and mighty all his life. Why did he find this trash again?" During the rebellion of the 4 kings, Cersei was worried that her son would fall into the evil hands of Tyrion. So she arranged for Boros Bronn to escort Tommen away from the King's Landing. Previously, Tyrion ignored Cersei's objection and sent Myrcella to Dorne for a marriage alliance. The imp arranged for the clansmen to disguise themselves as bandits and rob them halfway. The White Knight did not resist and directly handed Tommen over. For this, he became the second White Knight to be expelled by Cersei. When Tywin was in control of the King's Landing, he called back the coward knight again and entered the palace for a second time. At this moment, being mocked by Tyrion to be worse than a prostitute, the White Knight's face turned red, but he did not dare to say a word. So Cersei was right. You have been hiding in the Red Keep and causing trouble, Kevin said with a pale face. Sigh. Now I finally understand why everyone says that Westeros are poor and remote. They are too uninformed. To think that I am the Wildfire General, a second-grade officer who has obtained the Yellow Magua, and have done a few shocking things in Slaver's Bay. Uncle, you don't know anything about it at all. Tyrion shook his head. Slaver's Bay? Kevin was stunned and said in anger, You have joined Dany Rise, and now you are here to kill me? Chapter 562. If I wanted to kill you, you would have died a long time ago. Tyrion handed him a glass of wine and said, Have a glass of wine. When your anger has subsided, we can have a good talk. Kevin looked deeply at his nephew. He did not take the glass of wine, nor did he care about the restrained White Knight. He strode to Pycelle's side and began to examine him. What did you do to him? He drank a glass of poppy milk and fell asleep. Tyrion shrugged and put the glass back on the table. I would never have thought that you would kill your father. That scene would not happen even in my darkest nightmare. Kevin stood up straight and looked down at Tyrion with a complicated expression. Sigh, I have thought of that scene many times, but it was not directed at my father, but my sister. Perhaps there are ghosts in the Red Keep. I was possessed by the Mad King, Rhaegar, Princess Dorne, Princess Lelia. I was possessed by countless Targaryen ghosts and could not control myself. Tyrion mocked. What do you want to say? Repent to me? Kevin said coldly. What's the use of repenting to you? Even a sparrow can communicate with the Holy Mother. Can you? The dwarf laughed strangely. Then why are you looking for me? Tyrion put away the mocking expression on his face and said seriously, For Lannister. For Lannister, you should not have killed my brother, your father. Kevin said sternly. Sigh, uncle, I still have the Dragon Queen's mission on me. I don't have much time. If we keep repeating this topic, I'm afraid we will not get anything done today. Tyrion sighed. Kevin narrowed his eyes and sized up the dwarf. The green helmet, green armor, and green cloak made him look majestic and spirited. Especially the roaring lion head on his chest, the emblem of Lannister's clan. His expression softened. This nephew of his had killed his king, his father, and his father. He had committed all sorts of crimes, but at least he hadn't forgotten Lannister's identity. The Prince Regent dragged a chair from the side and sat opposite the dwarf. He said faintly, How did you get in? Hee, you should be asking me how I got out last time. Tyrion winked and laughed again. Kevin's expression turned solemn. Could it be that the secret passage is really connected to every part of the Red Castle? There was a secret passage in the Tower of the Prime Minister that led outside the Red Keep. This was discovered after Tywin's death, but Cersei burned the Tower of the Prime Minister to the ground with wildfire. Tyrion shook his head. The secret passage is too complicated. I don't know where it leads to, but it was clear that Varys knew. Uncle, you made a stupid and fatal mistake. You knew that someone with bad intentions was in control of the secret passageway of the Red Castle, but you let him do as he pleased. Today, I can directly sneak into the crow's nest from outside the city and threaten Paziel to send someone to invite you over. Tomorrow, there will be someone else who can do the same thing. Or, do you think that Varys is kind to you and Lannister? Sir Kevin could not refute the facts. He sighed. I have also arranged for people to explore the secret passage, but as you said, it is too big and too complicated. 7 or 8 people died and still could not figure out the direction of the passage. Since we can't control it, but the enemy can easily use it, then we will destroy it. Tyrion said faintly. Destroy it? Kevin's body trembled. At first, he had a look of disbelief, but after thinking carefully for a while, he suddenly felt that he was really stupid. The Lion family's old dog sighed. You are right. Dangerous things that can't be controlled should be destroyed. But the secret passage is huge and under the Red Castle. How can we do it without damaging the foundation? If we fill it with soil, it will be too much work. He frowned and asked. Hee. Tyrion laughed eerily and said in a low voice, How do hunters hunt? You can arrange for people to set up hundreds of traps inside. There is an 80% chance that they will catch the big rat in the dark. You mean? Kevin glanced at the man with messy hair who was holding White Knight hostage. He also lowered his voice so that only he and Tyrion could hear. Varys is still under the Red Castle? He did not go to Slaver's Bay, so he must be at King's Landing. He will attack you sooner or later. Just as the Dragon Queen said, Lannister's enemies would be happy to see Cersei put on a clown show on the Iron Throne. You are the pillar of support for the Iron Throne and Lannister. You are the first target that all enemies want to take down. This is why I took the risk to come here today, Tyrion said confidently. Kevin was not moved by his nephew's compliment. He had always been clear about his position. He only asked in confusion, "Didn't Varys save you?" "Jaime and I were both used by him." Tyrion's ugly face was gloomy. His heterochromatic eyes flashed with hatred and regret. He gritted his teeth and said, "I am guilty. I do not deny it. But that was also a trap set up by Varys. He created the conditions for my patricide." "Did he give you the crossbow? Or did he hold your hand and pull the trigger?" Kevin's eyes were cold. He was disgusted by his nephew's sophistry. "Forget it." Tyrion waved his hand and sighed. "Since the Holy Mother has appeared, I also have the resolve to go to the 7th level of hell to reunite with my father. I just want to remind you that you are very dangerous now. Varys, Cersei, and Stark all want to kill you. They have the means to kill you easily." Kevin was touched for a moment, but he still said expressionlessly, "I have 10,000 warriors of the West." "Haha, luckily you did not say, 'I am the Prince Regent, I have a White Knight,'" Tyrion said with a smile as he pointed at the White Knight in the corner of the door. "I will set a trap in the secret passage and make sure Varys does not return. Your sister married you Lewin yesterday. I will arrange for her to leave King's Landing tomorrow. Stark, other than your reckless wife, is there any other Stark alive?" Kevin said slowly, "Don't underestimate Varys. He is not alone. Illyrio of Pintos is supporting him. The funds he used to train Little Bird all came from the spice merchants." Tyrion had no loyalty to Varys and Illyrio. Without hesitation, he told them Aegon's secret. "This is too scary. What are they trying to do?" Kevin was shocked. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Tyrion laughed coldly as he revealed another big secret. "I am not sure about Aegon's mother's identity, but I am 90% sure that he is Illyrio's son. They want to use Targaryen's name to usurp the Iron Throne. That fatty is too arrogant. Does he really think that he and Varys are the only two smart people in this world? In Pintos, he showed me a statue of him when he was young and a portrait of his wife Syra. Unfortunately, I also met Prince Rhaegar and Princess Illyrio at the same time. When we were still at the Lorne, I was already suspicious of little Aegon's identity. When they first met, little Aegon had dyed his hair blue to disguise his identity. Even Clinton and Ashera had called him by his alias. Everything was hidden from Tyrion. Then, the difference between the mercenary Griffin's son and Aegon's son, and the difference between Prince Aegon and a fake prince, which was greater. Clearly, the former to the latter was like a linear equation to addition and subtraction. Since Tyrion could solve difficult junior high math problems, why would he make mistakes in elementary math? But what did the Targaryen family's rotten business have to do with him, a Lannister? He only wanted to borrow power for revenge, or perhaps redemption. Therefore, he did not hesitate to bury the secret in his heart. He even took the initiative to help Aegon confirm his identity as Rhaegar and Illyrio. However, he decided not to hide it from his uncle. 7 gods above. Kevin was shocked. His face was pale and his body swayed. I can't handle this situation. It's your father. You shouldn't have killed him." His thoughts were in a mess, and he spoke incoherently. Tyrion rubbed his temples tiredly and sighed. "My father has already gone to the 7 hells. Let's not disturb him anymore, okay?" Kevin glared at his nephew and said, "Since you suspect Aegon, why did you encourage him to fight for the Iron Throne?" "I want revenge. If the devil can help me, I will also pledge my loyalty to it. Moreover, Prince Aegon is a good person. I like him far more than Joffrey and Tommen." Tyrion said matter-of-factly, "You killed Joffrey and Tywin. You are the root of all evil. Who else do you want to take revenge on?" Sigh, "I don't know. After killing my father, I hated Cersei. I wish that all the Westeros would be killed by the other ghosts, including you and Jaime." Tyrion looked at his uncle and said. Kevin did not scold him. He only sighed helplessly and said, "Perhaps Tywin was too harsh on you." He somewhat understood his nephew's state that day. A child with love in his heart fell into that situation. Love would only make him more miserable. Hatred was the only thing that could keep him alive. "What about now?" the regent asked. "Now?" Tyrion shrugged and laughed. "Uncle, do you know? I am a dragon knight, a pterosaur knight. The dragon queen gave me a pterosaur. I call her Tessa." "Pterosaur?" Danny Liz went to Sosrith Rainforest to tame a pterosaur? Kevin furrowed his brows. He wasn't surprised by his nephew's reaction, but rather worried. "You can find the answer to this question yourself. The upper echelons of the Alliance know. But don't ask me. I am the Queen's knight now." Tyrion did not wait for his uncle to ask and continued, "Tessa gave me a new life. My wish now is to live freely." Lannister in Casterly Rock was saved from the Dragon Queen's flames of revenge. "I will be satisfied if I give Littlefinger retribution. If Cersei really went to the Iron Islands and let the salty and cold sea breeze crack her delicate face and turn her into a wrinkled old woman, I will definitely forgive her for hurting me. Unfortunately, I know her too well. Everyone's pursuit is the nourishment for her to live. The right to do as she pleases is like the air she breathes. Just like a fish cannot leave the water, Cersei is also unwilling to leave the King's Landing stage. So, Uncle, you must be careful these few days. Do not interact with her in the Queen Dowager's palace, especially when Yuluen is present. You must be wary of the Dragon Queen and deal with my sister. I am her uncle. I spared no effort and poured my heart and soul into protecting her son's country." Kai Feng said solemnly. "You are reasoning with my sister?" Tyrion sneered. "Why revenge on Littlefinger?" Sir Kevin changed the topic. The Prince Regent still did not believe that his niece would harm him. He only thought that Tyrion was too biased against Cersei. He was the one who started the war between the lion and the wolf. He and Old Rose murdered Joffrey. He was also the one who stole Sansa. Tyrion's face twisted. "Sansa is in Arryn Valley? You are in Slaver's Bay. How do you know this secret?" Kevin frowned. "The Dragon Queen told me. She has already seen through Littlefinger." Chapter 563. Kevin shook his head when he heard his nephew's slander towards Littlefinger. The Arryn Valley is a powerful force, and it currently listens to the Iron Throne. Littlefinger is of low birth, and even his position as Valley Guardian was only secured with our support. He won't be stupid. Uncle, why don't you invite him to the King's Landing as the regent? Let's see if he dares to come. Tyrion smiled. Kevin's expression changed. He had indeed invited Littlefinger, but Littlefinger had rejected him without any hesitation. What does he gain from murdering Joffrey? What can he gain from the rebellion of the Four Princes? Chaos. Tyrion sighed. The Dragon Queen is still the one who sees things more clearly. We are all in the situation, and it's hard for us to understand. We should listen to Danny Rise's words the other way around. Don't you understand that? Kevin sneered. Are you sure? Tyrion was not impatient. Instead, he laughed strangely. She said that other than your lack of courage, your talent is not inferior to my father's. She also said that she has never seen an idiot like Cersei who played a good hand so badly. According to your logic, you are an idiot and Cersei is wise and powerful? Kevin did not expect the Dragon Queen to have such a high opinion of him. He was inexplicably happy, but also embarrassed. He blushed and changed the topic. You warned me to be careful of Varys, Cersei, and Stark, but how did Sansa Stark hurt me? Stark's family is not completely dead. The only confirmed dead person is Robb. 7 gods above, Robb was also resurrected by my sister. Tyrion lowered his voice and looked serious, but he suddenly thought of Robb's head. He could not help but groan and slap his forehead. He lamented. The Dragon Queen was right. Stark's family is all monsters. You also know about the trial by martial arts? Kevin asked curiously. Dragonstone Island also sent a representative to participate. Professor Marwyn was the one who notified Slave Bay. Tyrion said with a natural expression. That isn't Rob. There are many people in the world who look alike. Kevin said with an unnatural expression. I hope you can say the same thing to Lady Catelyn one day, Tyrion sneered. Catelyn Tully? Lady Stoneheart of the Riverlands is Catelyn. The red-robed monk of Mill revived her. That's impossible. How can a dead person come back to dash? Kevin stopped halfway through his sentence. The times have changed. Perhaps the long night is real, and the gods are showing their miracles. Tyrion sighed. Damn it, I get it now. Kevin's expression suddenly turned ugly. Jaime might have been captured by Lady Stoneheart. Cersei had purposely arranged for someone to spread the news of her engagement to you Lewin and Riverlands, hoping to lure Jaime out. If Lady Stoneheart is really Catelyn, then he must be trapped. He once swore to Lady Catelyn that he would release Sansa and Arya once he was free, but, sigh. Jaime, he is an adult. He should be responsible for his oath. We are powerless to interfere. Tyrion was stunned for a moment, then said softly, I heard from the Dragon Queen that Stark was blessed by the old gods. His children all have the strongest transfiguration talent. What are you talking about? Transfiguration? Reality is not a legend. Kevin frowned. Uncle, if it wasn't for the mysterious power, why would I risk my life to warn you? Listen to what I say. Don't doubt me. I hope to help you and Casterly Rock as long as I don't expose secrets that harm the Queen's interests. After all, I am also Lannister. Tyrion smiled bitterly. Speak, Kevin said in a low voice. Transfiguration can merge their souls into an animal's body. If the transfiguration is smart enough, it is easy to kill someone. For example, find a rat as an animal companion, smear poison on its claws, sneak into the palace in the middle of the night, and do it to you and Tomon. The children of the House of Stark can do this easily, especially Arya Stark. She is not only a transfiguration talent, but also a faceless one. Ugh, Dany was indeed a bit of a blabbermouth, spilling all kinds of secrets. Tyrion was such a careful and shrewd person. He secretly heard and memorized many secrets of the Westeros. There were secrets, and there were also spoiler-like speculations. It was not Dany's fault for blabbering. In reality, she was thousands of miles away in Slave Bay, surrounded by many trusted people. She rarely hid secrets that had nothing to do with her. To put it bluntly, even if the whole world knew that Arya was a bloodchild, so what? Arya was not her daughter. Forget about Arya. Even the secrets of the three-eyed crow Blinden were often mentioned by Dany and Ymont in front of everyone. To put it bluntly, these secrets would only affect the people involved. It had nothing to do with Dany. In fact, the more people who knew about it, the better it was for her. Would Arya treat her as a friend? Would Blinden treat her as a family member? Would Uncle Fingers swear loyalty to her? That was impossible. 7 gods above, are you telling the truth? Kevin said in fear. The Queen does not treat me as an outsider, and there is no need for her to lie to me. Or do you think that she is the kind of person who speaks without thinking? But now, you have betrayed her trust, Kevin said meaningfully. The Queen should be able to understand the actions of a vassal trying to protect his family. If I knew the secrets you revealed tonight, you would be dead, Kevin said calmly. Sigh, loyalty and filial piety have always been difficult to achieve. However, we are only halfway through today's matter. What comes next is the main event. So, don't be in a hurry to sentence me. Tyrion chuckled and waved his hand. He poured another cup of wine for himself and his uncle. Previously, I was the dwarf of the Lannister family, and I provided some good advice to my uncle to protect his family. Now, I am the Queen's Minister of Government Affairs, a second-grade official, a wildfire general, and a flying dragon knight. I hope that the Lannister family will surrender to the Queen unconditionally. In other words, give up the Iron Throne, hand over the tribesmen who harmed the Targaryens in the War of the Usurpers, and swear on the honor of their ancestors that Casterly Rock will forever be loyal to Queen Dany Rise and her children, and send hostages to serve as the queen's attendants or maids. Yes, Messiah or Tommen can atone for their grandfather and father's sins. Are you crazy? Do you know what you are saying? Kevin's eyes widened, as though he had seen a ghost. I am very clear-headed, more clear-headed than ever, Tyrion said seriously. You are crazy. Kevin shook his head. I told you to be wary of Varys, Cersei, and the House of Stark's assassins and shapeshifters. They can only harm you and indirectly endanger the entire Lannister family. The only thing I did not warn you about was the Dragon Queen. Why? Because you do not need to worry, and there is no use in worrying. If she wants to kill you, it will be easier than killing a dog. If she wants to destroy Casterly Rock and Lannister, it will not be harder than taking down New Guise. New Guise, the Pearl of the Summer Sea, the courtyard where the Western world sailed to the Eastern Jade Sea. Such a great city, but it is only a small part of the Queen's grand strategy. Tyrion pinched the pad of his little finger and gestured in front of his uncle. Queers, the hub that connects the Eastern world to the Western world. Because the Queen was unhappy, more than half of the royal family and wealthy merchants died, and hundreds of merchant ships were lost at the docks. Compared to Queers and New Guise, Casterly Rock and King's Landing are country bumpkins. If you do not go out, you will not know how big the world is. If you do not follow the Dragon Queen, you will not know how strong a person can be. No matter how strong she is still only one person, Kevin said. Now, she has almost single-handedly overturned the world. Uncle, believe me, this is the best choice for Lannister. Tyrion looked straight into the Prince Regent's eyes and said each word solemnly. Kevin said angrily, I have just quelled the chaos of the Seven Kingdoms, and Tommen's rule has just been stabilized, and you want me to give up the Iron Throne. Because of this, Lannister's act of giving up the Iron Throne is considered sincere. The Queen is not interested in the chaotic Seven Kingdoms. Tyrion said, If you were not the Prince Regent, if Cersei was still in power, I would not have come tonight. Uncle, you have to understand that your duty is to protect the family, not to help a bastard steal something that is not inferior to him and that he does not have the ability to possess. Tommen is your nephew. Kevin growled. I love Tommen, just like you love me. But Tommen's surname is Theon. Even if everyone knows that he is Lannister, he can never represent Lannister. His royal robes will always have the crest of the crowned stag. His descendants are the same. They will take the surname of Theon and inherit Theon glory and ancestral teachings. Perhaps, after 2 or 3 generations, Tommen's Theon dynasty will no longer have anything to do with Casterly Rock City in the west. Just like Theon and Targaryen. Using 100% of his strength to protect Theon's bastard kingdom, Lannister will only get a portion of the benefits, but he will have to bear all the responsibility if he fails the extermination of his family. Tommen will not survive. Giving up Tommen and his throne, we will only lose that portion of the benefits, but we will gain Casterly Rock City's eternal existence. Tommen will not die. You are a smart man. Can't you understand such a simple principle? Kevin's expression changed several times. After a long silence, he hesitated and said, Do we really not have any hope at all? Not at all, Tyrion said with certainty. Your father prepared thousands of scorpion crossbows in advance, Kevin said softly. Oh, father is mighty. Father is far-sighted. The dwarf raised his hand and cheered, then shook his head and said, Of course the scorpion crossbows are useful, but the Megalosaurus can also throw wildfire bullets in addition to spitting fire. Tyrion patted his chest and said proudly and helplessly, I am a second-grade wildfire general under Dragon Queen. Didn't Tauros also have 2,000 dragon-slaying crossbows? Weren't they burned to ashes by the Tyrion-oiled wildfire bullets I made? Believe me, I am an expert. An expert's words can't be wrong. She doesn't intend to abide by the oath of ending the long night as king? Kevin asked again. Tyrion smiled bitterly. If the long night is real, even if there are no deviant ghosts, can you survive 10 years of long winter? If the long night doesn't come, the oath will naturally become invalid. Kevin hesitated for a moment, thinking that his nephew was also thinking about Lannister's future, he decided to tell him another trump card of his side. You don't know, Yu Luin has the dragon's horn. Rumor has it that he was defeated by the combined forces of the Dragon Queen and the three dragons. Actually, if he wasn't greedy, he really had a chance to take the green dragon and the white dragon. If we have the Megalosaurus, our chances of turning the tables are not small, he said softly. I have seen things scarier than the dragon's horn in Tauros. Recalling the terror of the dragon slayer, Tyrion could not help but shiver. He smiled bitterly and said, Uncle, times have changed, and the mode of war has also changed. In the past, it was mortals fighting, but now? Chapter 564. Tyrion said bitterly, You don't even have the right to participate in the current war without supernatural powers, demigods, or true gods supporting you. Our Lannisters should just leave. Don't cause trouble, we can't afford it. Kevin also remembered the scene of Big Sparrow's resurrection and sighed. If you didn't lie on purpose to help Dragon Queen trick me, then the City of Knowledge's true world is really necessary. Hey, don't be naive. The people still want the world of Eversummer. What do you want me to do? Kevin was helpless, and his attitude began to change. Send that troublesome sister of mine away as soon as possible. Don't let any animals, such as cats, dogs, rats, or birds, come near you in Tomon. Immediately write a letter to Dragonstone Island to ask for forgiveness and loyalty. My father is dead, my brother Jaime is also missing, and if I put in a few good words in front of the Queen, there is a high chance that she will forgive me. Moreover, the Queen is fair and magnanimous. Even letting Stannis and Stark go, she will definitely give Jaime a fair trial. After the Iron Throne is handed over, the Lannister army stationed at King's Landing and Riverside can all be transferred back to Casterly Rock. At the same time, our family's gold can be used to buy food. As long as Casterly Rock has soldiers and food, we won't be afraid even if Changya comes. Kevin's expression was conflicted, his fists unconsciously clenched. Large beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead, and countless conflicting thoughts emerged in his mind. Rationally, he felt that the imp's words made sense. He was not his brother Tywin. He did not have the ambition to fight for the Iron Throne, nor did he have the ability to deal with the increasingly complicated situation. Not to mention the Dragon Queen. Just the pressure from the Holy Sun, Big Sparrow, was enough to make him breathless. If the deviant ghosts in Changya were really... Recently, there was news that many nobles had gone to Dragonstone Island to see the deviant ghosts. Even if Changya did not come to Lannister, what was the difference between the Dragon Queen and Changya? Both brought him and Lannister Everwinter. Take a step forward and you'll fall off a cliff. Take a step back and you'll be able to see the vast sea and sky. But his nephew wanted him to give up the Iron Throne. How could the Iron Throne be abandoned so easily? After a while, he wiped away the sweat on his head and stared straight at the dwarf, asking, Are you really not here to help the Dragon Queen earn money from me? Tyrion picked up the crossbow by his feet and shook it a few times. If I kill you, Tommen's rule will immediately collapse. Kevin's eyes darkened as he forced a smile. What do you want? Tyrion said bitterly. I just want to be loyal and filial. It's that simple, that's simple. I have sworn allegiance to the Queen several times before, and I do not wish to break my oath. But I cannot deny the fact that I am a Lannister. I do not wish for you to die. I do not wish for Aunt Xena to die. I do not wish for so many innocent cousins to die under the dragon's flames. I once had a nightmare. In the dream, I charged into battle for the Dragon Queen and killed Jaime, you, Aunt Xena, and countless Lannister. I did not even need to wake up. I cried in the dream. As long as you do not run away, it is not difficult to recognize your own heart. Kevin's eyes flashed. What if I refuse? You will not. This is the best choice. Tyrion said coldly. The cold wind whistled outside the window, and only the crackling of the fireplace could be heard in the room. The uncle and nephew looked at each other, and the air became heavy. Not far away, the Transfiguration user and White Knight felt as though a piece of lead was pressing down on their hearts. What if I refuse? Kevin repeated his previous words. Tyrion raised his crossbow and pointed it at his heart. he said coldly. There are too many people I want to save, and you are only one of them. Are you serious? Kevin raised his eyebrows. If I kill the diehards, the rational and weak ones will only hate me. Anyway, I have already killed my father. I am not afraid of bearing more sins. At most, I will go to the 7th level of hell. I do not care. The Queen's hands are not stained with Lannister's blood, and she does not need to worry about Lannister taking revenge on her in the future. It is the best of both worlds. If it were you, would you do it? Tyrion's voice did not have a trace of warmth. There was no other expression on his face besides indifference. You have the courage to kill your father, the courage to point your crossbow at me, and the determination to clean up the clansmen who do not agree with you. Why don't you use this crossbow to kill the instigator? Kevin's body relaxed as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He leaned back in his chair and said slowly, I don't dare to think about it, Tyrion said. Kevin nodded and said, Don't dare to think about it. That's a good reason to convince me. A person who could kill his father could also betray his vows, but he did not even dare to think about it. How terrifying would that woman be? I agree with your suggestion. I surrender to Dany Rise. She can take my life. If she is still angry, she can kill Jaime and Cersei. I only have one request. Do not harm the children. They did not participate in the War of the Usurpers. They are innocent. Kevin said with a faint smile. You worry too much. The Queen is beautiful and kind. She has compassion for the refugees and slaves of Hudgian. There is no reason for her to mistreat the people who are loyal to her. Tyrion also smiled. I need a few days. Kevin stood up and prepared to leave. Tyrion also stood up and opened a narrow secret door that was about half a man's height. I trust you, he said with a smile. Kevin took his cloak from the wall and glanced at the secret door. He suddenly said, Tyrion, will you really kill me? Tyrion smiled at his uncle and suddenly raised his crossbow. Under the shocked gazes of the other 3 people in the room, he shot an arrow through the White Knight's throat and the unconscious Pycelle's heart. Gods! The barbarian in disguise looked at the dwarf with a blank expression. Kevin was furious. Sure. Tyrion threw away his crossbow and smiled. You can shout after I leave. Is this how you prove your magnanimity? Kevin said with a pale face. No, I'm helping you clean up the trash. Tyrion shook his head and smiled. I don't deny Pycelle's loyalty to Lannister, but he is too old and his energy has declined. He is useless. But the Queen knows that he was the one who let the lion into the city. He deserves to die. Last time, during the parade, among the crimes announced by the 7 doctors and scholars, many of them were related to Pycelle. He deserves to die. As for Burrows Braun, kill him and make room for him. You can find a stronger White Knight with more chivalry. I told you to be careful of Stark. You need a good bodyguard. Also, this guy has heard too many secrets. Do you dare to trust him? Kevin was stunned and said with a complicated expression, You have changed? I know. I am more like a little devil now. Tyrion smiled. No, you are more like Tywin. Before, you only had his wisdom. Now, you have his ruthlessness and decisiveness. Kevin sighed. No wonder Xena kept saying that Tyrion was the one who was most like Tywin. She was right. There were 3 laws in A Song of Ice and Fire. First, prophecies would always come true. Second, oathbreakers, kinslayers, and those who violated the guest's rights would not have a good ending. Third, the things that the characters believed were often wrong or the opposite. Oh, I almost forgot. Tyrion slapped his forehead and said, Uncle, please write a certificate in the name of the regent. What certificate? Kevin was confused. I plan to go to Dorne and take Messiah to Slaver's Bay as a hostage. But Prince Doring swore to ensure her safety and not let her fall into any danger. Although half of his oath was broken by Princess Elaine, without your cooperation, he will not hand over Messiah. Tyrion said. That was the reason why Dorang was so determined to protect Messiah in Wandering Power. When the dwarf was the acting prime minister, there were conditions for him to send his niece to Dorne for marriage. Dorang had to make a sacred oath and give Messiah the right to be a guest. Under the protection of the double oath, unless Dorang died, no one could touch Messiah in Dorne. The sudden rise of the dark star was a complete accident. Since you know what Messiah went through, you still have the heart to take her as a hostage. Kevin said coldly. Hee hee. Her Majesty the Queen is also the chief bishop of the 7 gods. Tyrion laughed proudly. What do you mean? Kevin was puzzled. If the Great Sparrow can be resurrected, why can't Messiah grow ears? If you go and beg the Great Sparrow, he will definitely not agree. The Great Sparrow is not even willing to crown Tomon. But the Dark Star is the Queen's White Knight. I also know your secret. Why don't you kill me? Walking in the secret passage leading to the seaside, Savage Haug gulped down golden wine while asking the dwarf beside him. Haug was a shapeshifter and also a powerful warrior. The imp only knew about the secret passage to the Tower of the Prime Minister. But when the Tower of the Prime Minister was burned by Cersei, the shapeshifter's animal companion helped him find the secret passage to the crow's nest next door. It was also the animal companion that monitored Kevin and the others. As a reward, Tyrion promised to treat him to the best wine in the world. Now, Haug had a string of wine bottles around his neck. They were all golden wine from the Green Pavilion Island that the dwarf found in the crow's nest. They were part of Grand Preceptor Pycelle's collection. If I kill you, who will prove my innocence to the Queen? Tyrion laughed. Just like the day when he tamed the Alpine clan in the Bright Moon Mountains, the dwarf had established a relationship with Savage Haug that was more than friendship after just 10 hours of interaction. The Alpine clan were also savages. They were the ancestors that fled to the Bright Moon Mountains. Their customs and personality were not much different from the savages beyond the Great Wall. Tyrion was very good at, and liked to deal with such simple-minded people. You are too cunning. I don't know if you will betray the Queen. I can't prove your innocence. I will only tell everything you said to the Dragon Queen. That is exactly what I need you to do. Tyrion laughed. If the Queen wants to kill you, I will twist off your head without hesitation, cut off your manhood, and keep it. Savage Haug mumbled. What do you want my penis for? The dwarf's smile froze. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, Shapeshifter Haug said without hesitation, a dwarf's penis is magical. I have long wanted one to make a protective talisman. Taimai and Shaga are still friendlier. The Muggle savages did not know witchcraft, so they would not covet his penis. If they traveled by sea, it would be at least 2,000 kilometers from the Queen's Corner to the King's Landing. If they rode a dragon, it would be less than 1,400 kilometers. When they met Elaine again, it was already 3:00 in the afternoon. Tyrion now had the ability to sleep while riding a dragon. Without stopping, he called the Princess of Dorne and flew 500 kilometers to the flowing water garden in Dorne. Chapter 565. Sigh. I didn't expect the legendary #1 of the young generation in the Western continent to be you, Tam sighed. The big smile on the Dragon Queen's face when she met an old friend froze. #1 of the young generation in the Western continent? She began to imitate Erlu, puffing up her cheeks and grinding her teeth. General Wildfire was back. After more than a week, he finally brought back a 12-year-old ugly loli, 2 mages, and 4 shapeshifters. Tam was an old acquaintance of Dany's and could be considered half of her teacher. While the others were brought to the bedroom by the maids to wash up, Dragon Queen affectionately called the shadow binder to the study. The two of them closed the door and reminisced about old times. Yes. Tam did not notice the change in his little sister's mood at all. He said with a complicated tone, other than those demigods who have existed since ancient times, you are almost unrivaled among the young generation. Do you know the king crab of Gettelho? I killed him, Dany said. Without the dragon, would you be a match for the king crab? My dragon is part of my strength. 8,000 unsullied and 40,000 Mother of Dragons guards are also part of your strength. According to your calculation, doesn't that mean you are invincible beyond the realm of true gods? To a transcendent mage, only their own strength was real. For example, one day in the future, your Megalosaurus will become a dragon god, but you will still be immortal. 100 years later, the Megalosaurus will still be the Megalosaurus, but you will only be a pile of dirt. Even though he knew that the person in front of him was the Dragon Queen and not his little sister, Layla, the Shadowbinder could not help but treat her like a new apprentice and teach her earnestly. "I'm not being arrogant," Danny sighed and said awkwardly. "It's just that the number one of the young generation has been tormented by Lisbon. Now, don't call me that in the future. That's what everyone in the transcendent world says." The Shadowbinder dealt a heavy blow to the Dragon Queen. Danny's beautiful face was a little twisted, and she said hatefully, "Say, if I destroy the evil gods in the city-states of the Western continent, such as the Black Goat of Koer, will my title change?" "You." The shadow-binding warrior was stunned. "So that's how it is. What? Have you already wanted to kill the Black Mountain Goat?" The shadow-binding warrior asked. "What happened?" The shadow-binding knight said slowly, "Demigods can predict their own safety. The Black Goat has existed for thousands of years and lived through the Valeglia era. Its believers are spread all over Kal and the northern forest tribes. It is undoubtedly a powerful god. Some time ago, he suddenly appeared without the sacrifice of believers and summoned all the priests to participate in the encirclement and suppression of the slave bay. Almost every Khalasar in the Dothraki Sea had received gifts from the core merchants, and there were also Black Goat priests who acted as lobbyists for the Kal. It's very likely that he predicted your malice toward him." "So mysterious? From now on, if you want to deal with transcendence, never say it out loud. Don't let a second person know about it. There are too many existences in this world who know about prophecies," Tam said seriously. Danny remembered Tam's words and asked with a smile, "Then, when you were in Volantis, did you predict my identity?" "After the fire burned the Black Tower, I had some doubts. However, I came from Yasha only to hatch dragons," the shadow-binding warrior said strangely. At this point, Tam also asked the question that had been in her heart for a long time. "What's the secret of hatching dragons?" "Hatching dragons is a kind of talent. It has nothing to do with Lalo or the sacrifice of evil gods. It's just like how I can learn the Grand Wizard meditation technique. Other people can't learn it even if they get their hands on it." The shadow-binding warrior was stunned. After a while, he sighed and said, "Then you are very vicious when you spread the news that sacrificing your loved ones can hatch dragons. In the past 6 months, I have sacrificed at least 300 people to Lalo. Although the shadow-binding warriors don't mind blood, killing without reason." Sigh. Danny raised her hand and looked around with her big round eyes. She shouted, "I won't take the blame for this. I did say that sacrificing my loved ones to hatch dragons. However, I had just arrived in Astapor and was short of money. I needed to fool the good Lord and raise the price of the dragon eggs in exchange for the Unsullied. From the beginning to the end, I didn't spread this news to the public. It was you who spread it. During this period, I even made a few public statements. Your denial will only make us more convinced." Tam interrupted her. Danny curled her lips and said, "That's your business. It has nothing to do with me." "All right, I don't want to talk about that anymore." Tam opened the backpack by his feet and took out an ebony box inlaid with red and blue gems. It was as big as a rice cooker and looked very exquisite. 7 gods above. Danny's pupils contracted as she said in disbelief, "You even stole the dragon eggs of Volantis? You sensed it?" Tam was also shocked. He looked at the Dragon Queen and opened the lid. As expected, there was a black and red dragon egg placed on the green silk of the barbarian land. "You have already established that 7 gods dragon church in the barbarian land under Bu Cheng's name. He has no choice but to leave. If he suddenly leaves, I won't be able to give the Volantis a reasonable explanation and will definitely be implicated. Also, everyone knows that I was the one who brought Layla to Consul Mirajo's house last time. No matter what, my reputation in the Western continent is completely ruined. I don't mind being accused of stealing dragon eggs." The shadow-binding knight said with a complicated tone. Hearing that she was not calm, Danny hurriedly comforted her. "Don't worry, your reputation won't be ruined. In the future history books, you will be a brave, kind, honest, and trustworthy legendary wizard with powerful magic power." "How do you know?" Tam asked curiously. "Because I am the one who wrote the history books." Such shameless words were said by the Dragon Queen in such a righteous manner. The shadow-binding knight's expression could not be seen with the red lacquered wooden mask, but her hands on her knees were clearly trembling, showing the intense emotions in her heart. When will this egg hatch? She dryly changed the topic. It's useless. Danny glanced at the dragon egg and said regretfully, although Lalo was greedy, he was honest enough. He accepted the sacrifice and would definitely give a response. This egg belonged to Targaryen. It was not completely petrified and still had a trace of vitality. Now, it is filled with incomplete undead from the world of death. When Tam carried the backpack into the study, Danny immediately sensed the evil aura of dead souls inside. However, Tam was a shadow-binding knight who often sacrificed evil gods. The Dragon Queen thought that the evil aura came from the magic materials or magic tools carried by the wizard. Is the dragon egg really useless? Tam asked with a trembling voice. Maybe it can hatch a monster, but I don't recommend you keep it, Danny said. Keep what? I was going to give it to you. Tam sighed. Then destroy it. Buzz, 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 as the two of them were talking. Suddenly, a red light flashed across the dragon crystal mirror opposite them. What kind of magic tool is that? Tam asked in surprise. What did you see? Danny asked curiously. The magic waves are similar to a glass candle, but the aura is vast and vast. This is Valeglia's magic network. As she said that, Danny activated the magic mirror. With a whoosh, there was no image or sound. Only a ray of blue light shot towards her forehead. This was the normal way to use the magic network. The previous livestream was equivalent to watching a 4K movie on a mobile phone in the 2G era. After a while, the Dragon Queen opened her eyes and said with a strange expression, "He's really looking for trouble." Under the lead of the centaur-made Kiki, Tam carried the backpack and left the Queen's study. He went to the VIP bedroom on the top second floor. Then, Tyrion brought his niece to meet the Queen. Your Majesty, this is Myrcella, my niece. Greetings, Your Majesty the Queen. Without needing her uncle to teach her, the big lowly bowed to the Dragon Queen with great familiarity. Come and sit down. Danny looked at the little girl while pointing at the soft couch opposite her. Myrcella was 12 years old this year, 5 meters tall. She was much taller than her uncle. Her face was small and delicate. She had milk-white skin and a head of fluffy golden hair. Delicate, beautiful, and polite, especially her pair of sky-blue eyes. They were big and spirited. There was only curiosity and a hint of confusion. There was no fear or cowardice. She was a very courageous little girl. The only thing was that Myrcella was missing half of her left ear. There was also a hideous centipede-like scar on her fair and tender cheek. It was almost comparable to the scar on her Uncle Tyrion's face. Being stared at by the Dragon Queen for a while, the little girl noticed it and shrunk her neck in self-abasement. Danny retracted her gaze and turned to the dwarf. She asked curiously, "What did you do in the Westeros for Prince Dowling to be willing to let you go?" Before I went to Dorne, Prince Dowling was prepared to send Myrcella back to the King's Landing. Also, Tyrion looked at his niece. His cheek muscles twitched. He found it hard to speak. Let's put it this way. My sister was very dissatisfied with the marriage between Myrcella and the little Prince of Dorne. When she was still the Queen Regent, she arranged for Sir Balon Sven to go to Dorne to bring Myrcella back to the King's Landing. That's fine, but my sister is crazy. Time and time again, Tyrion was about to say something bad about Cersei. However, he stopped when he saw his niece beside him. Sigh. My sister invited the Dornishmen to escort Myrcella to the King's Landing. However, she secretly arranged for people to disguise themselves as bandits. She planned to use my name to attack Myrcella's group in the Imperial Forest and kill Prince Tristan, who was accompanying her. Quentyn and Irain's younger brother, Myrcella's fiancé. The Imperial Forest was a forest outside the King's Landing that belonged to the king. Tyrion had taken in a few subordinates from the clans in the Mingyue Mountains. One of them was a barbarian called Shaga. After his employer lost power, the imp was stripped of his position as the acting prime minister. He led his Stone Crow tribe to settle down in the Imperial Forest. Because of that, Cersei came up with this idea. The Dornishmen are not simple. They knew about my sister's plan and planned to beat her at her own game. The dwarf smiled bitterly and shook his head. If I did not take Myrcella away, she would have lost her life in the aftermath of the power struggle, just like her face. Prince Michio is a man of principle. He did not want to break his oath and did not want to hurt Myrcella. However, the incident with the Dark Star made him understand that things would not always go as he wished. After seeing my uncle's letter, he immediately agreed to let her go. Myrcella's eyes darkened. A trace of sadness and sorrow appeared on her scarred face. Then why did you bring her to me? Dany asked curiously. Your Majesty, I have done something. Tyrion pulled himself together and said proudly, I convinced my uncle to give up the Iron Throne and lead Casterly Rock to surrender to you. Soon, you will receive his letter of loyalty. Dany shook her head and sighed. I can't receive a letter from a dead person. Chapter 566. Lead the Lannister clan to surrender to Targaryen. It might sound crazy, but Kevin was not crazy. Instead, he was very rational. After Tyrion left and returned to his bedroom in Meg Tower, he did not go back to sleep. Instead, he carefully recalled his nephew's words and thought about it. Then, he realized something terrifying. In the process of overthrowing the Iron Throne of Aerys, the crowned stag of the Stormlands, the crescent falcon of the Arryn Valley, the direwolf of the Northern Territory, and the leaping trout of the river, they had to deal with the Targaryen without a dragon, the Highgarden Rose, and half of Dorne. Robert barely held onto the righteous name and combined the strength of the four countries. Even with the Lion of the Western Territory holding Targaryen back, the two sides were barely split. Robert was 6, and Rhaegar was 4. Now, the Stormlands, River, and the Northern Territory had become a burden to the Iron Throne. Littlefinger of the Arryn Valley had evil intentions. The Highgarden Rose was not on the same side, and Dorne, even if the little demon did not reveal any information about the alliance between Dorne and the Dragon Queen, Kevin was not stupid. Could he not guess? Without a doubt, the Iron Throne of Lannister was fighting alone and was restrained by his teammates. It was far from being as strong as Aerys' era. Without a doubt, the Dragon Queen with the Megalosaurus, pterosaurs, and an army of tens of thousands was not weaker than Robert's Four-Nation alliance. Dragon Queen Robert and Kevin. There was really no chance of winning. As the sky gradually brightened, the sound of the crowd and the clashing of armors and weapons could be heard in the silent Red Keep. The Lion family's old dog sighed and decided to do the small things by himself like in the past. He would listen to his brother for the big things. The Tyrion from last night was the old Lion Tywin. With a decision in his heart, he began to make arrangements. First, he secretly arranged for his trusted subordinates to dig holes in the secret tunnels under the Red Keep, bury poisonous stingers, and set traps for ferocious beasts. He even hid wildfire flasks in a few of the pits. Then, he mobilized the Lannister army outside the city into the Red Keep to deal with a possible coup. After a busy day, he returned to his bedroom at night and bent over the table to write a letter of surrender and loyalty. At midnight, the regent finally completed a sincere declaration of surrender that was neither servile nor overbearing. Just as he was folding the letter and stamping it with the regent's letter wax, his niece's voice sounded outside the door. Are you crazy? Are you stupid? Don't you recognize me? Remember, you are the Lions of Casterly Rock, not the retainers of Sir Kevin. And I, Cersei Lannister, am the heir to Duke Tywin. I am the one you should be loyal to. As usual, Cersei was stopped at the door by the guards before she received permission from the Prince Regent. Unlike in the past, she did not wait for the guards to pass on the message. Instead, she loudly scolded the guards of the Lion family and even proclaimed her own rights, just like in the period of the Regent Empress Dowager. However, Kevin could understand. The little devil had appeared in the Red Castle again, so it was normal for his niece to go crazy. With a sigh, he announced to the door, "Let the Empress Dowager in." Cersei rushed to the desk like a tornado and roared at her uncle. "Did the little devil come to find you?" Kevin raised his eyebrows. Cersei was not alone. Her husband, Yuluen, followed in with a smile on his face. He sneaked into the crow's nest, forced Pycelle to lure me over, and finally shot the Grand Master and Sir Braun. Holy Mother! Cersei hugged her head and walked around the desk aimlessly like a small train that had lost control. I knew it, I knew it. That monster has always been under our feet. I knew it. I told you to burn the secret passage with wildfire. You didn't listen. I told you. Sir Kevin interrupted his niece, who had fallen into a state of madness, and said, "He left King's Landing a long time ago, and now he is the right-hand man of the Dragon Queen." Eoluo. Cersei raised her head and howled. Her beautiful blue eyes were bloodshot and bulging out of her eye sockets. Dany Rise? I should have known. I should have known. Dorne and Highgarden's power is limited. They can't overthrow my rule. He can only find stronger, more vicious foreign aid. The mystic dragon witch and the mutated monster, colluding with each other, they are a match made in heaven. You were locked up by the Big Sparrow. It has nothing to do with Dany Rise. Have you forgotten? Kevin said helplessly. Yes, and the Big Sparrow. Cersei suddenly shouted as if she had been enlightened. The Big Sparrow and the mystic dragon, which are also in cahoots. Those three evil people conspired together to kill me. I have no shame in losing. Kevin was completely speechless. He could only stare at Yuluen and say, "Wake up your wife." Yuluen shrugged and smiled helplessly. After a while, Cersei suddenly looked up and stared at her uncle with a pair of green eyes. "Why didn't the little devil kill you?" "I am his uncle. Why would he kill me for no reason?" Kevin frowned. "Do demons need a reason to do evil? Joffrey, my father. Which one of them is not his family? Or, are you in cahoots?" Cersei looked at her uncle suspiciously. Kevin almost exploded with anger. He wanted to scold his niece, but on second thought, he did seem to have reached a tacit understanding with Tyrion to protect the Lannister family. Sigh. Kevin sighed and said tiredly, "Cersei, you have too much prejudice against Tyrion." Cersei heard this and was really angry. She said with a twisted face, "I guessed it. You are in cahoots. I was wrong about you. You killed my father, dethroned me from the position of the Queen Regent, just to sit on the Iron Throne. Now, you contacted the dwarves. Are you planning to get rid of Tommen and me?" Veins popped out on Kevin's hand that was pressed against the edge of the table. He really wanted to pick up the ink bottle and throw it at his niece's twisted face. "Shut up, idiot." The old dog roared like a lion. Cersei was so scared that her face turned pale. She shrunk her neck and looked at her uncle with 3 parts fear and 7 parts hatred. "Remember your identity, Mrs. Greyjoy." Kevin looked at his niece coldly and said word by word, "It is late now. Tomorrow morning. I will give you half a day to pack. Afternoon tomorrow, if I see you in the Red Keep, in the King's Landing, I will put you in a cage and send you to the Iron Islands in a carriage. I swear, I will do what I say. You have to at least let me know what you are planning. If you dare to hurt Tommen, I'd rather die here." Cersei cried in despair and anger as tears streamed down her face. Seeing her like this, the anger in Kevin's heart quickly dissipated like a flood that broke through a dam. Tyrion thinks that the current Lannister is unable to maintain the rule of the Iron Throne, so it is better to surrender to Dany and Rise. Cersei and Yuluen were family, so Kevin did not hide his plan from Tyrion. After all, when his letter of surrender was sent to Dragonstone Island, the world would soon know about it. What? Cersei stopped crying. Her face was full of tears, but she was stunned. Not only her, even Yuluen was dumbfounded. "When Lannister returns to Casterly Rock, I will publicly acknowledge your relationship with Jaime. Then let Tommen change his surname to Lannister and inherit the position of Duke of Casterly Rock. You will continue to be the Duchess of the Iron Islands." Kevin continued. Yuluen frowned. "Then what is the point of the Iron Islands submitting to the Iron Throne? You can surrender with Lannister, and I will fight for a better deal for you. You can also continue to occupy Carlin Bay, the Shield Islands, and continue to plot against the Dragon Queen," Kevin said. The Iron Throne had already been given away, so who cared about the chaos in the Westeros? Moreover, Yuluen was only Lannister's son-in-law. "I don't even care about my own life. So why would I care about your life? At this moment, Kevin's thoughts were much simpler and more relaxed. He even felt a little like he had lost his desire. You are the Mad King III. Cersei pointed at her uncle. Haha, the Mad King will voluntarily give up the Iron Throne? Kevin sneered. If my father is still alive, he will definitely kill you, Cersei said. In fact, it was Tywin who told me to do this. Kevin sighed. You are crazy, Cersei said in horror. Could it be that father has been resurrected like the Great Sparrow? Where is Myrcella? Suddenly, Cersei's expression changed as she sensed something strange. According to the plan, Myrcella would soon return to the King's Landing, but Kevin did not make any arrangements for her. After a moment of silence, Kevin said softly, You have seen how the Great Sparrow was resurrected with your own eyes. Dany Rise is also an archbishop and knows holy healing, 7 hells. You, imp, you want to send my daughter to Slaver's Bay to be ravaged by the mother of dragons? Cersei cried out in despair. I don't agree. I would rather let her live as an ugly girl than let her die under the dragon flames. It doesn't matter whether you agree or not. She has already been taken away by Tyrion, Kevin said calmly. So fast? Was he sent here by the Dark Dragon? Lewin was shocked. Kevin smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was a pterosaur. Think about it, even Tyrion was given a pterosaur. How powerful would Dany Rise be? Suddenly, Cersei's eyes turned red. Her face twisted as she howled. She picked up a paper knife and pounced at Kevin. Old dog, give me back my daughter's life. Kevin sighed. He opened his right hand and grabbed Cersei's wrist like an eagle catching a chick. He pressed his left hand on her forehead and pushed her hard, causing her to fall heavily on her butt. Sob, 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 you killed my daughter. I will not let you go even if I become a deviant. Old dog, old dog. Cersei spread her legs and sat on the mere blanket. She wiped her tears sadly and cursed viciously. Don't cry, my dear. Your chance has come. Back in the Queen Dowager's chambers, Lewin hugged the sobbing Cersei with a strange smile. What chance? My daughter is dying. Sob, sob. Cersei's eyes were filled with tears. It was as if she had returned to the day when Joffrey died. In Cersei's eyes, there was no queen more gentle and magnanimous than her. Even so, Sansa lived in fear every day. She suffered verbal insults and physical beatings. Joffrey often let the White Knight beat Sansa. The Dragon Queen was far more vicious and cruel than her. She did not know how to torture her poor Myrcella. Do you want revenge? Lewin asked darkly. Can you kill Dany Rise? Cersei asked with red eyes. No, but the most important thing now is not her, but your uncle. Are you willing to surrender and leave your fate in the hands of the Mother of Dragons? Lewin asked with a smile. Uncle. Cersei's face turned fierce. You should have killed him for me. There are guards outside. Lewin sighed. Then what should we do now? Cersei asked blankly. Do you know how Stannis killed Renly? Chapter 567. The blue eye on Lewin's right eye glowed faintly. He stuck out his dark red tongue and licked his dark blue lips. Then, he lovingly licked the tears off Cersei's soft cheeks. He leaned close to her ear and said hoarsely, Do you know how Renly died? Cersei trembled and said in disbelief, You know blood witchcraft too? My magical lips, can't you feel it? Lewin pouted. It feels comfortable, but ugly. Cersei spoke her truest feelings. Then, she became excited again and asked a series of questions. Where did you learn witchcraft? Is it the meditation of the great wizard of Valeglia? I heard from Cobborn that Dany Rise seems to have inherited the legacy of the great wizard. You have been to the ruins of Valeglia, so you should know it too, right? Can you teach me? Lewin smiled strangely and got up from the couch facing the balcony. He went into the inner room and pulled out a dark red wooden suitcase from under the bed. He opened the bronze lock with a key and lifted the lid. Immediately, a strong, musky smell filled the room. Cersei leaned over to take a look. Her eyes widened in horror, and she screamed at the top of her lungs. Queen Dowager, do you need me to come in? A guard outside the door asked loudly. They did not immediately rush in to save the Queen Dowager because the White Knight, Robert Strong, was always by her side. "It's fine, I'm fine." Cersei quickly calmed her breathing and said calmly to the guard. The guard nodded and retreated. Cersei leaned over to Yu Luin and pointed at the human swine in the wooden suitcase. She cursed softly, "7 gods above, are you crazy? You hid a dead person under our bed." There was a thick white blanket in the wooden suitcase, and a skinny bald man who had lost both his arms and legs was lying on it. "He's not dead. Weren't you curious about who I learned magic from? He was my mentor in magic and occultism." Yu Luin smiled. As he spoke, the bald wizard opened his eyes with a pair of dead and despairing eyes. "Ah!" Cersei gasped as she looked into his eyes. She took 2 steps back in fear. His thin and pale cheeks puffed up a few times, as if he was inflating a shriveled tire. After a long while, the male adept finally gathered enough strength to open his blue lips that were identical to Yu Luin's. He hissed, "Whatever you want, as long as I know it, I can tell you. If I tell you everything, I'll be useless. Please kill me." "He's really alive. 7 gods above. This thing has been hiding under my bed for a month or 2. Cersei looked at Yu Luin without fear, only disgust. Perhaps he had heard all her hysterical screams these past few nights. Someone as elegant as Jaime, as handsome as Jaime, and as gentlemanly as Jaime would never do something so perverted. "Jaime, where did you go, you bastard? I purposely spread the news of the Empress Dowager's marriage to the 7 kingdoms, especially the Trident River, more than a month in advance. Didn't you hear? Or did you not take it seriously even though you knew? Or did you really elope with that roseless Ironguard?" Cersei was stunned. Her thoughts flew from the bedroom in front of her to the Trident River thousands of miles away. From the dead male adept, Renji, to her missing lover's brother. Yu Luin thought she was scared out of her wits. He hugged her gently and whispered in her ear, "Do you want to learn magic? Let him teach you." Cersei came back to her senses and looked at the man in the box. "Who are you?" "I am the great adept of queers, Haya Blay," the blue-lipped male adept replied. The great adept is the leader of the male adepts. Their position among the male adepts is equivalent to the chief bishop or high priest of the church, Yu Luin explained. The fear in Cersei's eyes was immediately replaced by excitement. In other words, he knows all the secret spells of the male adepts? Yu Luin's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "My lady, we really have a telepathic connection. When I learned of his identity that day, I also wanted to steal all the secret spells of the male adepts." "What telepathic connection? Who wouldn't put money in their pocket if they found it by the roadside?" Cersei rolled her eyes at her husband and asked, "How did you meet him?" "Kaya was the first dragon seeker. He found Daenerys in the Red Wastelands, but because he plotted against her dragon, the Sorcerer Templar was burned down by the Mystic Dragon. It was similar to the Great Templar of the 7 gods. So, he wanted revenge. To take revenge, he chased Dany Rise out to sea, but in the end, Yu Luin could not help but sigh at this point. When Dany Rise left Queers, she said she was going to Pentos to find Illyrio. In the end, she changed her path halfway and went to the ruins of Valeglia, where she met me. Cersei thought of Yu Luin's stolen treasures and could not help but mock. What an ill-fated relationship. It should have been a great opportunity, but I was too greedy, Yu Luin said regretfully. When I took the risk to steal the dragon's horn and dragon egg from the Great Pyramid, I met the male adepts who returned from Volantis. They learned about Dany Rise from the Volantis people. It was also my luck. First, I got 5 fast ships and thousands of offerings from the Zingis Steel Legion. Then I met the unprotected 3-masted ship of the male adepts. If not for his setback with Dany Rise, Yu Luin's journey in the East would have been the standard adventure template for a certain male protagonist. Sigh. Master Haya is so pitiful. After knowing that the male adepts were Dragon Queen's sworn enemies, Cersei suddenly had an 80% favorable impression of him. In fact, although the male adepts were pitiful, he was not innocent. That day, in the Red Wasteland, in the White Cloud City, the 3 dragon seekers swore a sacred oath to the Dragon Queen. During Queer's journey, they would do their best to ensure the safety of her and her subordinates, and would never do anything to harm her, other than being mysterious and pretentious, because she had always provided Danny with correct and effective advice on magic. For example, she reminded her to bring a dragon along when she went to the Immortal Hall. Even Zero, the stingy guy, who desperately wanted the Megalosaurus, never thought of robbing or killing Danny to take the baby dragon for himself. He always kept to his oath and ensured that her rights as a guest would not be violated. Because of that, when Zero went to Astapor to negotiate for the ransom of the prisoners, Danny treated him with good wine and food, and did not have any intention of harming him. Of the 3 dragon seekers, only the male adepts, Haya, betrayed their oath. He first tricked Danny into going to the Immortal Hall for the Immortal to take over her body, and after that failed, he sent the regretful guest to assassinate her. In the end, he shed all pretense of cordiality and personally led his men to hunt her down. In this world, those who betrayed their oaths were bound to suffer retribution. Haya's retribution was Yu Luin. Haya led the 3 strongest male adepts under his command to set off from Queers. However, the 4 male adepts only knew how to use curses to harm people. They were completely useless against pirates. When they were first captured, the male adepts even used words to threaten Yu Luin to protect their identities. But who was Crow's Eye? How dare he threaten him? When Yu Luin killed the male adepts who spoke rudely to him and smiled as he fed his flesh to the other 3, Haya broke down. He ate his companions first, then his own limbs. Other than a quick death, the male adepts did not ask for anything else. He would answer almost anything Yu Luin asked him. He did not care about the male adept's secrets and the Immortal Hall's secrets at all. I heard that the witch by Stannis' side is a red-robed monk. Will the male adepts use the blood witchcraft of the Red God priests? Cersei asked doubtfully. Don't worry. The male adepts' curses are no weaker than those of the Shadow Binders. Yu Luin smiled. He was not bragging. The male adepts were best at using curses to punish those who had offended them. They had their own strengths. What should I do? Cersei asked nervously. You just need to provide me with some blood. Leave the rest to me, Yu Luin said. Blood? What do you want my blood for? The blood of hatred from a loved one, the blood of royalty, is the best medium for curses. Just like how Stannis killed Renly, the red-robed woman must have used his blood as well. Loved one. Cersei kept muttering this word. In an instant, it was as if a dam of memories had been opened in her mind. Countless images flooded her mind. 4 years old? 5 years old? Uncle Kevin had placed her on his neck like a little knight's warhorse. He had carried her on a gallop. At that time, he still had a head of golden hair that fell to his shoulders. It was warm and soft. When she was 7 years old, the daughter of a branch family in Lannister Harbor was her maid. That little bitch dared to seduce Jaime at such a young age. Cersei cut off her golden hair and cut her face. Her father wanted to beat her, but Uncle Kevin stopped him and protected her. When she was 9 years old, Uncle Kevin took her and Jaime to hunt. That was the first time she used a crossbow to hunt. 13 years old. What's wrong? The man's questioning voice rang in her ears. She also felt a tap on her shoulder. Cersei left the river of memories and came back to her senses. She hesitated and asked, Must we kill him? Can't we just knock him out? Yu Luin's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, Knock him out? My lady, you're so cute. Won't he wake up if he faints? If he faints for 8 or 10 years, my rule will be stable. When I was young, Oldman told me a story. A princess was cursed by a forest which enslept for more than 10 years before she was awakened by a prince, Cersei said with a serious expression. Stories are all lies. Yu Luin's mouth twitched. Cersei shook her head and said, No, I found that Old Nan's story has come true in recent years. Mystic dragon, witch, wizard, deviant, fine, Yu Luin said irritably. But your uncle is not a pure princess. He can't sleep. Cersei seemed to have thought of a wonderful idea. Her eyes glowed. She clasped her hands and said, There's another story. A prince was cursed by a witch and turned into a frog. How about you turn my uncle into a lion? Either you kill him, or we return to the Iron Islands and bid farewell to the Iron Throne. Then, we can pray to the Mother of Dragons that the evil Mother of Dragons will forget your father's death and treat Marcella and Tommen kindly." Yu Luan's eyes were dark and his voice was low and hoarse. "The Iron Throne, Marcella, my daughter." In an instant, Cersei's eyes turned red and tears gushed out like a fountain. "Your uncle is dead. He can no longer be loyal to me," Dany said. "What did you say?" Tyrion's vision blurred. It was as if he had been hit in the head with a stick. He was confused. 2 days ago, at midnight, Prince Regent Kevin Lannister was assassinated by his nephew who sneaked into the Red Keep. His heart was pierced and he died on the spot, Dany said faintly. "Is Jaime crazy?" Tyrion shouted in disbelief. Dragon Queen looked at him strangely for a while before saying, "I don't know if your brother is crazy or not, but you must be crazy. First, you killed your nephew. Then, you killed your father. Now, you even killed your uncle. There is no one in the world more vicious than you." 2 days ago, Uncle Tyrion did not kill second grandpa at Flowing Water Garden. Marcella's eyes were red, but her gaze was clear and firm. Chapter 568. Messai, you must be tired after flying for 2 days and 2 nights. Go take a nap. There's a banquet tonight. Tyrion regained his senses and forced a smile. Messai's face turned pale. She could vaguely guess that her mother had something to do with her second grandpa's death, but she held back her tears and bowed to the Dragon Queen before leaving with the Centaur maid. Sigh, even Messai guessed it. The dwarf no longer hid anything and revealed his tired and sorrowful face. He smiled bitterly and said, "Did my sister do it? I don't know. Dragonstone Island only sent news of Kevin's death and the chaos at King's Landing. I don't even know what you did to cause his death." Dany shook her head and said, "If they didn't spread the news that I was the murderer, I would suspect Varys, Stark, or someone else. But I'm too familiar with this feeling. It's exactly the same as when the Kingsguard ambushed Prince Dorne and framed me. It must be that bitch Cersei." Tyrion's ugly face was extremely twisted. His heterochromatic eyes flashed with bone-deep hatred and indescribable sorrow. "You haven't told me what you did." Dany glanced at him and said calmly, "Sigh, I wanted to take the Iron Throne for you and protect Lannister as much as I could." Tyrion used the opportunity of rubbing his face to wipe away the tears at the corner of his eyes. He slowly told the Dragon Queen his thoughts and the process of his journey to the Westeros without leaving out a single word except for his guess about Aegon's identity. "I thought that even if you don't hate Casterly Rock City and Lannister, you shouldn't love them so deeply," Dany said strangely. "Isn't this human nature?" Tyrion shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I grew up in Casterly Rock City. My uncle and aunt's family treated me well. Except for my father who was too harsh, Casterly Rock City meant nothing to me." He looked at the Dragon Queen in front of him and changed his analogy. "It's no different from Winterfell and Stark. That makes sense. Casterly Rock is your home, and Lannister is your family." Dany nodded and asked, "But how can you be sure that I will accept Lannister's surrender?" "Your Majesty, you are the queen. Perhaps you don't understand what it means to be a subject." "What logic?" Tyrion sighed. "The most important skill for a good subject is to understand the intentions of his superiors. He must be able to study the way the monarch acts and thinks. Then do you know that trying to figure out the will of your superior is also a crime?" Dany sneered. Tyrion said, "Not only does he want his subjects to do things according to their wishes, but he also doesn't allow his subjects to study themselves. That kind of stupid king can only live in the dreams that his ministers weave for him. Obviously, your Majesty is wise and mighty. In front of you, all lies and schemes are meaningless. It seems that you are still too ignorant. You don't know that there is a Yang Xiao in the east, Scholar Yang. That Scholar Yang is the same as you. He likes to play tricks in front of the king, but he thinks that he can control himself. He thinks that if he doesn't make a big mistake, the king can't do anything to him. Guess what?" His head fell off. Dany's eyes were clear as she looked at the dwarf and sneered, "I am different from Scholar Yang. He may want to show off in front of people and show off his cleverness. I work hard in the hope that I can save a few hundred people in my family." Tyrion lamented. Dany thought carefully and realized that the dwarf was telling the truth this time. He was different from Yang Xiu. Yang Xiu was just itching for a beating. The dwarf also played tricks to scheme against the king, but his starting point was not to show off, but to cut trees for the sake of his family. No matter what foreigners did, as long as it was for the sake of cutting trees, they could be forgiven and whitewashed. It was like this in movies. Tyrion was also a foreigner. Other than herself, everyone in this world was a foreigner. What he did seemed to conform to the mainstream values of society. The man who broke off the engagement with the third king did two things in front of people and behind the scenes. He chopped off the head of the vassal Cos Stark, broke his own oath, and forgave Catelyn, who had cheated the entire northern territory for her own personal gain. He could be forgiven for the sake of cutting trees, but Waldfrey and Bolton could not be forgiven for the sake of power. In fact, apart from their own goals, Robb and Catelyn's actions were no different from Waldfrey and Bolton's. Thinking of this, Dany reluctantly forgave Tyrion for acting on his own. She never expected absolute loyalty from him. If she did not expect it, she would not be disappointed. Of course, not mentioning some things now did not mean that she would forget. She would remember it in her little notebook and dig a few more holes for him in the future. It's a pity that your plan did not exchange for loyalty and filial piety. Instead, you ended up in an awkward situation. You tricked your uncle and yourself, Dany mocked. Tyrion, who was good at reading people's expressions and guessing their intentions, immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He guessed right again. The Dragon Queen was indeed a reasonable person. She had the magnanimity to put herself in other people's shoes and think from their point of view. Then, he felt sad. The most difficult Dragon Queen in the world had been persuaded by him. The second most difficult obstacle, Uncle Kevin, had also been conquered. But just when he was about to reach the end of victory, he fell because of Cersei, that stumbling block. No, she was not a stone. She was just a pile of sticky, stinky dog poop. Stumbling poop. In his life, Tyrion had fought the Wolf Mother, the time when Catelyn kidnapped Tyrion, overturned Stannis, stabilized the King's Landing for the Iron Throne, and ended the rebellion of the Four Kings. He could be a general, fighting on the battlefield. He could be a minister, strategizing and strategizing. Even under the Dragon Queen's command, he was unparalleled in wisdom and bravery. He fought until the upper echelons of the Alliance clenched their teeth and could only send assassins to eliminate future troubles. And Cersei? Along the way, other than defeating the honest Ned Stark, what other achievements did she have? Toyed with by Littlefinger, frightened by Stannis to the point of drinking poison to commit suicide, deceived by ministers, toyed with her body by mercenaries, locked up and trained by the Great Sparrow, seized power by Pycelle, deceived by, yet, such a good-for-nothing who lost every battle was able to gain the upper hand every time she met a genius imp like him who won every battle. Could it be that there was always someone who had a weakness, and he was naturally countered by her? Or, did she have a talent called being a tyrant in one's nest? The dwarf subconsciously looked around, trying to find a crossbow. He had the thought of killing his kinsman again. "What's the situation in the King's Landing?" he asked. "Tommen is still young. It is imperative to choose a new regent. Your sister wants to enter the palace again, and the Hand of the King, Mace Tyrell, is willing to share the burden of his son-in-law. Queen Marjorie feels that since her mother-in-law is already married and has become a Greyjoy, she has no right to interfere in the family matters of Theon Bella. As the only mistress of the Red Castle, she has already come of age. She has the right and ability to manage the country for her current husband and future children. Your Majesty, it's time for you to set things right," Tyrion said excitedly. "You want me to break my oath?" Dany said calmly. "No, you don't have to do anything. You only need to send Prince Aegon and me, 2 pterosaurs, and the Golden Regiment. That's enough." Tyrion's eyes lit up as he looked at the Dragon Queen expectantly. Everyone knows that Wade Fry violated the rights of the guests, but he was not the one who killed them. Can you say that he is innocent? Aegon is my nephew. What's the difference between what he did and what I did? Dany said coldly. Sigh. What a pity. The king's landing of hundreds of thousands of citizens is going to be destroyed. Tyrion sighed. Don't try to instigate me here. The king's landing is at most a court battle now. If Aegon really fights for the Iron Throne, it will be a disaster. Or, do you only see your own family and the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms and ignore the real citizens? Dany said with a hint of anger on her face. Tyrion wanted to argue, but he swallowed his words when he saw those purple eyes, as cold as a lake of ice. He turned his head and begged, "Then can you heal the scar on Myrcella's face?" Dany only hesitated for a moment before nodding. Let her enter the great cathedral and become the White Saintess. If she is not a devout follower of the seven gods, the Holy Mother will not bless her. The White Saintess was completely different from the Red Saintess. The training process of the White Saintess was similar to entering a boarding school. Other than the church's classics, she also learned needlework, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, writing, archery, sword self-defense, history, literature, and other knowledge. This was not something that Dany had created. It was an elite aristocratic education unique to this world. The good lords, wise lords, and great lords of Slave Bay were fallen, but they were also the most knowledgeable group of people. That night, Dany held a welcoming party for Tam and Bo Chung. Other than those close to her who lived in the Great Pyramid, most of the people who came were the Royal Mage Corps' wildfire mages. Other than the first batch of 50 fire mages, another 30 to 40 people came one after another. Even after the wildfire bombs bombarded Tolos, the Allied army understood the importance of wild mages. However, they could not stop them from joining Slave Bay. Tam and Bo Chung were extraordinaires when they were in Volantis. Naturally, they were like fish in water now. Soon, they established their positions in Dany's Mage Corps. However, after Bo Chung mastered the magic net frequency, he returned to Barrenland. He would officially take up the position of Chief Bishop of Barrenland's Seven Gods Dragon Sect. Well, it was awkward. Chief Bishop Bo was not even as good as Saint Dany. Saint Dany did not have much devotion to the seven gods, but she was familiar with the Seven Stars Bible and had a unique understanding of the Church's scriptures. However, Bo Chung still thought that the seven gods were 7 pieces of wood. They had no devotion, no faith, and did not understand the scriptures. Kueishi was unwilling to be Dragon Queen's little sister. Since the Battle of Meereen was about to begin, Dany could only let Tam be the leader of the Mage Corps. The black girl Larissa finally had a proper mysticism teacher. Dany was too busy. She did not have enough time to practice. Other than teaching Black Sister Larissa meditation techniques and fire witchcraft, she taught herself the general knowledge of mysticism. She consulted the fire mages of the Mage Corps. In the week that Tyrion returned, there was news from Dragonstone Island every day. Firstly, Tyrion sneaked into the Red Castle and killed White Knight Bronn, Grand Tutor Pycelle, and Prince Regent Kevin. He became a demon that was comparable to deviant ghosts among the people. Now, in the King's Landing Tavern, the number of poems and dramas written by bards for the little demon was almost comparable to that of the Dragon Queen. However, the Dragon Queen was famous for her beauty, while the dwarf was infamous for his infamy. It really was because his actions were unprecedented, too horrifying. Secondly, Cersei got what she wanted. After Kevin's death, she obtained the loyalty of the Lion Army in King's Landing. She once again had the trump card to sit on the Iron Throne. Then, the Highgarden army withdrew from the encirclement of Storm's End Fortress and began to return to King's Landing. Yes, when Tywin was alive, Mestillier led his army to besiege Storm's End Fortress. Marjorie was captured by the Great Sparrow, and the inflatable fish withdrew the army back to King's Landing. When Kevin became the regent and became the King's Hand, he arranged for the Highgarden army to besiege Storm's End Fortress for the 3rd time. During the War of the Usurpers, the inflatable fish sided with the dragon family and besieged Erlu's Storm's End Fortress once. In the end, Yu Lewin seemed to have kept his promise. He ordered Tywin to withdraw from Carlin Bay and completely give the Northern Territory to the King of the Northern Territory, Lothbolton. At the same time, he crossed the Mander River and prepared to complete the final negotiations with the Highgarden to return the Shield Islands. Then, Danny received an urgent message from the Dark Star. John was dead. Chapter 569. Danny could find Jero through the soul mark she left on his arm. But unlike Danny, Jero could not send a caller ID to the Dragon Queen through the soul fragment in his arm, just like what Danny did to Kashi. In other words, Jero Dane, the Reserve White Knight, did not have the ability to contact the Dragon Queen. But this time, he was the one who contacted Danny. The red-robed woman, Melisandre, interfered. That woman actually managed to connect to Dragonstone Island's magic network even though she hadn't obtained the communication frequency. She did not even use a glass candle. Don't be surprised. Your magic network almost caused a new magic tide in the sea of magic. It's hard for me not to know. In the large dragon crystal magic mirror, the red-robed woman was surrounded by a circle of flames. Jero Dane stood behind her. The flames swayed, and the image rippled like water. The red-robed woman was talking to the Dragon Queen, who was thousands of miles away by the furnace of the King's Tower. I know that the magic network has a weak effect on the magic tide, but connecting to the crystal ball of Dragonstone Island requires a special spell. It's useless even if you know how to construct the magic network. I set the magic frequency of the communication channel. Danny frowned. The red-robed woman's white cheeks reflected the red light in front of the bonfire. Her plump red lips curled into a smug smile. Your door is locked. I can't get in, but that doesn't mean I can't knock on the door. I'm not a thief, so I don't need to sneak in. The moon singer you left behind on Dragonstone Island heard my call and opened the door. Danny was speechless. If a rogue wizard had a strong magic power, he could find the connection of the magic network, just like how a hacker on the internet could find the American military server. The problem was, which hacker would dare to use his real name to harass it? The great wizards in Valeglia's era were far more terrifying than the American army. Their counterattacks were more direct and brutal. If the person controlling the magic crystal of Dragonstone Island was not Marvin, but Danny, as long as she was willing, she could burn Melisandre's beautiful face into a skeleton with just a thought. Through the magical connection, she could transmit a fire spell. Well, the internet could only transmit information, but the magic network here could transmit real magic power. Magic power could be converted into information and could also be converted into fire spells. However, Marvin could not be blamed for neglecting his duty. He only opened the door after confirming that Melisandre had a white knight by her side. How did John die? Danny withdrew her distracting thoughts and asked with interest. Melisandre looked at her deeply and said, "He broke his oath and was beheaded by the Night Watchers." Wow, this is even more tragic than the stabbing death in the original plot. Even his head had fallen off. TSK, however, why did it sound so funny? Ha 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 ha. Danny's heart was filled with an inexplicable sense of joy. She laughed unkindly and said, Hee, it's useless to look for me for this kind of thing. Just rest in peace. Oh, you can't bury them. The deviant ghosts are just beyond the Great Wall. The corpses must be burned on the spot. Did you burn them? You didn't even ask what oath he broke? Melisandre asked. Yes, how did he break his oath? Danny immediately asked. Sigh, even in the north, there are schemes and deceits brought about by power. The red-robed woman sighed and then recounted in detail what happened in the north after Danny left. After searching for the control hub of the Great Wall, or the Black Gate, in vain, Stannis immediately sent ravens to the vassals of the north. In his capacity as king, he called upon the heroes of the north to join him in the name of justice for Stark. It was very awkward. Other than a spy, no one responded. Well, Roose Bolton sent Alf Ka from Carhold City to Stark as a spy. He went to the Urlu camp at the Great Wall to trick the Urlu into attacking the Bolton family's Dreadfort. The Dreadfort's walls were high and the city was deep. The Bolton family had existed for tens of thousands of years and was deeply rooted in the area. They were supported by all the people. Urlu would not suffer even if more than 1,000 cavalry soldiers fell into the Dreadfort. However, Winterfell was the opposite. The people and knights were all loyal to Stark and hated him to the core. Well, Old Stark Ka was the uncle of Earl Stark Ka who was killed by Robb. Although Little Ka had 2 sons killed by Jaime in Babel Forest, he still had a daughter in his hometown. His last son was captured by Lannister. Roose Bolton eliminated dissidents and arranged for the nobles of the North to venture deep into the king's territory. Little Ka was captured and probably would not survive. After all, his father killed 2 Lannister captives. However, Robb was quick and ruthless. He immediately chopped off Little Ka's head. Little Ka died tragically, but Little Ka's life was saved. Tywin was satisfied with Robb's explanation and did not continue to break the rule of not killing nobles' captives. The problem was, Old Ka had selfish motives. After the death of his nephew, he wanted his son to inherit Carhold City. His undercover Erlu not only wanted to please the new king of the North, but also wanted to kill Little Ka, who was still a captive at the King's Landing. Old Ka had sided with Erlu. How could Cersei let his grandnephew go? Old Ka also wanted his son to marry Little Ka's daughter. Uncle marrying his niece. Little Ka was unwilling and fled to the Great Wall to find Jon. Well, there was a problem of timing. Old Ka first went to the Great Wall to find Erlu and persuaded Erlu to attack the Terror Castle. Jon stopped him in time, allowing Erlu to escape. After that, Jon gave the House of Stark's second-to-last trump card to Erlu, the High Mountain Clan. The High Mountain Clan could be seen as the barbarians of the North, a tribe of barbarians loyal to Stark. Erlu received 3,000 strong men from the High Mountain Clan who could adapt to the bitter cold of the North, barely enough to participate in the struggle for supremacy again. Then, Erlu led the newly formed army to liberate Deepwood Castle. The High Mountain Clan and Deepwood Castle were both northwest of Winterfell. Erlu planned to attack Winterfell from this direction, and Deepwood Castle was considered passing by. In Deepwood Castle, he captured Asha Greyjoy and gained the loyalty of Dumbass Mormont. The Big Bear's Bear Island was next to Deepwood Castle, and the Big Bear's first wife came from Deepwood Castle. At this time, Little Ka escaped to the Great Wall's Dark Castle. Little Ka knew that Old Ka was a spy and told Chan was anxious. Erlu was in the middle of the march and could not send a messenger crow to inform him. Then he sent his animal companion, Old Raven Bear. Jon participated in the Erlu Rebellion War as a raven for the first time. Soon, there was a second time, a third time. He even sent the direwolf thousands of miles away to the wolf forest near Erlu's barracks. Such a high degree of participation not only gave him a deeper understanding of the situation on the battlefield, but also changed Jon's mentality. In other words, he was the same as Tyrion, a lumberjack. The previous Night Watchman Jon was just a self-protection armor. Stark, who had running wolf's blood, was the true face under the armor. He saw the hope of revenge. With the help of the direwolf Witty, Erlu had a high chance of taking Winterfell and killing Little Skinner, Ramus Bolton, to avenge his clan. He saw the door of revenge slowly closing. The marriage between Cersei and Uluin was successful. The Carlin Bay checkpoint was opened, and Ramus Bolton would lead thousands of veterans and Freyr soldiers back to Winterfell. What worried him more was the attitude of the nobles in the North. The nobles in the North were loyal to Stark, but Stark's clan had been exterminated in name. The nobles in the North hated Bolton for betraying Stark and the Northern Knights, but Bolton was still a prominent family in the North. The history of the Terror Castle was not inferior to that of Stark's Winterfell. Stannis, on the other hand, was an outsider, a failed king, a man with a bad temper and a negative charisma. He could not convince the nobles in the North. At this moment, the nobles in the North were faced with 2 choices. With a knife on their necks, they could bite the bullet and accept the fact that Bolton was the new king of the North. The advantage was that they could keep their wealth and power. Or, they could take the initiative to feed feces to Stannis and force Ramus Bolton and the Iron Throne behind him, at least the Freyr family. The advantage was that they could avenge their old master, Stark. To the nobles in the North, regardless of whether they surrendered to Bolton or Erlu, it was as uncomfortable as eating feces. Just think about how the Northland barbarians treated the Savior, Dany, and Rhys in Game of Thrones. It was clear how xenophobic they were and how accustomed they were to Stark's rule. Since it was all about eating feces, Eating Bolton's feces could at least preserve their families. As a result, there were nobles from the northern reaches who were trying to get close to Bolton. For example, Dustin of Lonely Tomb, Risweir of Creeklands, Mandalay of White Harbor, actually a spy, Amber of Huthfire, John's family, forced. After all, Bolton was from the north and was their relative. For example, Bolton's second wife was from the Dustin family. However, if a Stark stood out and declared his support for Stannis, everything would change. Any Stark, even if he was an illegitimate son, would be a pillar of support for the nobles in the north. Jon entered Raven's body and flew to a place that was neither human nor Winterfell. With Raven's eye, he witnessed how Skinny Skinner tortured the Winterfell villagers and shouted orders from his father's throne as the king of the north. Raven flew into the underground tomb and stood on Ed Stark's empty coffin as she looked at her father's statue. Father! Father! Raven was on the verge of tears. Then, the straw that broke the camel's back came. Jon received a letter from his father's close friend Greywater Watch's leader, Holland lied. Countess Mage Mormont of Bear Island is not dead. She brought along King Robb's declaration of being the king of the North's successor. She was searching for Greywater Watch in the Neck Marsh when my men encountered her. The appointed successor of the King of the North is you, Jon Stark. P.S. Reading the contents of the letter, countless memories of Robb, Winterfell, and his father flashed in Jon's mind. He thought of Robb, who had sparred with him at the drill ground. He was laughing and panting. Snowflakes fell and melted into a steaming wet stain on his hair. Scholar Yemont had said, "Kill the boy in your heart to bear the responsibility of a man." Robb had done it. What about him? Was his responsibility the Great Wall or Winterfell? Then he thought of Bran, who climbed the walls of the tower as nimbly as monkey. He thought of Rickon, who was laughing until he was out of breath. He thought of Sansa, who was caressing a lady's fur while humming softly. He thought of Arya, whose hair was messy like a chicken's nest, running around like a crazy boy, sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and all sorts of emotions welled up in his heart. In the command tower of Dark Castle, tears streamed down his face as he choked with sobs. The Great Wall did not lack a Jon Snow, but Stark only had one Jon Stark. Chapter 570. Targaryen had mad blood, while Stark had running wolf blood. At that moment, it was unknown whether it was the mad blood acting up, the running wolf blood awakening, or the mad dragon and running wolf blood boiling at the same time. Jon decided to help Erlu take down Bolton and Lannister on the Iron Throne. The Night Watchers will not participate in the conflict of the Seven Kingdoms. I will not ask my brothers to break their oath. I will go to Winterfell alone. When the Night Watchers gathered in the dining hall for dinner, he announced his decision to everyone. Jon did not hide his whereabouts and left Dark Castle quietly. He could not hide it. He had to appear in front of others sooner or later. Furthermore, a single person's strength was of little help in the war. There was no point in leaving alone. Hence, he only said the nice words first. He paused and said, "Of course, if any of my brothers are willing to follow me to the south, I will be very grateful." The barbarian commanders led by Tormund were all excited. They slapped the table and cheered loudly, "Crow, let us be your men. We will form your barbarian army and destroy Roose Bolton's ass." Actually, Tormund and the others were no longer barbarians. According to the three-way lease agreement that Dragon Queen came up with, the Night Watchers rented the barbarians to guard the Great Wall and the barbarians rented the castle to live in. From the moment they signed the contract and stepped into the Great Wall, there were no more barbarians. They were all temporary Night Watchers. Maxie, Blacksmith Tanner, the red-nosed old doctor, and the other Night Watchers' expressions changed. They all understood the Commander-in-Chief's thoughts and were afraid of his decision. The Night Watchers did not marry, did not have land, did not have children, did not wear crowns, and did not fight for glory. Jon Snow had broken his holy oath. In this world, no one who broke an oath would have a good ending. This was the law. It was useless even if you were the main character. That night, Jon's head was cut off. The main character, dead? Who murdered John? Dany asked while holding back her laughter. Head of Staff Bowen Maxey led more than 50 Night Watchers into the command tower. The other Night Watchers were also watching outside the tower, the red-robed woman said. How tragic. Dany's mouth twitched. The child of prophecy, the first male lead of swimming power, actually ended up like this. It was Dany's fault for digging such a big hole for him. A long time ago, when she went to the Great Wall, she had always emphasized responsibility, oath, and honor. The oath of the Night Watchman, her own oath. The most important reason why the Dragon Queen was willing to selflessly help the Great Wall was that the Night Watchers were loyal to their duties and would not participate in the power struggle of the Seven Kingdoms. They would dedicate the rest of their lives to the Seven Kingdoms. The Night Watchers were the sharp swords in the darkness, the guards of the Great Wall. They resisted the cold flames, the light of dawn, the horn that awakened the sleepers, and the shield that protected the kingdom. This was the oath of the Night Watchers, the mission of the Night Watchers, and also the honor of the Night Watchers. It was the medal that the Night Watchers received the hospitality and help from any noble family in the Seven Kingdoms. Since the Night Watchers did not participate in any faction struggles, after the Dragon Queen promoted the vow of, "The one who ends the long night shall be the king," the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms more or less sent supplies and knights to the Great Wall. Even Casterly Rock City kept their promise. After Tywin lifted the blockade of Lannister Harbor, they arranged for ships to send large amounts of food, furs, and prisoners to the Shadow Tower. If the Night Watchers allowed Jon to recruit the barbarians and Night Watchers to the south to participate in the battle for Winterfell, and even to participate in the crusade against Lannister's Iron Throne, the Night Watchers would lose their honor. They would no longer be pure, and they would no longer receive any help from the nobles. Jon Snow was not an ordinary Night Watcher. He was the leader of the Great Wall, the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers. Jaelo Dane represented the Dragon Queen in sending tens of thousands of tons of supplies to the Great Wall. The food, drinks, and clothing of the Night Watchers and barbarians all came from the Dragon Queen. Now, if Jon wanted to lead his men to the south, he could only use the Dragon Queen's supplies as supplies. This was because the thousands of kilometers of journey from the Great Wall to Winterfell was a world of ice and snow. It was almost deserted. Other than the food on the Great Wall, Jon and his barbarians had nowhere to find food. But if the Dragon Queen knew about this, would she be happy? Dany could say with certainty, "I'm very, very angry." The barbarians were deeply grateful to her for using food to help the barbarians. When they heard that the Slaves' Bay needed shapeshifters, they did not even need to mobilize. A large group of people, young and old, men and women, came to look for her. Even if she used food to help the people of the north, the people who ate the Dragon Queen's food would more or less remember her good deeds. Even if the people of the north were ingrates and did not remember her good deeds, she had done a good deed. But if she provided food and military equipment to Stark so that he could fight for the throne of the King of the North, other than disgust and killing, what could it bring her? For the past half a year, other than the Dragon Queen, most of the people who provided aid to the Great Wall were the nobles outside the North. The North had been at war for the past few years, and the wheat was rotting in the fields. Until now, even the Lord's family did not have much food left. They sent supplies thousands of miles to the Great Wall, only to find out that the Night Watchmen had gone to participate in the war between the Seven Kingdoms. How could they not be angry? Don't forget, there were still deviant ghosts gathering beyond the Great Wall. At such a critical time, the discipline and honor of the Night Watchmen could not be lost. Therefore, Jon, who had betrayed the oath, had to die. There was no injustice. The Night Watchmen who murdered him, such as Bowen and Marcy, did not betray the oath either. Murdering the brothers of the Night Watchmen was also a betrayal of the oath. They were not sinners, but great heroes who cleaned up the vermin of the organization. On this point, in order to protect the image of the protagonist, the TV series Game of Thrones reversed the cause and effect to a certain extent. After being assassinated by the Sworn brothers, Jon was disheartened after being resurrected. He gave up his identity as a Night Watchman and officially became Jon Stark to participate in the Battle of Winterfell. Since Jon Snow is dead, then burn his body and choose a new commander-in-chief of the Night Watchmen. Why do you want me? Dany asked, puzzled. Jon is not completely dead. His soul did not return to the kingdom of the dead. Instead, it resides in the body of the direwolf, Melisandre said. Dany was shocked at first, then her expression became strange. Wasn't it? Jon was a shapeshifter, and shapeshifters would not die so easily. Even the weakest shapeshifters could start a second life in the body of an animal companion. Jon's talent was top-notch among shapeshifters, and he could definitely maintain his human consciousness at this moment. Could it be that without her, the destined female lead, the male lead would become a real single dog, wolf? Oh no, Ygritte the Fiery Kiss was not dead. Jon was not a single dog, and he did not need her, the destined female lead. You plan to resurrect him? Dany asked. The red-robed woman frowned and said, Jon Snow died 3 days ago. That night, I stitched his body up, but when I tried to pray to Lalo to give him the kiss of life, Jon rejected me. I'm a little confused. How many Jon are there? Since he hasn't been resurrected, how could he reject you? Dany asked strangely. Didn't I tell you before? Other than the direwolf, he also has a raven companion. That raven belonged to the previous commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers and can speak human language, Melisandre said. But you also said that he started a second life in the body of the direwolf. Why is he in the raven's body? The red-robed woman said, Jon Snow is very talented, and the Great Wall is the gateway to the world. Dark Castle is filled with active magic factors. Even if he doesn't know how to cultivate, he can quickly increase his magic power and magic talent. Not to mention, he has been practicing the shadow binding meditation technique you taught him. Right now, his soul is almost indestructible, and he can freely move between the raven and the direwolf. He can't be compared to a normal shapeshifter at all. Shit, almost indestructible soul. Isn't that the Green Prophet? Suppressing the shock in her heart, Dany asked, What does he want me to do? Since Jon refused to let the red-robed woman resurrect him and came looking for her, it meant that the person who broke the oath, Ghost, must have something to ask of her. I don't know. Melisandre's face showed a hint of confusion. She shook her head and said, I'm just helping him to send a message. He hopes that you can come to the Great Wall again. He wants to see you. I'm busy fighting a world war here. How can I have time to see a dead person? Oh, 7 gods, it's scary just hearing it. Dany rubbed the non-existent goosebumps on her arms and said with an exaggerated expression, Then forget it. Originally, he thought that Melisandre would nervously persuade him a few words, but who would have thought that after hearing the rejection, the woman actually heaved a sigh of relief and closed the communication with a smile. Dany was a little confused. Although Melisandre came looking for her on behalf of Jon Snow, she didn't want to complicate things. Or rather, it was exactly what she wanted if she didn't go to the Great Wall. She wanted to use Lalo's method to resurrect Jon, but Jon was unwilling. What's going on? Soon, an old friend solved the mystery in her heart. 3 minutes after she ended the long-distance communication with Melisandre, another person accidentally entered the mirror. There was no image, only sound. Dany, no matter how busy you are in Slave Bay, please come to me as soon as possible. It was a familiar voice, but an unfamiliar tone. Also, he called her Dany so intimately. She had goosebumps all over her body. This time, it was real. Three-eyed crow? Dany asked in surprise. The voice did sound like Blindon's river language, but the tone was tens of thousands of times more human than before. It was as if he had been a robot before, but now he had become an old poet who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. The change was so great that even though Dany knew that there was only one person in the Westeros who could communicate with her without Marvin's help, she still felt uncertain. It's me. In the Westeros, nothing can escape the eyes and ears of the Green Prophet. Your communication frequency is not a secret to me, Blindon said with a gentle smile. Hee, if I was on Dragonstone Island, you would still dare to say that. I'd be impressed. Dany laughed coldly. In the end, Professor Marvin was a moonchant. He did not even know Valeglia's meditation technique. He could barely be considered a guardian of the magic network. He could not even be considered a manager, let alone control it. It was like a certain server warehouse. There was no manager, only a cleaner who swept the floor. Was it something to be proud of when a hacker broke through the cleaner's defense network? Blinden did not retort. Instead, he sighed with a complicated tone and said, "You are very good. You are the pride of the Targaryen family. Every ancestor and every descendant would be proud of you. I am the same. What do you want?" Dany's face contorted. She was on high alert. "Sigh, Dany, I am the three-eyed crow. I am blind in river text, but I am no longer the three-eyed crow." Blinden's words sounded very contradictory, but Dany instantly understood. Bran had completed his inheritance and become the second three-eyed crow, the nth Green Prophet. Blinden was just blind in river text, who had the abilities of the Green Prophet. He was the illegitimate child of the Targaryen family. The reason why he was still called the three-eyed crow was because that was the nickname of a noble illegitimate child. Chapter 571. Speak clearly. I don't understand. Dany understood, but she still pretended to be confused. Who knew if that guy was lying to her? "I apologize to you for everything I've done to you." He apologized sincerely before slowly explaining, "What's the strongest and most indestructible thing in this world? Even steel will rot if time is extended to 1,000,000 years. Reality has proven that only spiritual willpower can last forever. But only the purest, most resolute, and most recognized spirit can be passed down from generation to generation. The Green Prophet is a spiritual inheritance. The previous Green Prophet passed down his spirit, soul, memories, willpower, and talents to the next generation. Millions of years, generation after generation. During this process, a person's memories and emotions gradually decreased until they were completely wiped out. Only the purest, most core willpower was passed down. The core willpower of each generation of Green Prophet was like a crown that represented authority, power, and the king's responsibility. If one wants to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. The crown had existed for 1,000,000 years. A person's willpower and emotions were so insignificant before it. So much so that every Green Prophet who was crowned with the crown would be sanctified. Just like a god, just like the world of Westeros itself. Sanctity had its duty, and the world was selfless. The Green Prophet's responsibility did not lie with a person, a family, a tribe, or a country. It lay with the entire world and all the living beings in this world, to protect all living beings and the world. The Green Prophet who received the inheritance of his ancestors was too terrifying. His power was close to that of a god. Only by abandoning his personal desires and emotions could he ensure that this power would not be abused. When I wear the crown, I'm no longer blind in River One. When I hand over the crown, I'll regain my original identity and emotions. Memories never disappear. What disappears are blind in River One's emotions and willpower. Dany was silent for a moment. She thought carefully about the information in Blinden's words. It seemed like the Green Prophet's inheritance was not a simple possession. If it was a complete possession, Blinden would not have regained his willpower after handing over the crown. Of course, she couldn't rule out the possibility that he was lying to earn her money. However, Blinden's logic did not have any obvious loopholes. If the inheritance of the Green Prophet was a crown, then this crown was created by the combined efforts of countless Green Prophets. Everyone had different emotions and preferences. Once they merged into a collective will, the individual will would inevitably be annihilated. For example, some Green Prophet liked sweet tofu pudding, while others liked salty tofu pudding. After the two of them fused, they could only kill their love for tofu pudding. Otherwise, the conflict between the consciousness of the salty party and the sweet party would cause the collective will to collapse. After countless generations of inheritance, all personal hobbies and emotions had been obliterated. The only thing left was the fake but lofty spiritual will of protecting the world, which was acknowledged by all the Green Prophet. It was preserved and continuously strengthened. Are you retired now? Regaining his humanity? Looking for me to catch up? Danny asked curiously. At the last moment, I want to find Yamant to catch up with him. As for you, you're still very wary of me, aren't you? You're too cautious and not sincere enough. You're a good seedling to be a queen, but I can't open my heart to you. Blynden said with a smile, as if he had seen through everything. Danny was a little embarrassed and annoyed. Only a fool would let his guard down in front of you. You're not wrong. Blynden sighed and directly stated his purpose. Danny, I hope you can come to the frontier. Other than asking for a favor, I also plan to give you a gift. Go on, try to make me believe your words, or give me enough temptation to make me lose my mind. Danny sneered. Blynden was not angry. He said calmly, your talent has not been developed to the limit. If you give up this opportunity, you will take hundreds or even thousands of years of detours. Talent or whatever, it's too illusory. Besides, I'm very satisfied with my current training speed. Danny was unmoved. If it were another time, 1,000 years of delay would be a waste. But this time is different. If you delay, you will miss the opportunity to become the protagonist of the next era. Sigh. Speaking of which, this is also my own selfishness. After all, I am a Targaryen. I will be proud and happy to see your empire prosper. Blynden said. Danny sneered. You were the one who led the destruction of the Targaryens. Led? No. I just watched it decay, degenerate, and be destroyed. Danny, the Green Prophet's timeline and way of existence are different from ordinary people. If I have a personal interest, my seniors can have a personal interest too. I am a Targaryen prince. My seniors are also the sons of the previous king. I can see the past, present, and future. So can they. If I help the Targaryens will not even have 300 years of national fortune and will not have the chance to rise again. The world is selfless. That is the best choice. Blynden said despondently. Danny frowned and thought for a while. She said, you said that you have something to ask of me. What do you want me to do? Actually, she did not need to ask. She already guessed that the request was related to Jon. After all, the timing was too much of a coincidence. This is within the world. It is not convenient to say, Blynden said meaningfully. Within the world? Danny sneered and said, you can't explain what benefits you are going to give me. It is also not convenient for you to say what you want me to do. Tell me, should I believe you or not? Blynden was silent for a while. He said, the three-eyed crow can control thousands of crows. You can only have a dragon spirit with one dragon at a time. Now, my gift to you can change this. It will allow you to have a dragon spirit with 5 dragons at the same time. This was a great benefit for Danny. But even the barbarians beyond the Great Wall knew that there would not be benefits for no reason in the world. They felt that the Dragon Queen's 3-party agreement was too beneficial for the barbarians, so they did not dare to sign it. But if it was for the Child of Prophecy, this price did not seem too high. The problem was, could she revive Chon Nua? She could not. Chon Nua was different from the Big Sparrow. The Big Sparrow was a devout believer, and there was a divine mark in his spiritual sea between his eyebrows. After his soul entered the space of faith, it had always been under the control of the Holy Mother. Moreover, he did not have the slightest intention to resist. He allowed the Holy Mother to do whatever she wanted. Chon Nua's soul was independent and independent. She could not control it. She could not even bestow a spirit to it. Let me think about it, Danny said hesitantly. There is no time. My life is about to come to an end. The next person you will communicate with will be the real three-eyed crow. It will be the same three-eyed crow as before, Blynden said helplessly. Danny said, who is your successor? He is not my successor. He is the successor of the crown. He is the second son of the house of Stark, Brandon Stark. Brandon did not hesitate, nor did he lie. Where can I find you? Danny asked again. The next moment, a map of the Westeros appeared on the mirror. In the north of the Great Wall, in the north of the Ghost Shadow Forest, there was a flickering red dot. Then, the red dot suddenly enlarged, showing a snowy scene in the north. On a snow-covered land, there was a hill crowded with weirwood tree trunks. I don't have much time left. If you can't come in 3 days, you don't have to come. Let everything happen according to the predetermined destiny, Blinden said in a low voice. Old Master Yimont is next door. Do you want to ask him to come over and talk to you? Danny had a thought and suggested. Yimont. Okay. Half an hour later, the magic communication ended. Danny looked at the old man who was sitting on the chair with a disappointed expression and asked, How was it? What? Yimont was stunned. He did not understand what was going on. Danny rolled her eyes and said impatiently, Old Master, do you really think that this is an ordinary chat? What else? Yimont was puzzled. Through this communication, can you confirm his identity? An emotionless three-eyed crow, or Targaryen's illegitimate son, Danny said seriously. Weren't you listening at the side? This is the first time I communicated with Blinden. I couldn't tell. You have been with him for decades. You should be familiar with him, right? Compared to now, what's the difference? Danny asked. Oh, it should be Blinden River text. Old Yimont thought for a while and said, Are you sure? If he is really Blinden's will, then I will go beyond the Great Wall. Danny said. When it came to the safety of the Dragon Queen, the old man immediately hesitated. Let me think about it. Maybe he is pretending. I can't tell. It's better if you don't go. I don't think that Blinden has any treasures to give you. Oh, maybe he has the Dark Sisters. But that sword is useless to you. It doesn't even have any symbolic meaning, he quickly added. Targaryen had 2 Vagon swords, one male and one female. The Blackfire and the Dark Sisters were respectively used by Conqueror Aegon and his sister Visenya. The mediocre King Aegon bestowed them to 2 noble illegitimate sons. Daimon Vaishui received the Blackfire and changed his surname to Blackfire. Blinden Rivertext received the Dark Sisters and disappeared beyond the Great Wall. It's not a sword. He said that the treasure can improve my bloodline talent, Danny said. I think that your talent is already very strong, Old Yimont said. I think so too. But if it can be stronger, Yimont understood Danny's thoughts. He pondered with a serious expression. Danny did not say anything. She just looked at him. The study fell into silence. Only the sound of seabirds could be heard from outside the window. After a while, the old man said seriously, I'm 70% sure that Blinden is Blinden. Oh? I asked him about the identities of Jon, Tyrion, and Aegon. I asked him about the secret of the War of the Usurpers. He refused to answer all of them. He said that he is no longer the Green Prophet. He can't destroy the Green Prophet's information advantage and some of his plans. If he is lying to you, it means that he is still the Green Prophet. He won't care about such small details because everything is going according to his plan. As soon as she finished, Yimont shook his head and said, There is another possibility. He saw through my thoughts and purposely led me in this direction. Danny laughed awkwardly and said, I'm confused. Let's make it simple. Let's get an expert to divine it. The important matters of the country were in worship. Every time an ancient king made an important decision, he would ask the gods to divine it first. Danny had the same feeling now. She was looking for Kueishi. I didn't foresee any danger. But prophecies can only be used as a reference and not as a guide. If you really want to go, why don't you think about how to be prepared? Danny nodded in agreement and asked, Do you think that it's worth it for me to take the risk for that mysterious treasure? I can't make the decision for you. People are different. Some will sell themselves for a silver coin, while others will give 50 million gold royals to charity without blinking. I blinked. Danny smiled and blinked a few times. Chapter 572. The lead gray sea was shrouded in a thick layer of ice fog. Rumble, the north wind, was blowing violently, and the sea surface was like the cold sheets of the grim reaper in hell. The gray and lifeless waves splashed up water that was dozens of meters high. In their field of vision, the sky and water were gray. The megalosaurus was like a sharp arrow shot into the storm, traveling alone on the surface of the sea. Crack, boom, the coal-black clouds above their heads suddenly lit up with lightning that was as white as the fingers of a dead man. The sound of thunder rang in their ears, almost making their hair stand on end. Crackle. The fist-sized hailstones were like the gods in the sky that flipped over a chessboard. The hailstones hit Blackie's wings and the armor of Danny, and the four knights made clanking sounds as if they were forged iron. The sky was low, and the sea was high. They were flying between the sea and the sky, but the space in front of them was narrow and claustrophobic, like a big cat that had jumped into an oven. It was suffocating and oppressive. This was the Trembling Sea, one of the four great seas. The Jade Sea in the east had an end, the Summer Sea in the south, the Sunset Sea in the west, and the Trembling Sea in the north were all boundless. At least, no one had ever walked to the end of the sea. The northernmost city in the Ursos continent was probably Bravos. Flying 2,000 kilometers north from Bravos was the Great Wall. Flying 2,000 kilometers north from the Great Wall was close to the tomb of the Green Prophet. That day, after ending the communication with Kuei Shi, Yimont was wiping tears for John's tragic death. However, Danny found Tam and asked her a question. "How much are you willing to pay for the improvement of your magic power?" Tam asked back, "Didn't you read my notebook?" Thinking of the Tam's notebook that was 10 times scarier than a ghost story, Danny was silent. Then she immediately decided to take a risk. The worst result was that she would be like the red dragon in the sheep egg. She would be lodged in the body of Blackie and Little White in the form of a soul, forever in the form of a dragon spirit. However, she did not think that it would be a happy ending. According to Kuei Shi's advice, it would be better to strengthen one's own defenses rather than asking for divine advice. Danny started to calculate her own assets. There was no hope for 5,000 Vajra brawlers, but in Astapor alone, she had Big Bear, the Fat Eunuch, and Garth, the 3 White Knights, and Ricarlo, the Blood Alliance guard. Then, she called the 4 of them, plus a Megalosaurus guard, Quero, who was used to wearing Westeros knight attire and had a set of steel armor. The 5 most loyal guards each wielded a tile steel sword. Ricardo had a dragonbone bow strapped to his back, and he was even equipped with 20 demon-piercing arrows with tile steel arrowheads. Big Bear and Garth also had tile steel armor, but the Fat Eunuch and Ricardo thought that the armor was too cumbersome, so they only had a set of tile steel chain vest, only about 5 kilograms. Even his underlings had their own Vajra steel armor. Naturally, Dragon Queen's Night King equipment set had been forged long ago. Danny had to admit that the image of the blue saber was a classic. In the beginning, she also had the idea of cosplaying as the Ahog King. But after her rationality returned, she used the experience of a veteran of the battlefield to carefully draw out the design of the saber, only to discover that other than looking good, there was nothing good about it. The saber's equipment set. Inside was a gorgeous blue ceremonial robe with golden edges. On the outside was a pair of elbow-length iron gloves, a sleeveless plate armor, 2 pieces of skirt armor, and iron boots. That was it. If anyone dared to wear such an armor to battle with her on the battlefield, she swore that she would be able to cut off the opponent's arms in less than 3 rounds. Moreover, the ankle-length skirt affected her movements too much. She might even trip over herself on a battlefield littered with corpses. Just as Danny was about to completely give up on becoming the Night King, she suddenly thought of something. Why did she get a set of Night King's blue and white armor to wear? It was beautiful and cool enough. Danny had a sudden realization. She didn't get this set of armor to prepare for the battlefield at all. This meant that the saber's knight armor completely met her requirements. As for going to the battlefield or encountering a battle, it was very simple. She just had to take off her skirt. The blue saber's armor didn't have many flaws on the upper half of her body. She just had to wear the shoulder and arm armor. In order not to affect the appearance, she could sew a layer of silk cloth of the same style as the ceremonial robe on the shoulder and arm armor. The complicated and gorgeous skirt armor was changed from a one-piece to a separate assembly type. Usually, her clothes fluttered in the wind. During battle, the skirt would come off with a button, and she would immediately transform into a valiant and heroic armored female knight. However, Danny didn't completely imitate Saber. Their situations were different. First of all, Danny's newly forged king's sword was on her back, not in her hand. Secondly, in terms of details, Saber's armor was more gothic. while Danny's details were more practical on the battlefield. The joints of the different parts of the armor didn't have any decorative patterns, metal, or silk mesh. They were all smooth steel plates that wouldn't easily allow the blade to get stuck in the gaps. Even so, her armor was much more exquisite and gorgeous than the men's armor from before. It wasn't entirely because Saber's armor looked good. As long as it could show off a woman's soft and beautiful figure, the style didn't matter. Just like in the anime from the previous world, there were so many female knights, but Saber wasn't the only one who looked good. It could be said that none of the female knights in the anime were ugly. The reason was simple. The armor was differentiated between men and women to show off one's figure. If Chang-Yi were to wear a green military coat, anyone who didn't have X-ray vision wouldn't think that she was attractive from the back. Previously, Danny's gray armor didn't differentiate between men and women. In fact, it was prepared for men. As for whether he would attract the enemy's attention on the battlefield if he changed into a new set of armor, he didn't care. About that, the reason why she became a target had nothing to do with the color of the armor. The main reason was that there was a red spot in 1,000 green spots. It wasn't the fault of a white horse to obstruct its master. It was only because its master didn't have the ability to equip all the knights with the same type of white horse. Everyone was riding a white horse, so it wouldn't hurt to look at it. At that time, it would be the people riding ordinary yellow horses who would be more likely to be shot. Dragon Queen decided that since she had changed into a silver armor and a blue ceremonial robe, her underlings would immediately change into white armor and blue cloak. She was the queen. She had the final say. Danny didn't go to the Great Wall. Instead, she flew north above the trembling sea. She flew to the same latitude as the tomb of the Green Prophet, if this world was really a planet. Then, she followed the latitude line and entered the frozen land of eternal winter in the west. Although the trembling sea was a harsh environment, with turbid waves below and endless ice and snow in the sky, the frozen land outside the Great Wall wasn't any safer than the sea. It was only colder and more dangerous. At the very least, there were no deviant ghosts in the trembling sea. After flying west for another 3 hours, they arrived at a hill that looked like a burial mound. It was more than 500 meters tall and had a radius of 7 to 8 kilometers. Halfway up the hill was the dividing line. Below was a dense mass of pine trees, iron trees, and sentinel trees. Above was a weirwood with white bone trunks and bloody leaves. Other than the weirwood, all the trees were bent by the thick snow. Most of them couldn't even be seen as trees. They were wrapped in the frozen snow from their roots to their crowns. They grew messily on the mountain, like a group of giants huddled together in the cold wind. The sun in the sky was like a lonely lamp hanging in the corner of a sports field at midnight. A black shadow flew out from the wick of the lamp, growing larger and larger. It was a black dragon. The fierce wind was like a ghost's howl, bringing up fine powder from the snow-covered ground. It sparkled like glass under the afternoon light. Calixi, there's a fire there. The megalosaurus circled 300 meters above the top of the mountain. Ricardo suddenly pointed at a rock wall halfway up the hill and shouted. With his reminder, Danny, who was in her dragon spirit state, also saw the person holding the torch through Blackie's eyes. On the rock wall halfway up the hill, there was a crevice hidden in the surrounding weirwood trees. A ranger with a tall stature, close to 2 meters tall, stood in front of the crevice, shaking a pine oil torch that burned with orange flames. Yes, that was a ranger. He wore a hood and a scarf around his neck. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but his black woolen sweater, black leather armor, and black ringed armor were the standard attire of a ranger of the night watch. Caw, caw, caw. Suddenly, a flock of crows flew out from the weirwood trees on the mountain peak that were as lush as the roof of a football field. They looked like dark clouds covering the sky. Thousands of them. Black feathers, red eyes. Come, come. They weren't afraid of the dragon's might. They surrounded Blackie and cawed. If you do this, I won't dare to go down, Danny complained. Her voice wasn't loud. Even the blood brotherhood behind her didn't hear her clearly. But in an instant, the crows stopped cawing. One of the big crows threw down a cloth bag the size of a pencil box from its claw. When Danny reached out to catch it, All the crows flew back into the weirwood forest. They blinked their scarlet eyes together, staring at the megalosaurus in the sky. Inside the cloth bag was a warm brown-baked bread and a small bag of coarse salt. Danny frowned and tore off a piece of bread. She stuck the salt on it and ate it. Then she passed the bread and salt to the knight behind her. When everyone had eaten a mouthful of the salty bread and Bevo's, who was the last to swallow the rest of the bread, Blackie flapped its wings and landed in the pine forest below the crack in the rock wall. Boom crack, his whole body sank into the snow pit. He broke several frozen tree trunks before he could stabilize himself. Queen, Bevo's will go down first to help you scout the way. The fat eunuch, who was wrapped in a thick fur coat, tilted his body, leaving a human-shaped hole in the snow, and disappeared without a trace. The snow was too deep, taller than him. 7 layers of hell. Bevo's has never seen such deep snow and such cold weather in his life. At the bottom of the snow pit, the eunuch howled. Calixi, is this considered a long night? We can barely see the sun in the sky. The ground is covered in snow. Chui Luo shivered. Danny looked at the lonely yellow halo of the sun in the sky and said uncertainly, even the deviant ghosts haven't come out. It should be close. As soon as her voice fell, Bevo's immediately howled. Ow, no, there's a dead person pulling my foot. Ka, it was like the scene of a zombie movie. The director shouted action, and then all the actors playing zombies rushed into the camera. 1, 2, 3, 4. It was impossible to count. The corpses were like weightless carrots, jumping out of the snow one by one. There were night watchers in black robes, savages in animal skins, incomplete corpses, and even corpses that had been dead for a long time and whose muscles had rotted, and frozen corpses in tombs. They all had pale skin, pitch-black hands, and eyes that shone like pale blue stars. The corpses floated on the snow. It was as if Newton opened the coffin lid and joined the group of corpses. Newton's laws and whatnot were also turned into corpses. The corpses might not be as good as deviant ghosts, but they did not fall into the snow pit because of their own gravity. The ice and snow environment was too advantageous for deviant ghosts and corpses. Clang, clang, clang. The White Knights and the Blood Guards quickly left the dragon's back, found a place to rest on the tree trunk and protruding rocks, and then pulled out their steel swords. Buzz, like the sound of a cicada's wings rapidly flapping, 2 huge milky white wings of light suddenly popped out from the Dragon Queen's back. The feathers were visible, and the texture was almost real. The shape was like the wings of a white dove magnified 100 times. Oh, the wings of an angel. The armored female knight who spread her wings, like deviant ghosts, also left no trace on the snow. Chapter 573. Danny wore a silver armor and a blue robe. A pair of angelic wings flapped gently behind her back. Just like the zombie ghosts, she walked slowly on the snow without sinking into the snow pit. The wind howled angrily, bringing with it tiny bits of ice and snow. It blew past her armor and hair. A bunch of trash unworthy of my sword. Her voice was a little muffled by the howling northern wind. But the next scene was clear for everyone to see. The black dragon stepped on the trunk of a pine tree and leaped into the sky. At the same time, a golden-red fireball the size of a pineapple shot out from his mouth and floated in front of Dragon Queen. Blood-colored fire snakes as thick as chopsticks shot out from the fireball. It was as if the fireball was made of fire snakes. TSK, 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 boom, boom, boom. One fire snake after another landed on the ghouls' faces and chests. It was as if the ghouls had been set ablaze with oil. The running ghouls burned like torches, and white steam rose from the snowy ground. However, the place where the black dragon landed was like the epicenter of an earthquake. Rings of tremors spread outwards, awakening the zombie ghosts sleeping in the snow. They were like razor clams that had been sprinkled with a layer of salt on the beach at low tide. They popped their heads out. The razor clams had only popped their heads out, but the appearance of the zombie ghosts was just the beginning. They were like dogs that had smelled fresh dung. They swarmed over. The rangers at the entrance of the cave were prepared to witness the Dragon Queen's massacre. But she suddenly turned around. She held the fireball in her left hand and flapped her wings lightly. Her legs moved quickly. There were only shallow traces of snow under her feet. She was astonishingly fast. She passed by them in a few steps and entered the crack in the stone wall. The rangers were dumbfounded. They did not know what to do. There's a magic barrier here that can stop evil spirits. Come over quickly, the Dragon Queen shouted at her knights. Who knew if there were any deviant ghosts hiding in the snow? The thick snow might be able to stop ice swords and javelins, but what if there was a deviant ghost under their feet? If a sword were to stab upwards, then it would be safer to enter the crack protected by the magic barrier as soon as possible. The few knights were only 4 to 5 meters away from the hole. With Dragon Queen's long-range fire snake spell to help clear the monsters, they quickly struggled out of the snow pit and crawled to the Dragon Queen's side. One in front, one behind, one on the left, one on the right. The centaur Ricardo stood guard with his bow in hand, protecting her in the center. I didn't expect the deviant ghosts to be real, Garth said with a pale face. Do you think I would lie? Danny glanced at him and said indifferently. At this moment, the angelic wings on her back had already faded and disappeared. Of course we believe your words, but hearing about it is false. It's completely different from seeing it with our own eyes. Big Bear made a fair statement. But the dead aren't as scary as the living. They don't have any weapons or armor, so they'll still die if they're cut by a blade. Just now, the dead man who dragged Beworth's feet only suffered a slash on his shoulder and immediately shattered into several pieces and stopped moving, Beworth said. If you didn't have the steel scimitar, you probably wouldn't say that, Kueluo said. Calixi, why are the dead gathered at the entrance of the cave but not rushing in? Ricardo asked with a trembling voice. At this moment, the 2 meters outside the cave was filled with all sorts of corpses. They were like fans at the airport welcoming a superstar. They were dense and dense. In the white snow, the black mass spread out for hundreds of meters. There were at least 2,000 to 3,000 corpses. And this wasn't the end. The hill had 4 sides. The deviant ghosts that came over were only those from the nearby hillsides. The dead from other places were continuously rushing over. It was a bit like a zombie siege. There's a demon-suppressing spell set up in the hill, exactly the same as the magic array on the Great Wall. It's hard for evil creatures to enter. Danny looked at the ranger standing with the deviant ghosts at the entrance, deep in thought. At this moment, the ranger had already extinguished his torch. Beside him stood the corpses that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. It was as if they weren't corpses but wooden sculptures. The ranger turned back and said, Your Majesty, please enter quickly. When the aura of the living disappears, the corpses will automatically retreat. What's the matter with you? Why don't you come in? Why won't the dead eat you? Dexiong asked in a low voice. He's also a dead man. A night watchman who died a long time ago, a voice said from inside the cave. It was the voice of a little girl and the tone of an adult. It was high and sweet, carrying an unfamiliar rhythm that Danny had never heard before. It also carried a trace of sadness that struck the bottom of her heart. A child, Kueluo, who was guarding the queen, exclaimed in surprise. She did indeed look like a child. She was barely over a meter tall, reaching the waist of a knight. Her limbs were slender, and she wore a cloak woven from leaves. Her bare skin was covered in spots that resembled those of a deer. She had messy brown, red, and gold hair with purple grapevines, tender green pine branches, and withered red chrysanthemums stuck in her hair. It was as if someone had knocked over an autumn landscape painter's plate. At first glance, Danny noticed her eyes. They were large and clear, a mix of gold and green. They were long and narrow like a cat's eyes, like a pair of top-grade gems. This wasn't human. 7 gods above, the child of the forest. Danny murmured. Child of the forest? Squirrel people? Dexiong was a little dizzy. Had he stepped into Grandma's legend today? The scholar said that the child of the forest was fake. It was made up by the ancestors to deceive people. Garth looked at the little squirrel in amazement. The scholar also said that the other ghosts were a strange tribe beyond the Great Wall that knew magic. But look outside. Do you think it's like that? Danny complained in annoyance. She stepped forward and said to the squirrel, I'm Danny Liz Targaryen, your Green Prophet. The previous Green Prophet, Blindon Riverwind, invited me here. Yes, I'm here to welcome you on behalf of Lord Blindon, the squirrel said. Your Majesty, please wait at the door. I'll scout the way for you, the knights said almost at the same time. This was expected. Danny brought the 5 of them here. Wasn't it for the safety of the guards? But at this moment, Danny changed her mind. No need. Let's go in together. She stared into the squirrel people's eyes that were as clear as spring water. She didn't trust Blindon, but she suddenly had a lot of confidence in the squirrel people in front of her. She believed that the squirrel people wouldn't lead her into a trap. She couldn't tell why, but after seeing the squirrel people, she felt completely relaxed. The squirrel people seemed to see the doubts in Danny's heart and said, You have Mother's aura on you. Suddenly, Danny thought of the door god. The Green Prophet was only the priest of the child of the forest. The old weirwood was the mother goddess they believed in. But now, she was singing her own song of wind. This, Danny nodded in understanding and looked at the squirrel people more affectionately. There were often ministers who betrayed their lords, but there had never been a devout true believer who betrayed the mother goddess. The path inside the stone wall was narrow and curved. There were black mountain rocks on both sides, and white weirwood roots hung down from above. Under the light of the dragon flame fireball, they looked like ice-cold white snakes that were circling around the top of the cave. Danny felt that they were going down. The cave was gloomy and terrifying, but the deeper they went, the warmer it became. In the quiet cave, there were only the rustling sounds of cloaks rubbing against the stone wall, armor, and iron boots hitting each other. Danny couldn't help but be curious and started talking to the squirrel people. What's your name? She asked. The squirrel people hesitated and said, My real name is too long. You can call me Leaf. I've traveled the continent for hundreds of years and have many names. Leaf is the name given to me by the new three-eyed crow. Hundreds of years? Garth exclaimed. I've seen the Black Death god Balerion and seen the Targaryen dynasty change generation after generation. Now, I've seen the Dragon Queen's Big Black and the new Targaryen Queen, Leaf said. 7 gods above. You're practically the living history of the Westeros, the big bear muttered. The centaur and fat eunuch were also shocked. Danny cast a glance at her disgraceful subordinates and said calmly, Sir Mormont, have you forgotten about the Crab King? That guy has lived for tens of thousands of years. The big bear's cheek muscles twitched, and he was speechless. Your Majesty has seen the Crab King? This time, it was Leaf's turn to be shocked. That bastard dared to steal my steel, so I steamed him. Danny waved her hand carelessly and said calmly, But the squirrel people's big eyes, which were as deep as a lake due to the vicissitudes of life, flickered with shock and disbelief. But the Crab King controls the Rhone River, he said. That's old history from tens of thousands of years ago. Also, my Big Black is also a demigod. Didn't you notice? Danny said. Leaf was silent. What's up with that, Ranger? Danny asked again. The new three-eyed crow called him Cold Hands. You've seen it on your way here. This place is very far from the Great Wall, and the journey is long and dangerous. When Lord Blindon came to this shelter, he had a guard with him. Do you know the Blood Crow Duke's Raven-Tooth Guard? Leaf asked. In the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Liu Bei had the White Ears Army, Yuan Shao had the Xianing Death Soldiers, Cao Cao had the Ferocious Cavalry, Lu Bu had the Formation Breaker, Gong Sun Zan had the White Horse Cavalry. They were special forces that dominated the world for a time. Their loyalty and strength were among the best in the world. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, there was a similar force. The Duke of Bloodcrow formed 300 longbowmen, the Raven-Tooth Guard. Without mentioning anything else, the Raven-Tooth Guard's lowest effective shooting range was more than 400 meters. Don't say that I'm bragging. It's Martin's fault. Snipers were not much better than that. During the First Blackfire Rebellion, Blindon brought his 300 raven-tooth guards to fight against Daimon Blackfire. He managed to kill Daimon and his 2 sons, who were fully equipped with steel armor, from 300 meters away. Even now, Danny still did not understand how the raven-tooth guards managed to do it. Could it be that a soul imprint shot passed through the gaps in the armor and hit the door? She could not do it. None of the centaurs under her command could do it either. She even felt that a sniper would not be able to do it. This was because aside from their steel armor, most knights were also used to carrying iron shields. If one person was shot, the others would definitely raise their shields to protect their heads. Forget 300 meters, even knights would be immune to arrows from 50 meters away, as long as their armor was of good quality. Leaf continued, when the Duke of Bloodcrow was exiled to the Great Wall, all the raven-tooth guards who survived hundreds of battles took the initiative to put on black clothes. When Blindon traveled thousands of miles to the last shelter, the last guard captain also followed him. Unfortunately, the shelter was feared by the other ghosts, and countless ghouls kept watch over it. The last guard captain of the raven-tooth guards also died in the hands of the other ghosts. How did he recover his humanity? Danny asked curiously. This question is not easy to answer. You can ask the three-eyed crow, Leaf said. Then, is the last shelter referring to this cave? Who is it protecting? Danny looked around. She did not realize that they had spent a long time talking. Unknowingly, they had already passed through several forks in the road and arrived at a wide cave. It was as spacious as a basketball court. The ground was densely covered with weirwood roots of different thicknesses. They were soft, pale, sticky, and slippery, like a group of snakes entrenched at the bottom of a pit. Chapter 574. Weirwood was a precious wood with powerful functions. The weirwood god was also a good person, but the image of weirwood was too horrifying. The leaves were like blood-stained palms, the trunk was like the bones of a dead person, and the roots were like entwined sticky snake balls. It was very demonic. At this time, the cave under the Weirwood Hill did not even need special effects to film a Chinese ghost story. If the squirrel Leaf was taller, his eyes would not be so clear, and his expression would be more ferocious. It was a living example of Granny Tree Spirit's cave. But this was not a fairy's cave, but a sacred sanctuary, the last home of the children of the forest. Not only our home, but the giants also live in the cave. This sanctuary belonged to the previous generation of the Lost Tribe. Once, even unicorns and mammoths would come in for the winter. There is more than one entrance to the sanctuary, but the Green Prophet guards the door of the world and lives closer to the edge of the world. If you follow the fork to the northwest, you may find the giant's cave after a few months and a few thousand kilometers. Leaf introduced the cave to everyone as they walked. The others were surprised, but Yora Mormont, a child who grew up listening to the stories of the old nannies in the north, was suddenly touched and exclaimed, "The Gorney Passage! This is the source of the Gorney Passage. So the legend is true." What is the Gorney Passage? The fat eunuch Beworth was puzzled. I remember, I've heard of this rumor too. Garth Hightower said, legend has it that there was a king beyond the Great Wall named Gorney who found a tunnel connecting the Great Wall and the north. He led the barbarians directly across the Great Wall to the north. It's strange, there was almost no threat to the north. The king of the north seemed to have received the news in advance and was guarding the entrance of the tunnel. Big Bear nodded and said, legend has it that for a cave, a tribe of children of the forest and a family of giants fought endlessly. After that, the two tribes invited free people to be the referee and mediator. They were the future kings of beyond the Great Wall, the brother kings, Jander and Gorney. The giants and children of the forest were too naive. They were deceived by the brother kings and gave up on the cave. After Jander and Gorney settled down in the cave, they found that the internal tunnel led to a series of almost endless caves. In the end, they discovered a secret passage that led underground through the Great Wall, which was the Gorney Passage. Legend had it that the tunnel was too complicated, and only Gurney could tell the direction. In the end, when Gurney came out of the tunnel, he was attacked head-on by Stark and died on the spot. Jander led the rest of the barbarians into the tunnel, planning to return the way they came. However, they could not find the way home. They can't even return to the surface and are completely lost in the tunnels that are more complicated than a spider web. The Centaur and Beavis listened with fascination. Are we in the legendary cave? It's several thousand kilometers from the Great Wall to here. Just how deep is the cave? LaCarlo exclaimed. In fact, even Danny had heard of the story of the Gorney Passage and the King of Brothers. In fact, this legend was too legendary. There were giants, children of the forest, ancient spirits, human heroes, the King of the North, secret passageways, and many mysterious elements. It could be said to be the model of a legendary story. It was made into a ballad and sung by countless people. Was the failure of the barbarians' invasion because of your information? Garth looked at the son of the forest suspiciously. The Gorney brothers deserved it. Leaf did not answer the question directly. Danny was deep in thought. The magic circle of the shelter was exactly the same as the Great Wall. It was the exorcism circle of the city builder Brandon Stark. The son of the forest, or the Green Prophet, had an unimaginably close relationship with Stark. Where does the end of the tunnel lead to? Danny asked curiously. There's no end. There are some deep tunnels that even we, the son of the forest, have never been to. After passing through a tunnel, Danny noticed that the tunnel was wider, and deeper. The black soil and white tree roots almost formed a black and white underground city. However, this city was sparsely populated and backward. Bypassing the giant tree roots that were thicker than Beavis' waist, they entered a long stone hall. Thousands of shrines were dug out from the stone walls on both sides, and there were skulls placed in them. The skulls obviously belonged to different races. There were human skulls, as big as pressure cookers, belonging to giants. There were also skulls as big as cantaloupes, belonging to the son of the forest. There were also skulls of direwolves, giant bears, and other animals that Danny could not recognize. Some of the bones had existed for too long and were half buried in the soil. White tree roots grew out of the eyes and mouths of the skulls, and even delicate red palm leaves grew out. It seemed that the squirrel man was not lying. The shelter belonged to everyone, all the survivors of the last era. Caw, caw, caw. There were 7 or 8 big crows perched on the heads of the shrines. They seemed to have woken up from a deep sleep, and their bright black eyes curiously scanned Danny and the other strangers. Yes, curious. These crows were all human and intelligent. They are my compatriots. There was a strange sadness in the voice of the squirrel man, Leaf. Danny heard the emotion in her words, but did not understand the secret that she vaguely revealed. After that, they met other squirrel men. There was a cave larger than a football field, and stone pillars hung down from the top of the cave. Because the air was warm and humid, there was a layer of colorful mushrooms on the surface of the stone pillars. 4 or 5 squirrel men were singing as they picked the mushrooms. The squirrel men only had 4 fingers, and they did not have nails like humans. Instead, they were like the sharp claws of felines, and they could cut the mushroom stems with a light pinch. Their singing was as pure as the winter air, as clear as autumn spring water, as bright as a spring garden, and as intense as the summer sun. Danny and the knights all stopped in their tracks, intoxicated by the squirrel men's singing, unable to extricate themselves. Danny only came to her senses when the squirrel men picking mushrooms noticed the outsiders and stopped what they were doing, stopped singing, and poked their heads out to look around curiously. Another legend has been confirmed. The son of the forest has the most beautiful singing voice in the world, Danny exclaimed. The squirrel men gathered together and chattered, pointing at the dragon queen. What are they talking about? Big Bear frowned. They're saying that the queen is really beautiful, and that human clothes can also be so beautiful, Yezi said. Yep, all the children of the forest wore clothes woven from leaves, and their hair was messy with dried decorative flowers. Even the country bumpkin girls were more fashionable than them. If the squirrel men were close to nature and pursued primitive beauty, they were not. They were dirty, messy, and pitiful like beggars. To put it bluntly, the children of the forest's civilization level was too low, so low that it made one's hair stand on end. They hadn't evolved into the textile industry. It was said that the squirrel men had millions of years of history. I thought that the children of the forest spoke the ancient language. I didn't expect you to have your own language, Danny said strangely. She could hear the squirrel men singing and their current conversation, but she couldn't understand them. She also knew the ancient language used by giants, deviants, green prophet, and ancient barbarian tribes. This is the original language, the language that praises the earth. It's very difficult for humans to understand, and even if they understand, they can't pronounce it. The free people call us children, the giants call us squirrel men, and the ancestors named us children of the forest, but that's not accurate. We are people who sing the praises of the earth. But the original language isn't exclusive to us. Many creatures passed down from ancient eras can speak it, such as ravens and your megalosaurus, Leaf explained. Megalosaurus can speak the original language? Danny's heart skipped a beat. She thought of the foreign language that Dahe suddenly learned after swallowing the rat chef. She thought that it was the common dragon language in Western fantasy novels because she couldn't understand it, so she specially taught it the Eastern dragon language. Now that Dahe was about to graduate from the Eastern Dragon Language elementary school, Mother Dragon realized that she had made a big mistake. I've traveled in the southern continent for hundreds of years and am proficient in many languages, but my people don't have the same experience. They can only speak the original language. After that, they came across a dark and deep underground river. Two children of the forest were happily fishing by the river. It was almost like they were playing. They threw a net the size of a bed sheet woven from rattan into the river and waited for white blind fish the length of an arm to crash into it. They walked across the narrow stone bridge above the underground river and came face to face with 4 or 5 shepherds who were dozing off on the backs of sheep. Hundreds of sheep were scattered in the cave, nibbling on the fungus on the ground and the tender branches and red leaves growing from the roots of the weirwood. The squirrel man crawled in the fluffy wool and snored. This simple life was too comfortable, too leisurely. One had to know that there were thousands of ghouls outside the cave, not to mention that the long night was coming. It seemed that the long night had no effect on the shelter's cave. It was already dark outside the cave. The snow was like a cotton blanket covering the forest. The temperature was 40 to 50 degrees below zero. It was as warm as spring here. There were abundant resources, and life was boundless. Perhaps humans had gone extinct in this era. The children of the forest, who were on the verge of extinction in the last era, could still happily enter the next era. Danny began to think, should they also dig a cave and build a human underground city? The red purgatory next to Slave Bay had a surface close to the magma layer. If they really dug a cave, it would probably be warmer and more comfortable than here. Aduo, Aduo. After entering a huge hall filled with weirwood and tree roots, a 3-meter-tall giant stood up and looked over. Aduo. Danny was shocked. He was 7 meters tall, and his body was as wide as a door plank. His shoulders were as thick as Winterfell's city walls. Brown eyes, brown hair. His eyes were wise and curious. He was not Aduo. Aduo was a simple and honest retard. At this moment, no matter how many times the giant at the entrance of the huge cave called out Aduo, he was not Aduo. His gaze, mental waves, and aura were not Aduo's. Bran Stark? Danny stopped in her tracks and frowned. Aduo. In the next moment, Aduo really became Aduo. Aduo. He smiled foolishly at her like a child. You're here. Blinden River Wen's weak voice came from behind. Aduo. Aduo scratched the back of his head and shrunk his neck to make way. Compared to the other caves, this stone hall was not very spacious. It was about the size of a basketball court. There was a bonfire at the entrance of the cave. Aduo and 2 humans sat beside the fire. In the middle of the hall, a throne was woven out of weirwood. A corpse was growing among the branches. The roots drilled into the withered thighs, passed through the torso, and came out from the shoulders. Dark red leaves grew on his skull, and countless gray mushrooms covered his forehead. What little skin remained stretched across his face, tight and hard like white leather. Here and there, brown or yellow bones protruded from the muscles. This was definitely not a living person. You're also a deviant ghost. Danny was shocked. Chapter 575. Blinded, you're a deviant ghost. Clang, clang, clang. The five knights drew their swords warily and protected the dragon queen in the center. Adu. Adu was at a loss. Lida and his sister's faces turned pale. Lee frowned and did not speak. Good eyesight. A look of admiration flashed past Blindon's remaining dim eye. But I'm not a deviant ghost. You should be able to understand this. Danny waved her hand and had her underling sheath his sword. She took a few steps forward and stopped in front of Blindon. She frowned at him and said, "Why can I understand this?" Hee. I saw everything you did in the City of Knowledge's bookseller. I have to say that the Targaryens of dozens of generations are not as clever as you, Blindon said meaningfully. The Blood Crow actually wanted to say treacherous. City of Knowledge's bookseller, Jiakuin, Death God Scripture, teaching you the method of mutated ghosts? Danny's expression changed. When she taught Death God Scripture to Jiakuin, she was not in the Westeros. The three-eyed crow could only make a guess based on some clues. He could not be certain. If that was the case, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Danny was at a loss. Of course, she had to play dumb. Even if Brandon did not know about what Blindon knew now, he would definitely know about it in the future. Oh, all right. The Skeleton King looked deeply at her and said, "Deviant ghosts are servants created by the cold god with magic. Magic is just a kind of knowledge. If I can grasp that kind of knowledge, I can naturally use it. It's just like the countless supernatural factions in the world. They all started by imitating the gods. I'm curious. How did you see through my foundation with a single glance? If I didn't have some confidence, would I have come to see you?" The nine-colored vortex in Danny's mind spun quickly. The fire wizard power in her body surged. Anyone who had supernatural powers could sense it. The expressions of Jujin lied, the squirrel man Leaf, and Adu, who had turned into Bran at some point in time, changed drastically. "You're dozens of times stronger than the last time we met." Blindon was also shocked. "How did you do it?" Danny retracted the demonic energy in her body and returned to her normal state. She said indifferently, "Work hard in your cultivation, and you will encounter many fortuitous encounters." The display of strength was not only a show of power, but also a message to Blindon. "My talent is already very strong, and your talent-enhancing treasure may be useful to me, but it is not necessary." This Targaryen ancestor said that he was giving her a gift, but it was more like a transaction. The other party must have something very important to ask her to do. Since they were talking about business, of course, they had to lower the price. First, the buyer wanted the seller to think that she wasn't that eager to buy. Who is Frost God? What does it have to do with the Green Prophet? Danny asked a question that had been bothering her for a long time. Let's change the way we communicate. To the current me, my physical body is no longer the armor of my soul. Instead, it has become a burden. Blindon's eyes dimmed as he spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. After saying this, he closed his single eye in front of everyone and fell into a deep sleep. Leaf explained, "Lord Blindon's physical body is on the verge of destruction. Over the years, he has only been awake for less than half a day." Enter the weirwood? Danny frowned. "You can do it." The squirrel man looked at the dragon queen with a burning gaze and said affirmatively, "Of course." Danny nodded hesitantly. Whitey and Slave Bay instantly crossed tens of thousands of miles and entered the state of the dragon spirit. It brought along the second soul and merged with the dragon soul. It suddenly left the space of consciousness and rushed into the roots of the weirwood beside it. It was like a car driving into the highway, like a spaceship entering hyperspace, just like when Danny chased after the sixth-form man, Valamir. She shuttled through the blood-red world and came to a huge human face. A tall man with shoulder-length hair knelt on one knee in front of the huge face and prayed devoutly. His bone-white hair covered most of his face. But this was the spiritual space. Danny could still see his pale skin, blood-red eyes, and a wine-red birthmark on his cheek and chin, like a red crow. This was the younger version of the Duke of Bloodcrow, Blinden River text. "Why don't you worship God when you meet him?" Blinden said without raising his head. Danny in the blue and white knight armor stood on the back of the white dragon and said lightly, "If I worship him, what will happen to the thousands of believers of the 7 gods in the 7 countries?" Blinden stood up and gently shook his elegant long hair, revealing his intact right eye and the red birthmark on his right cheek. He carefully looked at Danny and lowered his head again. His white hair fell down and covered the blood crow birthmark again. His bangs also covered his right eye. He seemed to have forgotten that this was the spiritual space. He could see the person opposite him without shaking his head. Or perhaps the habits from when he was alive were too deeply ingrained in his soul. "Sigh, I never dreamed that such a daring person like you would appear in Targaryen. You even dared to usurp the position of the 7 gods and succeeded," he said with a complicated expression. "Don't say that. I'm very timid. I wouldn't dare to kill my own family even if you beat me to death. I wouldn't dare to do the dance of the Blood Dragon or the Blackfire Rebellion. I wouldn't dare to be as muddle-headed as your father or as crazy as my father. I wouldn't dare to follow my brother's example and go against my oath. I wouldn't dare to be as heartless as you." Danny smiled faintly. Blinden shook his head again, revealing a distorted face and widened eyes. He said, "You're really arrogant." Danny lifted her chin slightly and said matter-of-factly, "That's because you haven't seen my humility towards truth, justice, and light. My arrogance is only towards the unrighteous and depraved in humans. You, forget it. I can't win against you. Only people like you can achieve great things." Blinden lowered his head, his long hair covering his birthmark as he surrendered helplessly. Danny waved her hand and said loudly, "All right, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Let's get down to business. Tell me the secret of the Frost God and the other ghosts first. Tell me about the relationship between the Frost God and the Green Prophet. Why does the Green Prophet's meditation technique have so many similarities with the other ghosts? They can even complement each other." The Frost God is an old god and also an ES god. ES god is literally a god that doesn't belong to this world. A god from another world? Danny was surprised. Another world? Blinden was stunned for a moment before he understood what Danny meant. The term another world is very descriptive, but if there is a different world, then there is a region between our world and the other world. Perhaps ES God was originally born in our world, but belongs to another world. How is that different from the other world? Danny frowned. The difference is huge. For example, you were born in the Westeros and grew up in the Ursos continent. If you want to fight for the Iron Throne, very few people in the 7 nations will oppose you. But if you are someone else, such as a certain Khal in the Sea of Grass, all the nobles will fight to the death. By the same logic, if ES God comes from another world, he will not be able to integrate into our world, let alone master the song of law of this world. Makes sense. Danny nodded and asked, "He came from another world. So how did he become an old god?" ES God fused with an old god to form the Frost God. He is both ES God and an old god. True gods confuse? How? Danny was confused. You, the 7 gods, are the experts in this question? How do the 7 gods fuse into one? Blinden laughed. It's not the same. The 7 gods split the 7 divine roles of a god. Just like you, your identity can also be split into the illegitimate son of Targaryen, the Hand of the King, the Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchers, and the Green Prophet. Blinden shook his head, revealing his eyes. He quickly glanced at her, then lowered his head, his long hair covering the birthmark. There's nothing different. Being able to fuse means that they have a certain degree of commonality. Then, which old god did ES God fuse with? What do they have in common? Danny asked. Blinden repeated the action of shaking his head and lowering his head again. Since you can discover that the fundamental meditation techniques of the Green Prophet and the Deviants are extremely similar, and even complement each other, don't you have any connections? I can't imagine, Danny said in disbelief. That's the truth. Blinden said. I've seen the door god. I've seen the weirwood god who mastered the song of wind. He was kind and gentle, not like an evil god at all, Danny said with difficulty. In your heart, what is considered an evil god? Blinden asked. Almost without any hesitation, Danny blurted out, accepting blood sacrifices and killing humans, such as Lalo the Shadow Demon or the Korhor Black Goat. Blinden shook his head and sighed. Your standard is too exclusive, as if you're saying those who treat me well are good, and those who treat me badly are bad. In fact, the mother goddess, the weirwood god you mentioned, she never rejected blood sacrifices. She even liked blood more than Lalo. It's simple. Which tree doesn't like fertilizer? What's better than the flesh and blood of living beings? Danny was stunned. Blinden's words seemed to make sense. If Danny had a deeper understanding of the customs of the old gods, she would not have such doubts. The worship of the old gods was far more bloody and brutal than that of the red god. Lalo's followers liked to burn people. The true followers of the old gods, savages and clansmen, would cut open the chest of the sacrifice and hang the organs all over the heart tree. Well, after the Undulls invaded the Westeros, the followers of the old gods in the north changed the bad habit of blood sacrifices. Only a few mountain clans still believed in the old ways. Thinking about the Anami who taught people to burn, kill, and loot, it understood. That was also an old god. The only difference between the old gods and the new gods was the time of birth. The gods born in the Savage era, whether they were true gods or demigods, were all considered old gods about 10,000 years before the Second Era. For example, the fire god Lalo. The gods born in the Second Era, which was the beginning of the human era, were called new gods. For example, the seven gods and the Light King Lalo. Well, although the seven gods were only 7 wooden stakes, they were still new gods in name. Blackie was also a new god. Lalo was interesting. He existed in the ancient era, so he should be an old god. However, at the beginning of the Second Era, the Sheep Egg brothers took away the Song of Fire and took away the fire god's divinity. After that, he slowly turned into the Light King. The Light King was born a few thousand years ago, so of course, he was a new god. That was off topic. From the division between the old and new gods, it could be seen that the old gods were more barbaric. The ancients were more bloody and barbaric than the modern people. Was there a problem? Sigh, the weirwood god's nature is not bad. What's bad is the barbaric customs of the Savage era. At this time, Danny also remembered the 100 royal girls who killed themselves when city builder Brandon took the Door God's branch. Before the 7 kingdoms were formed, anyone with a castle dared to call themselves a king. However, she still could not help but speak up for the Door God. But the weirwood god is already dead. How did he merge with Es God? Danny was confused. The branch that died was the branch, and the one that merged with Es God was the root, Blinden said. Well, it can be so weird. Danny was stunned. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.